really exciting to be back on LAN. Personally, I love playing on stage and playing in front of crowds and this kind of thing. I think it definitely fuels me as a player.
Didn't have the element. I mean, look at Boss. Look at how
This is crazy.
Boss is. Like, he really doesn't need to be going 1v5. There's no need to do it.
Double sword. This is crazy.
I'm so happy that we are here.
To be here at the finals means a lot for us. It means our efforts paid out.
To get that circulation for connecting on to, you also have the gas being thrown out by Gragas. Now you have the tidal wave coming through. Heals in right there, but that could be another 4-man shockwave going over to Ariana.
This year is all about this tournament. When you're in this situation, you want to give the best of yourself.
Yeah, I certainly feel ready.
We expect to be first, nothing less.
Hundreds of teams signed up to compete, but we've whittled them down to just 5. We brought them to our studio here in Stockholm, Sweden. They're going to be competing for over 150,000 euros worth of prize pool, a spot at the Horizon Cup later this year, and most of all, the right to call themselves championships. The Wild Rift Origin Series Championship starts right now. Oh, it feels so good to be back in a studio after all this time, and it's a beautiful one at that. We'll be taking a look at it as the day goes on. My name's Trid. I'll be here as your host for the entire weekend, but I can't do it alone. Of course, I have to have some fantastic casters and analysts. I'm going to kick things off by introducing our first 2 casters for the day. It's D-Man and Xscoundrel. Oh. We had something much better planned for rehearsal, and they decided to cop out of that one. You saving it?
He didn't want to do it.
Yeah, he didn't want to do it. You cancelled at the last minute.
He didn't want to do it.
Unbelievable.
I'm 30 years old. I can't do this across the front of
Well,
the
you're not
stage.
supposed to show them because you can do that tomorrow or Sunday. There was still time for that to happen.
We'll see. We'll see. Maybe tomorrow there'll be something a little bit more exciting. We'll see.
All right, plan something for me.
Okay.
First of all, thanks very much for joining me in Stockholm. It's fantastic to be in the studio. We've done a little bit of remote over the past couple of months, but
I don't know if you're aware, Trid, I've actually been here with you for 3 days.
have you? No, you're breaking the veil, mate. They're not supposed to know that stuff. Not supposed to know it. But of course, we've done a bunch of remote broadcasts just to cover the first couple of months of the Origin series. For people tuning in for the first time, though, D-Man, what do these people miss? What's been happening for the past couple of months?
Yeah, obviously the 3 tournaments, we've had one team that's kind of dominated it from Group A, and that is now known as RixGG, by the way. They came into it, obviously, as Tribe Gaming, dropped out to No Team, No Talent, trolled everyone saying, oh, the teams fell apart, and then obviously got picked up by RixGG. So they are the #1 team here, I think, without a doubt, but they are going to get challenged by the CIS guys.
Yeah, and again, we haven't seen these guys play up against each other yet. Group B, Unicorns of Love absolutely dominated, did enough in the first 2 months to ensure they got their spot coming into that 3rd one in August. It has been 3 monthly tournaments, points accrued across all of them to secure our top 5 teams here. I'm really excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, we did have 3 groups competing over the course of the tournament. They were separated around by server proximity, I believe. Fortunately, we've not been able to have any Group C representatives here in Stockholm, but of course, Group A and Group B will be ready to duke it out. We've spoken about a couple of names already. Why don't we meet all the players and teams who have made it here?
I'm Nick Goldstar. I'm Baron Laner and team captain of Unicorns of Love.
I'm Vex. I play jungle for the team Natus Vincer.
My name is Snitch. I'm the mid laner for Rix.gg.
My name is Machuani, aka Random, and I'm a Game Lord captain as well as Baron Laner.
I'm so happy that we are here and we made this. Through all the problems we had, we are here and we are prepared to play.
I think we are very emotional, and that's gonna buff us in stage because we're gonna be so motivated, so hyped.
And it's not that easy against us, I assume. We look at our champions and their champions and we're like, okay, this is their strength, this is our strength.
We've only been together for like 3 months, but we are definitely a not predictable team.
Our play style is different. I mean, I cannot describe our play style in one word. Game Lords hated us for bringing Sona Seraphine composition into European scene.
It means a lot for me and the rest of the team to be present at this tournament. This is the first big event for Wild Rift Europe, essentially, and it's a real honor to be part of it. We expect to be first, nothing less, and we're going to do our best to get there.
It's almost a dream, like we are training a lot for this. And if we win this tournament, it says like we are doing good work.
Yeah, I have my good luck charm. It's not unicorn, but it's my pink flamingo.
Our chances are pretty small, for sure, but I think we can do some upsets here and there.
We're all extremely excited and happy to be there, and we're gonna give our very best like we never did before, because this is, for us, the most important event we've played so far. Good luck to everyone, but don't get too scared either when you see us on stage.
Well, there you have it. Just a fraction of the players who are going to be appearing today and over, hopefully, next couple of days. But we'll get on to how that's going to work in a second. Pink flamingos, are they good luck charm, guys? How are we feeling about the buff?
I was just wondering that. Coldstar did just walk into the sort of gaming area, and we saw that pink flamingo. I don't think I've seen that one before, but he's got a big unicorn with him now.
When Coldstar was doing his interviews at the very start, he was wearing that huge hat. You know, the guy is an absolute treasure. I love that man. Absolutely.
You're gassing him up now. You can hear everything you're saying in the studio. We're getting ready for this.
Like gassing him up over there.
You as well.
Much love,
you as
much
well.
love.
Right, let's get into the nitty gritty a little bit though. Let's pull up a blank ratings sheet for us. Ratings? Rankings.
Same thing.
Same thing. Same thing. Absolutely blank. Two important things to note here. We are saying goodbye to the team that finishes in 5th place after today's shenanigans.
Yep.
First place, they get a nice little treat though, don't they, Lee?
Yeah, they can pick who they face tomorrow, which is going to be an interesting one, because would you pick 4th place, or do you pick who you're better against and feel maybe you'll try and take your competition out semi-finals? Oh, it's a tricky choice.
Today's a great chance to test that out, to see who your playstyle fits versus. I think all these teams are good. All these, I mean, getting to the stage of the tournament is absolutely like you're showing you're the best in Europe right now. And there are a lot of playstyles, a lot of teams that haven't played against each other just yet. I think we've got a lot to prove and a lot to see throughout the remainder of the day.
And that's really the most exciting thing about this weekend, is that this is the first time we are having inter-group competition. They've been isolated in their own little ecosystems. Potentially, we've got some individual metas arising or some differences in plays. Like Group A, I think a lot of people are kind of predicting they're going to be the stronger of the two groups present here. But Group B aren't to be written off just yet.
No, absolutely. There's a lot of banter to be had between, obviously, not just Europe and CIS. We have in front of us North America are getting involved as well. They think they're better than everyone else out there at the moment, it seems. But
we'll leave that.
We'll leave that one for the Horizon tournament. But at the moment, I mean, this is the first game of the day. Is going to be number 1 Group A, number 1 Group B. We're kind of setting it out early here.
Absolutely. Let's pull that schedule up onto the screen. Take a quick look at what we're going to be dealing with as the day goes on. As D-Man has already said, Unicorns of Love versus Rix is going to be our first series of the day. I think that's probably the one people are going to be most interested in for now, but there could be some upsets that really change expectations across the course of the day. Anything standing out for you, Kiernan?
Well, I think this is the litmus test game. This right here is the game that you can really get a true test of which group comes out on top here. And I think this is the best one to kick things off with. Rix, I think, clearly come in as the entire tournament favourites, just based on their performance throughout the Origin series over the last 3 months. And then you have Unicorns of Love. Absolutely aggressive. They leave nothing at the door. They throw everything at you. And you heard Coldstar talking about it. They have some comps that they want to try and bring to the European scene.
It's going to be very interesting to see how it progresses through the day, because obviously everybody plays each other twice. So we see how maybe a team develops as maybe changes strategies, because as you say, you know, we could be seeing CIS coming in very aggressive. Maybe EU get caught out by that. They're probably going to be expecting it. So maybe they will change something else. Who knows?
Well, it's also best of ones as well.
Yeah, that's always tricky.
If you wanted to really throw a catalyst into the unpredictability, best of ones are going to be the thing to do it. We've also got 10 games totals. We just saw 5 there. We're going to have 5 more later on in the day. As you've already said, every team plays each other twice. Looking at how those standings shape up, immediately after our little halftime, if you call it, we've then got Unicorns of Love versus Na'Vi, the Battle of CIS.
And then look as it goes through the day. Look at that. Rix versus Queso. That is number 1 versus number 2 Group A, by the way. These teams have faced each other, and they've actually, I would say Queso are one of the teams that have taken probably the most game of Rix, even though not been too many. Don't get me wrong, but it hasn't been too many, but they have taken a couple of games of Rix. And as you said, this is best of 1. It could be one of those games where they take it off them and then suddenly there's an upset. But that's starts at 8 o'clock. That's miles ahead of us.
I know. Best of one,
Yep.
LAN format.
Yep.
You know, there are some changes to some people's playing devices coming into this. You know,
Yeah, that's a big one.
Some people went from tablets to phones. That's a big shift in terms of the way that you're playing. Lots of things could happen today. Don't write any team off when we kick things off.
LAN jitters. This is, I mean, I'm saying
it's a
boys.
thing. Yeah, no, it's a
LAN
thing.
jitters.
It's a thing.
Yeah, but the fact is we're on LAN. We're on LAN.
Mate, I've not done a LAN event for like a year and a half. And I've got it. I'm supposed to be on camera, not getting jitters. I can't imagine how the players are feeling, you know, especially those of them who have never come to a LAN event before either.
Yeah, some players are actually out there. I think you were telling me behind stage, Leon probably hasn't been attending a lot of LAN events, maybe in this esport or previous mobile esports they've been involved with.
Yeah, Leon was considered one of the best players of all time of a previous mobile, you know, title.
Yeah.
He didn't get the opportunity to showcase that at LAN, and you know, yes, you can be considered the best of all time, but if you haven't got the results to prove it, sometimes it's a little bit different. But I categorically think he was one of the best of all time in that esport. This is the first time he's got to compete at a LAN event. It's a huge deal for him. It's a huge deal for, you know, to finally establish himself as one of the greats of mobile esports. That carries weight.
Yeah, 100% going to be a new experience for a lot of teams at this tournament indeed. There's also some previous esports competition coming out from a lot of the players. We have a Heroes of the Storm pro from one of the teams. We also have a League of Legends pro who's jumped over to Wild Rift as well on the form of Coldstar, I believe.
Coldstar, yeah. When we talked about him at the top there, he's obviously come across and he's got a lot of experience. There's no doubt about it. He's going to know the game. That will help throughout to his team as well. Maybe bring that experience, maybe bring them, calm them down a little bit in the heat of a moment, something, you know. And as we say, best of ones, there's 10 games today. There's 10 games. If you lose the first game, it's not over. There's plenty to go. It's only last place that goes out. Everybody else is in the semi-finals tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, as you said, plenty of experience here across the board. There is people coming from even just solo queue in League of Legends. They've had that high ratings. Plenty of previous mobile esports champions here as well. So there is lots of mixed experience, lots of players who have migrated towards Wild Rift and what it offers. And I'm really excited to see how everything shapes up.
So we've done a lot of the abstract, given a lot of the background, but we have to get into the game itself, guys. What are we expecting to see in the first draft? Maybe to cue up some of the audience about power picks in general for Wild Rift.
Yeah, well, we should talk about the bans to start with. So there are 4 champions not allowed today. Obviously, Brandon Nunu and Willump, I should say, the 2 new champions that come through, they're not allowed yet here in the Origin Series, but there is 2 bans, and that is Ashe and Varus, which is a biggie for us.
Yeah, Varus, for me, is the biggest shift here because a lot of people considered him a tier 1 AD carry competitive pick, has extreme range, he's got a really good lethality build that works really nicely right now, and so I think the shift that we're not seeing Varus in play means that we are going to start to see some interesting tactics when it comes to limiting the AD carry pool. In terms of what I'm expecting to see though, Kai'Sa, Ezreal, Braum, you know, a lot of the enchanters that are super popular right now, very solid, either like safe or utility focused mid laners, tanky top laners, or just those beasts like Fiora or Camille who we've seen quite a lot of come through that Baron lane, you know, champion pool.
So I'm a bit of a jungler. What are we expecting to see in the jungle? Any power picks there?
That's an interesting one because that's where a lot of the bans did focus throughout the monthly finals. Now, certainly for this game, focusing jungle bans doesn't make much sense to me because we're expecting a large champion pool coming out from Doomier. So it's going to be a tricky one to focus ban him. And as we just mentioned, with the AD carries now coming in, we've even been like theory crafting upstairs. Like, are they going to start banning out the top tier AD carries in focus to like get the one that's available? Maybe try and sneak Ezreal through the ban phase or a Lucian.
Well, actually, you saw it in the clip that Coldstar talked about. He's trying to bring some Seraphine comps. And one of the things that dominated Europe across the early phases of the Origin series and before that was Seraphine-focused bot lane comps, where they'd run double enchanter bot. They didn't even run an AD carry.
I think it was banned every game.
Yeah,
I
and
guess.
it was banned. It was banned pretty much all the time. It was a very consistent ban, especially versus Game Lord. A lot of people kind of found that as Game Lord's weakness. The Game Lord were winning because they had Seraphine every game, and people then said, well, let's just ban Seraphine, and then Game Lord started to unravel a little bit. So yeah, there is lots of, I think, malleable comps that we'll see in Wild Rift, and I think, you know, just because we're not seeing Varus doesn't mean we're not going to get some of that those wild and exciting comps that we expect to see. Jungle is an interesting one, though. I do want to hype up my boy Doom a bit. This guy is, he was one of the previous mobile esports, same one that the Leon was part of. Absolute god in that game as well, very well known for a particular pick. He was a bit of a one-trick pony, but very much people were scared of that particular pick. Then he came into League of Legends, got Challenger in solo queue, Challenger in flex queue, has moved over to Wild Rift as the jungler, and I think most people consider him the best jungler in Europe.
All right, well, that sounds like enough setup for the players at home. They're going to understand everything that's going on. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get into our first game of the championship.
Certain for sure, the players had a lot of fun, and you can see them here now in the arena. And it's great to see, by the way, like to have players here on site is always a bonus for us, because A, we can pick their brains to start with, B, they can sort themselves out. They are the other way round, as you can tell. That is not Rix. That was Unicorns of Love. Clearly, they just color matched.
No. You were looking at the wrong labels there. But regardless, it is a really, really hype matchup. I want to reiterate, it's first seed from Group A versus first seed from Group B. You know, this, as we said, is the litmus test for this particular championship. I think most people expect Rix to come in as the favorites to this tournament. But as we said, they haven't had the chance to play Group B teams yet. There is a difference in play style. We've talked about the way that we saw Group B evolve throughout the Origin series. They were super aggressive, different style of comps being played as well. And we are into picks and
Here we go. This is the first one getting underway. The first game of many. 10 matches played out today. 2 best-of-5 semi-finals tomorrow, and a best-of-7 grand final played out on Sunday. That's a lot of games. I don't think we've said that before.
No, yeah, that's one of the first times I've ever cast a best-of-7 of anything.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a really intense, and obviously you're guaranteed to get the intended victor out of a best-of-7.
Well, we just hope it's not a clean sweep.
Well, there you go. Right.
Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that.
Here we go. A couple of things to mention right off the bat here, D-Man. Fiora banned against Leon. Fiora is one of the most obnoxious Baron laners in the game. She has very, very few bad matchups. In fact, I think no bad matchups almost. And so I think that's also starting to hammer home on Leon here, trying to make him a little bit more uncomfortable.
And it's interesting because obviously, you know, we're looking at Coldstar as well. Obviously, the two top laners, effectively, there's almost the stars of the teams clashing early on.
But Coldstar is very much a tanky, play for the team.
Yeah.
Zone
I'm expecting a Renekton, I gotta be honest.
I'm expecting a Garen, I'm expecting maybe a Gragas there. There's lots of things that can be played.
There's a Seraphine band.
As I said, Coldstar gave away his tactics in his little video. Yeah, they're going to see the Seraphine band away. Ziggs has remained, I think, the most consistent competitive ban in Wild Rift competitive history. He just takes towers really quickly. Towers are not like they are in the traditional League of Legends PC game. They are a bit more paper-like, and they go down.
So, okay. We'll see how this is going to go through. Senna going out. We were talking about possible focus. I don't really know where the focus is going right now. When Shin's out. Okay, Shin's out. That is a focus ban.
Yeah.
Doom played this one throughout June, July. I think it had a 90-95% win rate just because he played about 12 games in it. That is absolutely 100% focused. And then the Camille coming through.
Yeah, we're going to see the Camille ban finally here. So a couple of Leon's important pickups have gone down the drain. Senna banned away because although I think not a lot of people consider Senna a particular strong pick outside of competitive, fasting Senna lanes are quite obnoxious to play against, and a lot of people do like to play a very, very strong bot lane with Senna in competitive, where it works a lot more freely.
There is Doom with the unicorn on the screen, Leon on the left there with Doom to the right, and obviously we got Snitch that you've all seen on camera many times on the right of him. So the Gragas, the first pick for the Unicorns of Love. I mean, play it where you want, but hello, Lee Sin coming straight in from Rix.
That's absolutely a gauntlet thrown down here. The good thing about the Lee Sin is that it is a flex for Rix. It can be played both by Leon and Doom. And Leon is one of the very few Baron laners in Europe who plays Lee Sin top right now. None of them play Lee Sin top.
It's such a high-skill champion. Yeah. That's the problem. It's such a high-skill champion, with the Gragas also being there. I mean, there's not a lane where Gragas cannot play. The Riven's going to come straight
That is wild to me. We have been seeing it over in Southeast Asia a little bit. Riven is quite strong. Riven jungle, though, is something that Doom does like and will play. And what I love about the Riven and Lee Sin is that is completely interchangeable here for Rix.
Yeah.
They can definitely flex that to both roles.
Okay. Rakan looking like coming in, so we'll see whether they get the Xayah in there. We were talking about whether they're going to focus on the AD carries, that they haven't at the moment.
Yes.
We were expecting them maybe to come early, but it's something they're trying to reserve for later, and the Galio.
Galio, super strong map control, great team fight presence. It's a very strong competitive pick in general. Can either be played in mid lane, sometimes support, but obviously we're not going to see it here. This will be the mid lane pick, which means that Gragas will either be going jungle or top lane. Given it's Cold Star, I'm imagining it's a Baron lane pickup for him.
And that's some fantastic crowd control there with the Gragas, the Rakan, and the Galio. There's a lot of knockups there. Explosive cast coming through, of course. To see how it's going to work out, there is the Ezreal Braum, so we've already seen what the Dragon lane is going to be. Ezreal, definitely one of the top tier ADs out there at the moment.
And there's Kai'Sa. As we said, Kai'Sa and Ezreal, the two most picked AD carries I think you'll see across this championship if they're not banned, and the immediate response. And Graves comes through. So Graves jungle, Gragas Baron lane.
Yep, think so.
Galio. The problem that I have with this comp is it's very short range, and the damage is very reliant on Kai'Sa as we go through the game. However, there isn't much to disengage away from that short range apart from the Braum here from Rix. So this last pick for me is going to be integral, and I love it. I love it. I think it's a great addition. That shockwave and dissonance is going to make it very difficult for Galio, Gragas, and for Graves.
Exactly, and if you think of almost the pile-on factor of the Rakan obviously going in there, probably going to get the Galio jumping on top of either him or the Gragas, then immediately throw that shockwave on top of them, bam, dissipates, absolutely pulls them all together. Lot of damage on Rix's team, no doubt about it, and a lot of control for the Unicorns of Love. Where do we see this going?
Oh my gosh, we're going into game very soon.
Well, let's get into it. Game number 1.
Here we go. I can just hear Leon in the background. His voice is hyped up for this. These are the two comps locked in. It is going to be that Galio mid. Again, as I said, short range, lots of crowd control. If you can keep this team fight collected and together and find a good engage that catches Snitch and Friend or in there, then I think you are looking at a strong team fight for Unicorns of Love. But as I said, you're a little vulnerable to the range advantage that Rix are bringing with the Ezreal and the Orianna. That's one problem that I think you're going to have. And so you have to be a little careful about how you approach these team fights because you get outranged massively.
Be a very defensive approach for him. Paton, of course, in the jungle with the Graves. Not something new, something we've seen for many years now, in all fairness. It's almost become the standard jungle path. It started out life in the Dragon lane many years ago, moved out of that long ago.
Mate, that's old school League of Legends.
That is old school, yeah.
It was something that about 2 months ago we saw quite a bit of in the jungle for the Wild Rift scene, but he got nerfed pretty heavily. His base stats got gutted a little bit. So we do sometimes see him come out. He got a big buff with some of the changes to the items, which made some build paths a little bit more viable for him. But some of his really, really core items have taken a hit, like the Solari Charge Blade. So I'm expecting to see a more late game focused Graves here. You need something to complement the damage coming out from ZachQ on this Kai'Sa. Speaking of ZachQ, this Kai'Sa is a really strong pick for him. He's very, very comfortable on it, and I'm expecting to see him perform well here.
Absolutely. So, quick early Scuttlegram. Looking to see if any little options. I can see that the Riven of Doom is doing the exact same on the south side river. So very much even paths, and they are both going for the invade. So pretty much following each other's path right now.
This is a super... Oh my gosh,
oh,
Leon, he is going... Oh, he lands
He's got it!
Wave!
Cold Star, absolutely done, and that was a straight 1v1. There will be, obviously, the revenge kill from Phaeton, but that was Cold Star in a straight 1v1, all burning summoners.
If you are looking to settle the nerves here, that was a great way to settle the nerves for Leon especially. You did mention that that pathing from the junglers, that is very standard. You see a red to blue side clear into a Krug invade. That is the most standard competitive jungle pathing that you're going to get, and you'll see Doom head back over towards his blue buff and clean that up. It basically power levels you to level 5. Let's take a look back at this again. Somehow Leon just got the better of Cold Star in the 1v1 there. We missed the majority of it, but luckily, because Phaeton went for that red side invade onto the Krugs, he was there and ready to clean up the kill.
Yeah, and I got to assume the positioning that they were in, it was Cold Star that was kind of being the aggressor, but was caught out of position. Here goes Doom to see what he can do getting around the back. There gets onto Grizzly Q. You can see Snitches join them as well. They're going to go for Leon on the top of the tower. Jukes the skill shot, gets out of there. There's the knockup from Grizzly Q. That's going to all go wrong. Doom is going to get taken down. The reversal coming out from the Unicorns of Love as they try and catch onto the other. ZachQ will be able to flash away. Grizzly Q very low, can't get involved in this, and I don't think they can chase into that Tribush. They will have to back away, but it was a 1 for well, effectively a 1-for-1 because the top, but they didn't actually get Leon down.
And they're going straight onto Leon on the top side here. Leon finds the hit.
And Leon's going for it, and he's got the help arriving. Here comes Doom coming around the side. Faton's going to have to run away from this one. Leon wants to get another, but no. The Sonic Wave lands on the Krug, and he's not going to be able to follow through.
Unfortunately, Ricks, they're still going. They want Coldstar here.
Coldstar's coming through. Look at this. Clue and Snitcher here. It's a full-on melee. They're all piling in. The big knockup comes through. That's a huge hit there. Doom will manage to flash away from that one, but it is simple. Disengage right now. Clue's doing what he can. That is a Braum that is tanky enough. And nobody going down. Coldstar and Leon, of course, were picked off on the top there. They're still a 1-for-1, but these boys want to fight.
Absolutely seeing the aggression from Unicorns of Love here. They're on the map. They're taking Ricks every single fight. Ricks, they felt pushed to go for a bot lane tower dive to basically facilitate the pressure that we saw coming out from Faton on the top. They knew they had a man advantage. They were trying to force the issue. But tower diving when a Galio exists in the game is always scary. They botched the first engage. Galio was able to get there to regenerate, and essentially that allowed Unicorns of Love to build back from the bot lane and find that kill.
So first Dragon going down, and it is Ricks that will be taking it. Is that going to get transferred? Often is the transference is they go for that Rift Herald. They want to get Leon on the top lane. Leon is going to be the focus here. He's already getting away from this one. Realize the pathfinding coming in. There's going to be the Grand Exchange, and immediately Grand Entrance, sorry, as he gets knocked straight in the air. Snitch will come up, and they are going to try and fight for it. They're going to push the middle tower, but they can collapse on the river onto this Rift Herald.
Leon went for the fight here. He's still in the middle of it.
And that coming across. Fan very low. Snitch is also going to get picked off. He goes down. Faton does manage to get away. Leon comes back in and he goes down. That's a 2-for-0. The Shockwave not available anymore with Snitch gone. Grizzly Q low though. Still having to tank out this Rift Herald. But it is Ricks that lose 2. And Unicorns of Love will take the Herald.
Oh my word, so well played. We talked about it. If they were able to keep that team fight together and not get exploited by the range of Ricks, right now Unicorns of Love are just edging this one out. Unfortunately, Friend, he has invested a lot of time into farming, invested a lot of time into just absorbing minion waves, hasn't quite been there at the start of these engages, and it has been ZachQ that has been benefiting. 1,000 gold in the lead now for Unicorns of Love. And I think Ricks look a little unsettled here. This is not the type of Ricks that we've been seeing across the rest of the Origin series, and this Unicorns of Love aggressive playstyle coming together quite nicely. Leon held on to this Sonic Wave for a very long time, and watch this, caught straight in the knock-up into the stun from the Galio. You always have to be careful when team fighting against the Galio because of the pure CC that he's able to provide. And unfortunately, I just don't think Ricks are able to use that range advantage right now. They're trying to play too much around Doom and Leon, playing into a melee-focused team fight, but I think you get gutted in a melee team fight here versus what Unicorns of Love have brought to the table.
The crowd control they have, it seems, is setting them up nicely, and as you say, the Grand Entrance, the Heroes entrance as well, all being very much measured with Sneeland piling in there. And Leon, I mean, we talked about this, right? Obviously, from Ricks' point of view, often they would like to get their top laner going. And yes, Leon has been involved in just about everything now. Right now, he's 2 for 3, so he's been involved in everything that's happened. But he hasn't had any chance to get going yet. They have focused him so much, but he's still ahead in gold. He's still almost 1,000 ahead of Coldstar in gold. That could translate later on. And let's not forget, Ricks did get the Dragon.
Trying to go for this Rift Herald here. You can see Unicorns of Love not going to commit too much to that fight. I think right at this point, Ricks are kind of saying, let's just calm it down a little bit. Let's get Friend and let's get Snitch to a point where they have 2 or 3 items. And we might be able to go for the fight. They're going to drop that Rift Herald top. That should be first tower of the game with the amount of HP that tower's got left available. Leon should just let this one go.
Yeah. As soon as he sees Sneeland there, has to back away. Mid lane, meanwhile, they're going to try and transfer this, see if they can try and pick it up, and they're collapsed in. Look at this. A 4-man collapse into the mid. They do manage to get the knockback and the stun on Grizzly Q, but he gets away from this one. They won't get away from the second one. They're fast on ball. In. Sneeland arrives, but Doom on nothing will go down to the tick in the end. Oh, close fight.
Close fight, but they defend the mid lane tier 1. They don't let too many resources drop. Unicorns of Love still coming out on top right now. This is not the game that people were expecting to see. I think a lot of people were expecting Ricks to come in and absolutely slaughter this. And this is a nice surprise for me because this is really showing A, what can happen in a best of 1 at LAN, but B, Group B may be underrated compared to the rest.
Absolutely, and this is something we've kind of talked about. Snitch is kind of sniffing something's not right here, and he's just going to back away from that one. Something we talked about is the fact is, are they ready for the aggression from CIS? We know they're ready to fight. And at the moment, it's not just been unanswered, like, crazy aggression. It's been backed up. They've had teammates there. They have thought about these fights and taken objectives off the back of it.
The coordination is what I'm loving from Unicorns of Love right now. It hasn't been single players making plays, which I think for Rix, especially when you've got someone like Leon, it has felt a little bit more individually driven. Right now, you can see the Unicorns of Love are communicating heavily. I can hear them on stage. They're constantly talking, constantly keeping themselves in the loop of what's going on. And they are very coordinated with the way that they're approaching the map right now. I just think that botched tower dive 1 at level 3 or level 4 kind of offset Rix a little bit, and they've been struggling to recoup ever since.
So Dragon back up, and it does look like it's going to be a point of impact. Friend trying to keep them at bay there. Doom does start it off, but has to disengage. Snitch is finally going to arrive, so here comes the mid lane, and they want to try and set something up. There's the ball. It was actually set up nicely to try and pull a shockwave. Instead, here comes the hero's entrance, smashes them down, and that is a real problem for Rix right now. They're going to try and get away from this one. They do manage to get Coldstar down, but that is all I feel as they back away to their tower. A 1-for-1 trade, it's not done yet. Phaeton's going to try and focus on Snitch, tries to get around the side, gets a bit more damage down to Grizzly Q. Leon looking for the kick, not going to happen. And all the time, Friend placed perfectly to get involved.
Sneeland's doing so much damage right now that even though they're trying to buy the range, he's actually chunking out Snitch and Friend. I understand what Rix were trying to do there. Disengage, use the range of the Orianna, use the range of the Ezreal. Snitch has got to be super careful. The True Shot Barrage comes in.
True Shot Barrage catches Phaeton off there a little bit. Snitch does what he can to keep them at bay, but let's not forget that Dragon is still there, and we have the Baron coming up in 20.
Yeah, I don't think Baron will be a point of contention just yet, but it does look due to back timings. You saw that Rix were able to back very quickly, clear the wave mid. They don't lose anything for it, and they should be able to pick up this Dragon. So second Dragon of the game, going the way of Rix, is going to provide a bit of Omni-Vamp to the rest of their team, which may be useful, especially when kiting back for the Ezreal. That is a big win. That's a kick, though.
That is a kick. They do manage to catch him in and lock him up. The tower doing the damage that he needs to. Coldstar tanking it out, but Clue's in all sorts of trouble. He tries to get away, but that is the Dragon laner down, and that will be a turret to follow. So a Dragon down. Leon goes in just as you think they're done. They're not quite. That is a massive hit from Doom, but it's not quite enough to follow it up. They have lost their support as well, and it will be Unicorns of Love that back away without losing a man.
My God, you could just see the teamfight play from Unicorns of Love is so strong. Rix feeling that they're a little bit more, or a little bit stronger than they are. That was a 4v5 opted into by them. They underestimated rather the tankiness from Coldstar. That Gargoyle enchant so huge to be able to provide a lot of sustain for him. He had the immediate backup of his team as well. Unicorns of Love are just playing the better team fight right here. I understand what Leon's doing, but you are hitting one of the tankiest members of the team immediately into a huge Gargoyle stone plate. Impossible to take him down, and a great cask to isolate Clue. And they knew then they had the stats, the health, to take this mid lane tier 1 down. And there's nothing that Rix could really do about it in the same time. For Rix, unfortunately, Friend, Arcane Shift forwards, you're going to die as an Ezreal if you can't find the kill in that scenario, and Friend just a little bit overeager to make that play. But at the end of the day, there is still only a 2,500 gold lead to Unicorns of Love. They are not steamrollering this in terms of gold. It is still a relatively even game.
They certainly have that pick potential, Rix, but the question is, can they get through what is effectively the iron wall right now? What is Rakan doing? Grizzly Q, realizing he's going to have to get through the Baron pit to get out of there because he was trying to set some sort of trap up, and that may be the first mistake we've seen from Unicorns Love, but he didn't get caught out, so he's safe from that one. But they have been controlling the fight.
Yes.
Like every fight is very much Unicorns of Love fully in control.
The team fights from Unicorns of Love have been incredibly well placed, microing in and out of their low HP bars to ensure that the front person is taking the majority of the damage. They realize that the person at the front is going to take all the damage. Right now it is a pure front to back here from Rix. They realize that Rix has to attack the person that is closest to them because of the way that their comp works.
They're going straight in. They're slaying onto it. Grizzly Q, in comes the hero's entrance. Clue has managed to get away. Snitch is very low. Will get pulled out in the end by Zach Q there. The Kai'Sa finishing the job. What a four-man kick coming out from Leon, but there's no follow-up. Snitch is gone. Snitch is out of there. Clue is in all sorts of trouble. Fiend has been picked out as well. And Rix, every time they engage, look at the health bars. Unicorns Love, they're fairly untouched.
I mean, what are you supposed to do is at least in a Riven in these fights, you just can't do anything, and they're still going for the engage onto Doom.
It's another grand entrance straight onto Doom, and Doom just tries to get away from this one. The tower's gone. They make it turn straight back on them. He goes in with the Guardian Angel. I get it, but there's 3 of you, not 4, not 5. Leon has to try and get away from this one, but I don't think he's going to get out with his life. The tick should finish him off, and it will take him down. Coldstar gets the kill, 12-4. Unicorns of Love absolutely dashing the hopes and dreams of Group A.
I know,
teams right
absolutely.
now.
Unicorns of Love have come prepared. And the comp, it works for them. I was a little worried about that range, the problem dealing with the Orianna and the Ezreal. But what does Lee Sin and Riven actually do here? They don't do anything for this comp. You're not going to isolate anyone because the only person you can look to isolate is the Kai'Sa, and it's very difficult to find that engage versus a Gragas and a Galio. And then what does the Riven do here? I don't understand the point in the Riven other than to try and get ahead and snowball from the early game.
And the problem for me is that I've been seeing these engagements, and they've been good engagements from Rix, but there's no follow-up, there's no backup, because Snitch wasn't there. Snitch got caught out early. He had to go back.
I don't think you can play the engage fight, Dion.
Oh, they're caught out again. That is absolutely a dead man. Nothing that Clue can do about that. They're going to try and follow on the engage. They've got Grizzly Q off. They managed to pick it off. They may get the next one as well. Doom taking low. Doom goes big. He goes in towards the tower, but is it going to be enough though? Leon is off the side. He can't get involved in this one. Steeler taking low. But look, a friend on the back side. He's trying to do what he can. Phaeton's going to go in, but that's a tricky engage. He goes in towards the blue buff, and Phaeton is not done yet. He wants to follow. They're not allowing them a second to breathe.
My God, but that was one of the best fights we've seen from Rix, but it is still Unicorns of Love well in the lead right here. Finally, Doom finds the broken up team fight they were looking for. They are going to keep poking this from the edge. Maybe teleports coming in from Clue, maybe teleports coming in from Doom. They're going to back off though. They don't want to take this. They've got 2 dragons already. They will leave the mountain for the time being. Again, they do have that late game element to their team. If they can get the Orianna and the Ezreal to 2 to 3 items, plus probably 3 items at this point, they do have that range that can be very devastating to deal with. And that we talk about it, that's one of the things that I thought was going to play into their advantage, but unfortunately they're just not able to peel right now. They're not able to buy the space for both Snitch and Friend.
And with both mid turrets down, let's just take us through this fight, because I mean it was Clue. He was simply he was going in, wants to get the ward down, but they followed the fight.
Unfortunately, the Galio was just a little slow to respond here. He was out of range, and that just meant by the time the Galio, by the way, I think Sneeland's one of the strongest players in this team. I think by the time that Sneeland actually joined the fight, unfortunately, the rest of them got cleaned up by Doom. It was a face check that I think Clue had to make. They didn't want to let that Baron go down for free, but because Unicorns of Love have got complete control of the map, they can demand these kind of face checks. They can force Rix to walk into them, and Rix do not want to walk into this comp because they definitely don't have any legs versus it in melee range.
And now we see the full invade. With the mid turret's gone, the vision is very much starved right now. And look at the map, there's barely anything for Rix right now. So they're going to be very, very careful of their approach when they're coming in here. They can see they're trying to set something up. Clue's going. Leon really wants to start a fight off, doesn't he? He needs to be very careful of his approach as he goes looking once again. At the moment, though, Leon, he's caught again. He's caught that Sonic Wave. He's almost like the bait. And he actually caught ZachQ with it, which would have been the right target, but the rest of his team are not close enough, and it's a risky fight with zero vision.
Again, the problem is that do you actually want to start a fight that way if you're Rix? Because I really think that you're now playing a game of Leon.
Well, Leon does.
Yeah, I know Leon does, but I think Leon needs to use his kick to disengage. I think Leon needs to use his kick to kick Galio away from the backline and allow Snitch and Friend to have the space they need to carry these team fights through. I think if you're engaging a team fight as Leon, I think you're actually playing these team fights wrong for Rix. I think that you need to be there as a kick bot to kick away the closest target from the Orianna and from the Ezreal to ensure that you're giving them the space required to be able to go ahead and kind of beat these team fights out from distance.
Rix felt sure that they were on Baron there. They just rushed in to get those wards in. They felt certain that it was happening. Now they're going to clear out. Now, while that happened, the Unicorns of Love, of course, backed and buyed. So they have got themselves a big, fancy, juicy stack of items once again.
They have indeed.
Friend just catching a little bit. He's got to be careful. He's getting aggressed on by ZachQ. In comes Clue immediately to block it out.
Oh, that's
Friend
a
has
mistake,
taken a lot of damage, and that's Unicorns of Love quickly evacuating. Now this one, Leon did use that kick to disconnect, but there's a massive explosive cast from the Unicorns of Love. Coldstone,
wait a second, here we go.
But they're going to turn it back around. The shockwave comes through. Is it going to be enough to catch on towards them? No, Grizzly Q getting caught out. The revival coming for Doom as well. Coldstone will fall down, and it is a 2-for-0 in favor of Rix at the perfect time.
That is huge for Rix. We finally hit that threshold whether we have a 3-item Ezreal, a 3-item Orianna, and it is difficult. ZachQ made the huge error at the start and went for that killer instinct right into the front line, and Leon just about managed to find that opportunity to go in. Rix have a huge win here. You saw exactly what happens. Once that disengage is pushed back, once they can't find melee range engages from Unicorns of Love, Rix are able to use that range to their advantage and batter them from a distance without any reply. Sky. That is the team fight that Rix need to look for time and time again here. And we are at 2,000 gold at 18 minutes into the game. That is nothing in Wild Rift terms. This is an even game. It is a coin flip at this point who can really come out ahead.
Big part for Leon and Doom is they're getting tankier as well, which is going to help them out. They won't get picked off. They are the initial engagers, and Doom, we've seen him already. He's been piling through the team, looking, hunting for Zach, hunting for that damage onto, say, Grizzly Q. And look at Doom once again. He's looking for more here. They want to get the invade. Oh, they went in to try and maybe pull the shockwave there, but it wasn't Phaton they were looking for. They wanted to get on towards Zach Q. That's where the fight began last time. Coldstar taking down about half their health already. Chip damage is coming through from Rix, and it is strong. And once again, they're setting up for Dragon.
They're going for it. Leon's looking for some kind of engage onto Grizzly Q or Zach Q here, but won't find it. Sneelan tanking a lot of that damage with that magic damage shield that the Galio has. It is Infernal Elder. It is the worst Elder in the game to lose, and you can see that both teams are now playing the map around this objective. It will be a Rift Scuttler take here for Rix, which is a pretty big win around these kind of late game objectives.
I'm feeling it. There is a giant shockwave coming. I just see Snitch angling for it a couple of times in that fight. Zach Q caught out, by the way. There's a good kick. Sneeland actually making use of that kick. Now that's not going to be available for Leon for a good couple of seconds, so that's a disengage factor actually, and Unicorns are love realizing this. They
don't have flashes though. They
just
don't
back away.
They don't have flash for Sneeland. They don't have flash for Grizzly Q. They are waiting, and for Coldstar, they're waiting for these things to be up to find the engages onto the backline for Rick. They need those summoner spells at this point to be able to isolate and deal with the backline. Watch for Coldstar. Watch for his explosive cast. He's going to be looking to isolate Snitch or isolate Friend and make it very... Oh, that's the engage!
There's Grizzly going through it. He's going to try and get the knock-up. He's actually pretty well disengaged by Rix. They got around the backside, but Doom has been kept out of this fight. Leon can't get involved. He gets taken down. Doom comes around the side, but Rix are getting decimated by the Unicorns of Love. They've taken 1, 2, 3, looking for more. Doom and Clue run away, and I tell you what, they might finish the game right here.
They're going for the end. It is absolutely huge for them. Unicorns of Love pushing down that first inhibitor tower. They stand just moments away for the first game of this Origin Series Championship. Clue and Doom desperately trying to disengage this.
30 seconds to hold on. That's all they can do. Try and hold them back, but Doom is going to get picked off. Doom goes down. They're tanking the damage. Clue goes down. The Nexus will fall, and the Unicorns of Love will take the first game.
My God, the faces on those guys, the sounds that came from, you can see what it means to them. That is a huge win. Upsets the apple cart here. Oh my word, that is absolutely huge for the first game of the day.
You know what? We did rehearsal. I said, don't worry, there's not going to be celebrations after game one, but I tell you what, Unicorns of Love realize how big that game is.
Yeah.
They have just won a massive opener, and I tell you what, that is a statement to this tournament.
It's a statement, but it's also a huge spanner in all the works of Group A and Group B.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I just think, I don't know, we'd need to obviously go and pick the brains of Rix there. I just felt that that bot lane tier 1 dive didn't go their favor right at the start. It upset the momentum. They weren't able to get there. They weren't able to start the rotations. They weren't able to keep the tempo of the game. And unfortunately, that didn't go well. They couldn't then respond to the Rift Herald take easily. They had a couple of botched team fights at the start. And unfortunately, I think it put them too far behind. Their win condition was range of like Ezreal or Orianna later on. They needed to maintain their range and play from a distance. Unfortunately, that played against what a Riven and an Lee Sin contributed to that team fight.
And they focused Leon at the start.
They really focused
Leon.
Yeah.
I mean, it was 2 and 3, so he'd been involved in almost everything right at the start there. Really worked that focus, and as you say, from then on in, they had control. Every team fight for the first sort of 10, 15 minutes of that game was all Unicorns of Love. Full control. They didn't look worried. The carriers were doing their job. They were staying out of the way. The only fight that Rix won there was when Kai'Sa engaged himself. He went in. He got caught. And that was the only fight, the really only glimmer of hope that Rix had.
Very aggressive dive bomb strategy to send the Kai'Sa and have the Galio immediately fall up. I feel like high risk, potentially high reward, but no reward to be found here today, unfortunately.
No, well, at the end of the day, I think I understand because that's comfort for Rix. Like Doom's Riven jungle is very snowbally. We know that he's a great jungler and can take control of the games. Leon on Lee Sin offers them some flex. It didn't complement the draft well enough to disengage for the Orianna on Snitch and the Ezreal for Friend. And that was one of the major issues you saw. They had so many great ways on Unicorns of Love to isolate the only two carries that mattered. The Gragas casks from Cold Star were nutty this game, by the way. And just the chain CC that they provided once they were able to isolate one of those key targets was too much for Rix to deal with. And Rix didn't have enough disengage with just Braum alone. And once, you mentioned correctly, once that Lee Sin kick was down, they were actually lacking in a way to kind of provide space for Orianna and Ezreal. And that really bit them in the butt later on.
The coordination of Unicorns of Love was just immaculate.
Brilliant.
The grand entrance, the hero's entrance immediately on top, and then, oh, you're going to get away? No, here's an explosive cask. Get back in here.
Yeah.
And there's just no escape. So immediately, Rix were fighting every fight with one or two members pretty much either dead or on no health.
I think, and this is a really micro point, that last team fight, right before the end of the game, Snitch used his stasis after he was kind of already zoned away from the fight. So I think if he'd saved that stasis, there might have been a way to kind of get yourself back in. But unfortunately, he used it because he thought he was going to get knocked up by the Galio. But even if he got knocked up right at the edge, he was actually protected by one of the river barriers. He might have been able to negotiate that a bit better. But it's a micro point in a very hectic team fight. I'm never going to call a player out for those moments because, you know, it's mental at that point in the game.
But something that really stood out to me, though, and it's something you talked about as well, the explosive cast. And I know when I was watching it off on the sideline, Viperoom was very excited about that particular team fight. So we're going to go ahead and throw it over to him at the Weatherman section. He's going to share us our thoughts on why he got so excited about that.
I feel you've ruined my surprise there coming through, but hello, it's me, and we're going to be talking through that very exciting explosive cast, and actually, more than anything, how close that game actually was right up until the end. So, right here, we've got Unicorns of Love. They're having a great time at this point in the game. They've had all the action, all the fights have been going their way, and actually, if we just start this one up, you can see that they're already around this Baron area. If we just start this clip up, oh, this is actually coming through, not at the beginning, but this is actually a turnaround, so let's go from here. The explosive cast has come through. Look at these health bars coming through from Rix. Clue, Doom, well below half health. These are important members of their team as well. They've been caught out by the barrel. You can see someone's already resetting here as well. You've got to imagine that's going to be it in the fight, right? That's the game over for Rix. And at this stage in the game, time is 17 minutes on the clock. That's the end of the game if they lose this fight. What we're going to do is we're going to play this one forward a little bit slowly because the turnaround, look, Doom wants to take this fight here. He's going to dive on through and they're actually catching members. The rest of Unicorns of Love, look, they're also pretty unhealthy. They're not able to continue this fight any further and they have to back away. For Rix, this is perfect scenario because even though they have low health bars, there are 4 of them against 2, and there's only one person winning in this situation. So we let this one play out. It's an easy catch, it's an easy couple of kills, and then they're able to chase forward and just completely remove Unicorns of Love from this Baron area. It's so easy for Rix in this fight, even though everything goes against them initially, and they're so far behind, they're still so capable of taking these situations away. Unfortunately, they didn't go on to win the game because Unicorns of Love, they took that last massive fight down in the mid lane. They were able to push through and end, but Unicorns of Love with the upset. I think Rix are still very much in this tournament at the moment, and hopefully the desk is going to agree with me on that one, so back to you guys.
You know what, Will? I would completely agree with you and say that Rix are definitely still in the tournament.
Yes.
Remember, we're only saying goodbye to one team at the group stage, and I
yeah.
don't think it's going to be Rix.
No.
One thing I want to bring us back to, obviously you had questions about the compositions from last game, but also there were some playstyle mistakes. What do you think contributed more towards the first loss from Rix GG? Was it comp or were they making too many mistakes?
Unicorns of Love coordination.
I actually want to flip this on its head entirely.
Please do.
And what D-Man said. I think Unicorns of Love were just better. I'm going to be. I think
they just played brilliantly.
I think compositionally there was definitely some issues. Like as I said in the cast, what do Riven and Lee Sin do in that comp? Like League Sonic Waves. Oh wait, you're body slammed by Gragas.
Yeah.
Oh wait, you're taunted by Galio. You know, there are so many difficult ways for Lee Sin. He can't navigate that fight. Riven's basically useless in the same way. They needed to snowball that game, and Unicorns of Love didn't let them.
And they came into that game with a clear plan, and they executed that plan perfectly.
Yep.
Can they get away with it again? They're going to face each other later on today. Who knows? There's a lot of games to go today. 9 more matches to go. Let's not get carried away on first game. But honestly, that was a statement match, no doubt about it. But for Rix, the fact is they got focused, and a lot of other teams are going, focus Leon. That may upset them.
I have a feeling that we might see Leon move back onto some different champion picks as this goes on. Lee seems a powerful one, but maybe if he gets the
I don't know.
You're going, what's that about, Keenan?
It's not really his style, mate. I think we'll see him on Lee a bit more, but I just think Doom needs to play something that isn't Riven. If you're going to pick the Lee, I think you need to pick something slightly different for Doom. I mean, Xin Zhao was banned, but
let's not forget, Leon started with the first blood.
Yeah,
he was the one that got the first kill.
In the 1v1, sure.
Yeah,
but does that work, and does he still have the potential to kind of elevate the rest of the team if he's being focused that hard by an opponent like
he gets focused? I mean, he got focused in every Origin series. I'm completely honest with you. That's just the way that Leon. That's what Leon does. It's just that Doom usually paths towards Leon early on to at least facilitate or get him rolling. Doom actually pathed bot to go for a bot lane tier 1 tower dive, and that botched. I think that just upset the momentum and the tempo there for Rix. And all credit to Unicorns of Love. They played the map beautifully that game. Vision, and Lee mentioned it a few times in the game. The vision for Unicorns of Love that game was next to none. I've never seen vision control that thorough from a team in the Origin series, and you could see that Unicorns of Love really had that nailed down.
They've been just pounding Weetabix between August and now, just trying to elevate themselves to get up to the Grand Championship stage. But let's put a pin in that match. We're going to move on to game number 2. We'll start talking about that a little bit now. Another Group A versus Group B showdown. We're going to have Game Lord going up against Na'Vi as our second match of the day.
Yeah, a very different game I think we're going to see here. Na'Vi coming into this one, clearly obviously had a bad June, changed 3 players after the June monthly finals. They said it themselves in the video at the start of the show that they're only a 3-month-old team, and that in itself brings problems. But it also brings good things as well, because some people, they're going to be a bit unpredictable coming into this one, whereas Game Lord, we talked about it, they're pretty predictable. Unicorns of Love are already showing the way of how to deal with Game Lord. So them themselves, they've had mixed results, I think it's safe to say. Yes, they've had a second place, but they've also sort of had some rough results along the way.
I would say we'll talk about it more in depth, but I think that Game Lord come in as favourites.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, so Game Lords may be the favourites, but they've got a tough opponent in Na'Vi. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about game number 2.
Damn, I think he was set for a fight there, man.
Mate, they're hyped up. They're hyped. I mean, I've been watching the players that have been getting ready for this game, and I tell you what, Game Lord, they're hyped. They've got that Unicorns of Love vibe about them. They're in it. They're ready to play. I'm excited about that. I love teams that are just obviously so hyped and excited to be here, playing on LAN. It's pretty insane.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they're in the same seats the Unicorns of Love just won from, so there's been a lot going on.
Are we calling them the special seats now?
That's it. One game in. But let's talk about this game. Obviously, we, coming into this one and saying, hey, the Group A team's going to sweep away the Group B teams, but that kind of just changed, and now we're looking at this and thinking, hang on a minute, and Na'Vi are going to be a threat as well.
Well, that's the question. I think Na'Vi rate themselves as the underdogs in this entire competition.
Yeah.
Na'Vi self-rate themselves as the underdogs. However, most people came into this just expecting Group A to absolutely crush the competition. It is not the case. Already shown that it's not the case. The litmus test for Group A has failed. And now there are questions to ask.
Yeah.
How good are Na'Vi compared to the rest of the competition? Now, Game Lord are absolutely one of those top 2 teams in Europe right now. I think all the way through this year, even when we were going back to community-level tournaments that were taking place at the start of Wild Rift in Europe, it was Game Lord, it was the old Tribe roster, the Rix roster, who were fighting out consistently for those top 2 spots.
And it was back in June, really, that was the surprise, because I remember coming into the June month, everyone's like, got to keep your eye on Game Lord, Game Lord, smash this Game Lord. They got knocked out really early.
They absolutely did, but they fought back.
Yeah.
They gained confidence. I think they diversified. They changed the way they played. A lot of people called them a kind of like a one-trick pony comp, where they would play Seraphine bot every time, and if they didn't get Seraphine, it was a problem. But speaking of pick and bans, let's see where we are. Na'Vi over on blue side, Game Lord over on red. This is exciting.
So if you just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that Brand and Nunu and Willump are not available, but neither are Ashe and Varus. So obviously 2 Dragon Laners taken away for an in-game problem. So that in itself is something we've been focusing on pick and bans, but it didn't really affect us too much in game 1. We'll see if it carries through, because again, exact same ban.
It's the same ban.
Exact same bans. Fiora and Ziggs.
You know, I think versus random, you make these kind of bans. I think there is a big debate in like the European scene, who's the best Baron laner in the game. And I think, you know, a lot of people say, is it Leon, is it random? I personally believe random is the better, well-rounded Baron laner. I think he's got more to his kit, whereas I think Leon maybe has that mechanical gift. But yeah, random, I think it is a respect ban. It's absolutely.
You know, you've said that. He's backstage watching that.
Yeah, no, I know. Hey, look, I absolutely love Leon. I think he's the best mechanical Baron laner in the game, but I think random can play more champions more effectively.
Right.
So he's got a wider champion pool and can be a bit more of a malleable tool for what his team needs. I think he's the better tank player, for instance.
Yeah, we'll see if he's fell out of love you. The Senna and Gragas. The Gragas ban we're talking about, obviously we had just had Cold Star playing it a moment ago. It is a universal champion that can play in every lane.
I would argue that Gragas is one of the strongest champions in the game, especially in competitive.
Even after the nerf.
Yeah, even after the nerf. because he has very few awful matchups. His worst matchup in Baron lane, for instance, is Fiora, but he has very few awful matchups across the board because his inbuilt sustain is absolutely nutty. And he can be played support. He can be played jungle if you really want. He can be played mid, which you see a lot in Southeast Asia. He can be played Baron lane, which is his most common place in Europe. He has got so much so much flexibility to what he offers a draft. And look at this. This is interesting. A Na'Vi ban.
Yeah.
That is specifically against Na'Vi. Their support player is a very good Na'Vi player, and Na'Vi is one of those top-tier enchanter supports that we do see quite a lot of in the meta right now. So no surprises here. A little bit of targeting towards the bot lane here from the Na'Vi roster.
Obviously does offer a massive amount of disengage, but not going to be available this time around. Of course, it does open the field to just about anything. What are Na'Vi going to go with? It does interest me coming into this one, as you say, as what they consider themselves the underdogs.
Ooh.
That in itself can be something that can help them, because if they're just thinking, you know what, we got nothing to lose, it can be dangerous.
Yeah, well, I think you kind of saw it with the Unicorns of Love in the last game. Like, they came in as the predicted underdogs and they threw the kitchen sink at them and they just absolutely stormrolled it. That is interesting, though. A Darius super early on. Darius has been nerfed quite a while ago now, but he did get nerfed. I don't see Darius as like a ridiculously viable competitive pick. I think you do see him played a bit in Southeast Asia right now. However, he has some flexibility. He can go mid or Baron lane, but it looks to me like a very early Baron lane pick. Game Lord are taking a leaf, though, out of the Rick's book, and it is Riven Lee Sin. Now, what's interesting to me is I clearly haven't triggered why this is a really good 1-2 pick on red side. I'm going to have to do some research, I think.
Well, let's see if they're the other way around, though. I reckon with this time it's going to be the Riven top lane.
I do think it'll be the other way around. I do think random will be playing Riven in the Baron this time round.
So the Xin Zhao also coming in for Na'Vi. We'll see how that one's going to be played out. That's going to be Vex playing that one. As I mentioned before, they did change 3 players back in July. That was obviously Vex, the Don, and Hydra that came in to join Valhalla and Dante. The Baron laner and support that remained within that team. There has been a couple of roster shifts in Na'Vi.
Game was just drafting the same comp as Rick.
Are they just picking the same one? Maybe the graphics are the same. They just forgot to change.
Are they going to just pick Ezreal here? Is this just going to be an Ezreal pick for Game?
Yeah, I mean, the Kaiser's come through as well for Na'Vi. We're getting very similar situations. They go with the Corki. There we go. A bit of differential.
Corki offers a bit of flexibility here. I think he can be going mid lane. He can be going bot lane. Southeast Asia were the first region to start consistently playing Corki in the bot lane. Imagine it's mid, though. That's generally where we see it for Europe. But Twisted Fate comes out here from Na'Vi. So global presence, influence those side lanes, lots of single target CC as well, and the Lulu for the Kaiser. This is quite a nice comprehensive comp from Na'Vi.
Getting that wild growth in there, so if Xin Zhao does want to dive in, it can certainly help him. Obviously, it supports out if they need it for the Kaiser, as you mentioned.
It's Veos' one trick. It's Veos' one trick. It's Ahri that comes through. That's interesting. So we are going to see a Corki bot, and Veos is known for Ahri. I say one trick. He's known for Ahri. I wouldn't say it's the only champion he plays. But he is known for this pick. He did get banned pretty frequently against him in the previous Origin series.
Yeah.
So he's now got a very comfortable pick for him for his first game on stage. I wouldn't say that Ahri is like the pinnacle of like viability and competitive, but when you have a really good Ahri pick, Ahri player, she's very good at making those isolating picks.
And certainly you'd be able to catch out a Twisted Fate. No doubt you could catch a Twisted Fate unawares, and that is a very squishy target to start things off. Obviously it does bring other things to the table. It's going to be extra gold, etc. And the vision may be required for Na'Vi. We'll see how that translates into the game. I'm not seeing massive control like we saw, say, from Unicorns of Love before, though, from either of these teams.
No, I mean, with Na'Vi, you've got a really strong team fight, but it is more that you have a lot of damage to back up the front line of your Darius and your Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao, I think, Xin Zhao's the key pick for me here. Obviously, with his ultimate, he creates an area that can't be entered, or area that can't deal damage, unless you're within that area, and obviously Xin Zhao is very scary when he's in that melee range. So I think Xin Zhao is the key pick here. It's just about when and where he decides to use that ultimate to disengage from Game Lord.
I do love being able to sit and look at the players.
Mate, me too,
they're all looking this way as well. Like they're all like, you can just see that little.
They're eyeing each other as well.
That little bit of nerves. You can see they're just shrugging their shoulders, getting themselves set up. But we are about ready to get into the game. I can see the players have pretty much got themselves set as well. The focus faces are kicking in. Let's get the game on your screens and underway. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is Na'Vi playing out from the blue side, and of course, Game Lord coming out from the red. Now, we didn't see any Team 1 fights, level 1 fights early on. Don't think we're going to see them this time. We did see a bunch of them throughout the monthlies, though, so I'm not going to hold my breath. I feel they might happen at some time. Just a little further in the day. First game, you got to be a bit cautious. This is aggressive.
Okay, no, we have a lane swap.
Switch, yeah.
We have a lane swap coming through, and we also do look like we're seeing the double mid that we sometimes see come through. They're going to shove that Ahri in very early on and just get a bit of vision down. So we do sometimes see this. We see a double mid to at least get the first shove, which can be very difficult sometimes in a bad matchup.
Are they going to switch? They're switching.
Are they actually just straight up going back here? That to me is very interesting. There isn't much benefit.
And they're switching back. Here we go. I feel like we're back in Season 3 of League of Legends at this stage. I remember this happening a lot. That's for sure. Everybody back in, switching, trying desperately to keep those uneven lanes. Of course, they want to keep the duo pairings against the solo. So the question is, I'm going to ask you, and you know what I'm going to ask you, who does this benefit? Is it going to help out for Valhalla? Is it going to help out for Random?
I don't know yet. This is really difficult to say. I mean, it looks like they're going for another switch, maybe trying to put pressure on Valhalla here. I actually like what Game Lord are doing. They've gone for a vertical jungle split in this instance, and they're trying to at least zone Valhalla away for as much experience as possible. It does look like they're rotating Random up as well. They don't want to put Valhalla into the same matchup as Random, or they don't want to put Hydro and Dante into the same matchup as Redemption and Scowl. But it looks like they're zoning Valhalla away from that minion wave, and they're trying to donate as much experience over to Random as possible. Random might even go and clear some of this jungle to ensure that he's getting some experience.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think this is all about him. I think this is about getting the jungler, Zefter, ahead. Zefter is taking all of the jungle. Let's see, so he's going to counter. It should counter, so that will go through. But of course, there is the help and support coming in there. They're backing this up. And it has been picked up by Vex as well. So total change around. And of course, don't forget the towers. The towers are taking a massive amount of damage here. Vex comes in to help out.
The problem is that they made changes recently to make it more difficult to take towers early on. When you group up around a tower, it gets more armor and magic.
They want this tower.
I mean, oh my goodness.
Oh, they've caught out the mid laner as well. Valhalla goes down. And first blood will go across.
Are they going to get first tower top as well? Because they have 2 people at the tower. It has less magic resist. It has less armor. And when you're grouping up 3 people bot, it has more magic resist and more armor. Game Lord somehow come away with first tower and first blood.
And they're going to get the Don down as well. Game Lord, they lose one to the tower.
But it's execute. It's an execute. It's not even like they
didn't even get the kill. Oh my word. And the power of Corki, by the way, the power of Corki with the armor pen is what's made the difference there.
Well, it's also because, as I said before, when you commit 3 people to a tower, it gets a lot more magic in the early game before 4 minutes. I'm trying to work out the reasoning here behind the Na'Vi lane swap in the first place. My impression is they were trying to either remove one of their side lanes from a matchup they weren't comfortable with in the early game. Because other than that, it is not beneficial to go for a lane swap in Wild Rift right now. This is a really, really nice pickup by Zefter very early on. But what's even worse for Na'Vi is that often when you have a lane swap initiated, you have the natural advantage on the Dragon side of the map. They no longer have an advantage at any of the neutral objectives. In fact, Game Lord have just come out 1.5k ahead at this early stage in the game, and the people that they were trying to get ahead, be it the Kai'Sa or the Darius, both of them are massively behind.
Yeah, it really hasn't worked. Game Lord sort of read into it and just said, all right, we can work with what we got, and absolutely made it work. So advantage at the moment to Game Lord early game, despite the fact we really haven't had much engagement other than initial ganks in and around the mid there. But here we go, approaching that 4-minute mark. Dragon will be up in 10 seconds. Let's see how this game progresses.
Well, Na'Vi have committed the majority of their members to this Rift Herald.
Yep.
So I don't think this is going to be something that Game Lord looks to contest. they're going to go for the Cloud Drake, which is, I think, one of the most underrated Drakes in the game in terms of the movement speed that it provides you across the map. Na'Vi will get a little gift of the next Rift Herald spawn alongside this Rift Scuttler spawn alongside this Rift Herald, and it'll be a straight objective trade for objective trade here. And that might allow them to crack open this top lane tier 1 with the use of that Rift Herald, but I'm pretty sure that Game Lord will respond in kind.
Are we going to get a base race going on here against the Rift Herald? I mean, it's pretty much the old classic between each other, because they were stacking, I'd say, for bottom turret, but they are going to back away instead. They're just going to leave that for Redemption and Zefter to put as much down. They should be able to take that turret down. They're going to try and protect that tier 2 turret from the Rift Herald and the 4 members, sorry, count them, of Na'Vi. That shield not holding very long there for Show there, but that is going to be, Show going down. Tries to get away, does manage to get the ulti off in time. The charm will come through on the Don, so he will go down. So it was a 1-for-1 in the end, and they protected the tower. They could chase this.
They can absolutely chase this, but the Blast Cone should get them out. You could see Redemption was trying to get the Valkyrie over the wall to chase them down. I mean, Zefter still wants it.
Does manage to come through. Zefter catches the kick on them, but he wasn't able to catch it out. But an absolute clutch charm comes in for Vehos.
Don't give Vehos Ari. It is an absolute golden rule of the Origin series, and Na'Vi failed at the first hurdle, and now Game Lord have the advantage to push down mid with this minion wave. They have responded so well to what Na'Vi have been trying to do on the map here.
The shield is up. That's going to be enough to stop them, and that's going to buy all the time in the world. Game Lord will come away. Now, they held onto that tier 2 turret. They got the bottom turret and the mid turret, so a 2-for-1 effectively as that all played out across the last 2 minutes.
I think Na'Vi unfortunately tried something in the early game and then weren't quite sure how to respond once the response came through from Game Lord, and Game Lord were just able to read it. They played the early game much better. They now have a massive advantage in terms of momentum. This is a great response. I understand why they went in on Shao here. He had that mark from Vex. Vex was easily able to try and find the execute, and obviously Don coming in there to try and counter the escape. But he's low HP, no mana. An easy pick off for Vehos at the end of the day, and a great chase from Zefter, just able to put pressure onto Hydra and Dante.
And he caught both Vex and Dante with the Glacial Fissure, which completely nullified the attack. There was nothing else to come through. Bounced it back in there. Zefter caught out of position here. I say caught out of position. He is in his own jungle, basically preventing the gank onto Random. Random is going to be the focus target. Absolutely sidesteps that. The rest of Game Lord are now coming in, and I tell you what, this is a fight that they want. They go in. They go looking for it onto Valhalla. Up comes the Show. Can he catch the Glacial Fissure off? Doesn't matter. They get Vex down, and they're going to keep on pushing. Meanwhile, look at the bottom turret. The push comes down there. Random will go down. The second dunk comes through. Zefter taken low. He will go down. There's another dunk to come out. That Valhalla will finally fall. But my God, he made it hurt.
And they absolutely crushed that fight. You can hear them screaming in the background of the studio as well. In the meantime, Vehos, arguably one of the strongest players, was just on PvE duty on the bottom side of the map here.
Ooh, interrupted. Did they know he got interrupted? It doesn't matter. They're not going to be able to get it past him. Vehos will just be able to back away from that one, as you say. But I tell you what, Valhalla made it count there. Made it count and showed the danger that Darius will cause later on.
Yeah, I think Darius versus at least in a Riven, you do have to be a little careful. Like, you allow him to stack up versus a heavy melee team, but that's the problem. A lot of the damage isn't coming from the melee areas in Game Lord. It's coming from Vehos and Redemption at this point, who are very, very far ahead. You can see that Vehos working towards his Rabadon's Death Cap, almost finished that up as his second item into the game. 7,000 gold to under 5,000 from the Don. Vehos is absolutely smurfing this game so far, and there is a pretty decent gold gap between the Redemption and Hydra right now too. So Game Lord in a super, super strong spot at this stage in the game.
Looking to try and create picks here. Not going to happen. Game Lord read that one very easily in a quick escape. It's very hard to catch a Corki out at the best of times, but the rest of Game Lord kind of out of position here. They're all going to start peeling in. They've taken down that second tier 2 turret. The top tier 2 turret will go down. Na'Vi are going that way, and I tell you what, Game Lord just said, you know what? If you're abandoning it, we will push in, and almost a base race form will come through once again. Game Lord are back in, but they're going to lose his inhib turret.
They're legit going for an inhibitor take here. Random has to try and make the play. He's already popped the ultimate.
Redemption's there. Here comes Show. Show should be able to prevent most of the damage coming through, and they will be able to clear that wave out, and that will keep it safeguarded. And while this is all happening, Redemption is doing the damage. Look at this. Zefter takes the dragon. Redemption puts the tier 2 turret down. Vehos has been caught out. In comes Valhalla. Looking for him, and Vehos Veyhos absolutely dominates Hydro there and gets away with his life, and they're not done yet because here comes Zefta. Kick comes through, and that sends Vex into his death. Surely Zefta will go down, Vex will fall, but this is not done yet. Redemption joins the party. He goes looking for it. Valhalla, though, is very, very dangerous.
Wait a second.
He's going to looking for that dunk onto Show. Is it going to be enough? The dunk is there, but he's not going to be able to do it. They kite him round. He tried to flash, but it didn't happen. And Redemption is popping off. They just didn't focus the Dragon Laner. Instead, they kept going for the tanky targets.
Didn't have his ultimate available either, Valhalla. Unfortunately, didn't quite get the reset there. And that right was just not enough for Na'Vi. They were trying to grasp at straws. They had a 5v3 advantage in Redemption, and the rest of Game Lord just able to join that fight and make it a more even scale. And at this point, Game Lord are dominating. They are 10,000 gold up almost at 9 minutes into the game. They are in a super comfortable spot for their first game of the Origin Series.
I feel like it's the point where Na'Vi are almost trying to force the fight despite the disadvantage. They're thinking, okay, if we can get 1 or 2 down, we can try and take an objective off the back of it, force something out of it at the moment. Baron coming up just now. Shouldn't be a problem just yet, but Game Lord are quite far ahead, and they may actually be thinking about this one pretty early.
I think they might be. I would not be surprised to see Game Lord put that on the cards very soon. You're looking at a almost 3-item spike for Redemption, an almost 3-item spike for Veyhos. I mean, they are accelerated to far beyond where I think that Na'Vi can actually cope with them at this point.
They're removing all vision in the jungle, in and around that area, so this may well tell the tale. They are going to look in towards Valhalla, and they've caught him out on the turret. Nothing you can do about that. They're going to try and turn it around, but look at that Show. Throws up the shield and says, not going to happen today, Hydro. You can do all you like with Kai'Sa, but it isn't going to get the damage through, and he seems unpenetrable so far.
Really, really good performance from Game Lord so far. This has been absolutely clinical from them from the outset. I mean, Don's going for it.
That is not what I would say was the right decision, but we'll see whether it pays off for him. The Don does go down instantly. There goes Show. Zefta's going to get focused around the side there. Veyhos will join the party, and someone is going to get charmed and killed, that's for sure. And now Hydro is the last man standing. That was, I would say, a Hail Mary coming out of Na'Vi. Not too sure I agree with it.
I feel like they had to make the play because Veyhos was separated from the team. They thought it was their best chance to maybe find a pick. At this point, you're so far behind. I don't really think you win the late game either.
Destiny, they're going to go for random maybe? No.
Destiny just on cooldown at the moment, so not quite available to go for a pick. But I think overall, Game Lord, they really can't make too many errors here because at the end of the day, they're so far ahead, it doesn't matter.
I got to be honest. Twisted Fate, not the strongest of targets to be the man that piles in the middle and starts the engagement.
No, but he felt like he had to make the play. There were low HP bars in Game Lord. They thought that they could maybe find a pick while Veyhos was separated. I understand the thinking there. They're just too far behind to make it work. Yeah,
you're generally looking more of a flanking play than I'm gonna.
You don't want to.
I'm gonna Destiny into
the middle of the
team.
fight.
But I guess okay. I mean, Na'Vi are not done. They may well be 10,000. Actually, made that 14,000 gold behind, but they're not done. They're coming straight in for this one. But look at the damage coming down. Zefta will come through, and a pause is called in the middle of a team fight.
That is never a great time to pause, but I think Game Lord in a strong spot regardless. They found a really good kick. Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, there isn't much comeback potential. I think you've also got to look at the fact that the scaling, you've got to look at the scaling of these two guys. Usually when you're this far behind, you'd say, well, okay, let's think about how the late game team fights are going to play out. Let's talk about the individual power levels of the carries. You're looking at a Corki, one of the best late game scaling champions in the game. You know, I think there is a lot of evidence to say that it doesn't matter. Realistically, I think Game Lord are just too far ahead at this point.
Well, we are just in the middle of a pause, but it doesn't matter. We're back in the fight. There we go, straight into there. Show being the man that will block all the damage coming through. The Don does have the yellow card ready and waiting to go, but the stun card's not going to get drawn because there's nowhere to go. And now look at Show coming through. Random's going in. He wants to dive in. He sees Hydro, sees the targets he wants, and that is the man that he's looking for. The gold card will come through, and the stun does come through, but Random doesn't care about his own life, and he still gets away with it. And the stun does eventually come through onto Zefta, but it doesn't matter. Damage done, 3 for 0, and away they go for Baron.
12 minutes into the game right now, and Game Lord are absolutely crushing it. There is the Destiny. It is more a scouting Destiny. I don't expect to see the Don actually look for this. They were just trying to see if Baron was on the cards. It is not. Game Lord are going to wait this out. There is an Ocean Drake to take for free, relatively low risk as well. and that should allow Game Lord to pick up their third neutral objective. This has not been a close game. You wanted to talk about Group A versus Group B. This is what most people were expecting when it came to the powerhouses in that Group A, and Game Lord have shown that, yes, maybe Rick slipped up on the first game, but Game Lord are still an incredibly strong team to contend with.
Oh no, they're setting up for this one. Hydro's coming. That's going to be the target.
No.
Hydro's the man. They're going, no way he's getting out of this one. Will get caught out and down in the end by the Braum.
Dante thought he was dead. Dante could have saved him with the wild growth there, but maybe he just didn't think it was worth it. Great setup on the red buff. Instead of just stealing it away, they used it as a trap for the AD carry. Knew that he was going to have to take that. It's a very, very important buff for late game team fights. And now the rest of Game Lord are going to start up this Baron. Unfortunately, if you're Na'Vi, you do have to kind of contest this.
Yeah, the show is ready and waiting for it along with Random. So Unbreakable, Glacial Fissure, everything ready to just block it off. Doesn't matter, Baron's been taken down with ease. Without the Dragon Laner of Hydro, nothing they could do about that one, and this is a gigantic snowball of an advantage now. 17,000 gold, very much in Game Lord's favor. The Baron buff on there. It's only a matter of time before they finish this game.
And I really love that they are just essentially starving Na'Vi out from their own jungle as well. Look at they're not even confident to take their own red buff without having to check with the Glitter Lance here. I think Zephyr just got that.
Absolutely, Zephyr coming through, caps it out, and stole that red buff away, as you say. That's just dirty play, but they have left themselves a little exposed here. The rest of the team now arriving. This is with the Baron buff on, don't forget. There's going to be the Guardian Angels coming through, and that's why they knew. Glacial Fissure kill coming out from Show as they just rampaged their way to victory. It will be Game Lord picking up the second game here against Na'Vi.
You love to hear it. The guys are incensed. That's that first stage game, first LAN game, and Trid. What a statement from Game Lord.
I mean, it's nice to see Group A having some honor redeemed after game number one. The balance is one apiece now, so it's good. But that game altogether, it just felt like absolute dominance from Game Lord. Like, as you guys were calling out constantly, Na'Vi just had nothing to do on their side of the map.
I think, again, similar to the problems that you saw in the first game, the early game in Wild Rift can be very punishing if you don't get it right. If you take risks or make the wrong decisions, it's very difficult to claw your way back in. What Na'Vi were trying to do is that either they felt there was a matchup either in Baron lane or bot lane that they were not comfortable with, and they wanted to try and take the edge by lane swapping it out. Because there is, by the way, there is no map benefit for lane swapping these days, really.
Yeah.
There's no real map
Not like
benefit.
it used to be.
Not like it used to be anyway. They've made it so the towers are much more difficult to take in the Baron lane and the mid lane. So there's no real map benefit for lane swapping. They were obviously trying to avoid a matchup. Game Lord played it really well. They played it safely. They responded. They didn't let Na'Vi get the matchup they wanted. They kept making the lane swaps happen. And then they were just able to take the first tower, which made their lane swap better, and also picked up the first blood on Darius. And the way that they played the map, what I really want to give a shout out to Zephyr, vertically splitting the jungle, starved Darius, Valhalla out way too long. Valhalla was out of it. Didn't rotate mid to pick up mid experience. He was stuck behind at his own tier 2, and he was so weak and easy pickings for first blood.
He was up the creek without a paddle between tower 1 and 2, just in that top lane for the longest time, like you said, because of that vertical split from Zephyr. But Kieran, one thing, did you get your answer about the Riven and Lee Sin? Do you feel content that you understand it now?
Not really from that one, because it was just a weird first start.
It's really difficult. Like, I think Riven is just a strong pick right now. I think she was a little underrated in the previous Origin series. I think she's a champion that also only fairly recently came out, about 2 months ago or so. So she takes a lot of time to master. You've probably seen the mastery of these players has got to a point where they feel comfortable picking her up in competitive. I do think Lee Sin's better in the jungle, mind you. So I can kind of see Zephyr was just super aggressive. I think that was a pure display of why Lee Sin's better in the jungle, I think. But it was such a snowbally stomped game. It's very difficult to really,
I like the ideas that Na'Vi were bringing. They tried different things. It just didn't work out for them. It may work in another game, who knows? But this time around, it wasn't to be.
Well, they've got plenty more to go because, as I said, that's only game number 2. We've got about 8 more to come up later on. When it comes back to this game, though, Game Lord, they're coming in as the 3rd seed, so not even the 2nd seed in Group A. Are we expecting Game Lord to have maybe breaking the kind of rankings in Group A, if you will? Are we expecting them to kind of surpass their seeding, or are we going in that order of 1, 2, 3?
In fairness, them and Queso are pretty much on an even keel. They've taken wins off each other in best of 5 series multiple times.
I want to see Queso first before I make that kind of claim. I think Game Lord have clearly diversified, and I'm really impressed with that first game from them.
All right, well, that's enough from us. Let's throw it over to Carmeline, who's got a nice little segment to break down for us.
Hi! Hello there. So, indeed, I'm bringing you a quite interesting segment, as you can see here. Minute 8:39, mid-game. You will see what play I'm going to talk about right now as I'm clicking play. Be surprised there. This was quite interesting. Let's pause it right there, okay? So what we're seeing there, Red team has just slain Monte Dragon, so Thefta is not there to take part in this. However, look here. We have here Bekos trying to run away with this Ahri that we know he is quite good in. Let's click play here. Bekos caught under tower right there. It could seem like the tower could almost save him, but Shao is too far away with Braum to even manage to do anything for him. So what happens next? Here, look at this. This is right important right there. Avon and Shao Bekos really low on life, but not everything is lost once again. Just to end the clip, we have Random finally being able to save the life of his teammates and getting away with it. Okay, so with these clips being shown here, we saw how Gamelord actually managed to came back from that very intense game that seemed like Navi was going to win and finally take the win home.
All right, thank you so much, Carmeline. And I noticed there, one thing I'm going to poke your brains about now, the AD carry picks. We had Corki versus Kai'Sa. We were considering Kai'Sa that top tier, but what was that excited about, huh?
Dragon Lane.
Don't,
because otherwise you'll put it in my head, and I've been saying it for years, so I've got to get it in my head, yeah. Sorry, what was your point?
The Dragon Laners.
Yes.
We saw Kai'Sa and Corki.
Yes.
Obviously, we're expecting Kai'Sa to be one of the power picks you highlighted at the start of the show. Corki, what is he bringing that Kai'Sa doesn't bring to the Rift?
Okay, there are a couple of things that Corki brings. Yeah. He's got similar scaling to Kai'Sa, but he's a much safer, a little bit more akin to Ezreal. I'd probably make a sort of stronger comparison between Corki and Ezreal just in terms of what they bring. You've got to then look at the fact that Corki is a magic damage dealer primarily. 80% of all his magic damage, including basic attacks and magic damage. So he provides a different damage profile when you have a very heavy top AD, top heavy. So you've got like the Riven and the Lee Sin, very AD heavy on the top side of the map. He brings a more balanced damage profile and also a much safer range as well as scaling element to the team.
All right, well, thank you very much, Kieran. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be looking out for game number 3. It's Team Queso going up against Unicorns of Love.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Team Queso join us here on the stage for the first time, and they are going to be facing off against the Unicorns of Love, who have come off the back of a shocker as they take down Rix GG. A big surprise, taking down the #1 seed. They're up against the #2 from Europe.
Absolutely,
let's see what they can do.
Yeah, that was a wild first game. The passion coming out from the Unicorns of Love guys was absolutely electric. I could really hyping me up. We don't have a crowd here, obviously, but just hearing those guys really get behind you, that was huge. I mean, I think they definitely are playing the part here. And
I love that picture. I love that picture.
Yeah, that's his hat that he's been wearing all the way through the Origin series so far. Yeah, it's been amazing to see so far, and the passion from these teams is fantastic. I expect Queso to be very similar, very passionate team. They've got a lot to work with as well. I'm very excited for this game, though, because as you said, it's the #2 seed. I'm excited to see how Queso have developed. I think a lot of people called their draft predictable in the Origin series beforehand. We'll see if things have changed things up. That is a ban against Memorize. Sorry, no, Memorize ban. That's Team Queso that's actually banning it. It's actually banning against Grizzly Q. Yeah.
Used it in the first game to great effect, absolutely creating all of the openings that they required there. The Ziggs coming through, it's kind of been let's see who can stay as 100% ban throughout this one. Ziggs at the moment is keeping that record, 100% ban rate.
I think especially versus Team Queso, you might see a Fiora ban as well. I think Fiora makes sense against Team Queso. Would not be surprised to see that as a second ban. There is a lot, again, another one of these very strong top laners coming out, Baron laners rather, the very strong Baron laners, and I think Fiora is a specialist for Team Queso, so yeah, I would not be surprised to see Unicorns would love to take that off the board.
100% ban record as well for Senna. We just saw how powerful Ahri can be, and I think it just reminded everyone, saying, you know what, we used to ban that for the last few months. We should probably do that again.
Versus specific players,
yeah.
I think Queso also another one of those teams that's got a great mid laner that plays Ahri, so it makes sense in that regard. I love this ban. I think Sneeland relies and sort of sits heavily on this Galio, so I love the Galio takeaway from Unicorns 11. And the Akali,
I mean, they've taken away, with Rakan and Galio both going away, it's removed the effective entrance that they had into every fight.
I almost would love to see Team Queso first pick Fiora, because you know that Unicorns in Love might want to pick up the Gragas for Cold Star, and that's a really, really good matchup for Team Queso if they take it.
Well, we'll see. Where do they go with that first choice? Of course, we've seen obviously that it has snuck through in the bans there, so Camille will be first picked.
That isn't 100% for Baron lane though. That has got that flexibility to go to jungle, and Andre does play it in the jungle a decent amount, so we'd not be surprised to see Andre pick up the Camille early in the jungle.
Lulu first pick. Okay, so they're keeping their options open at the moment. That's keeping very much their hands close to their chests, or the phones, as the case is. I think the players are feeling a little bit chilly. I'm in a nice temperature right now, but we don't have obviously the controls in front of us, so you know we don't have to use the phones,
when you are have to be that precise with your hands.
Yeah.
Though, I mean, League players use it for their hands in
It's
warm-ups.
hand warmers all the
Exactly,
time.
so it's normal. We're going to see Ibu picking up the Kai'Sa. It is a huge pickup for him. Very, very strong Kai'Sa player. We know how strong Kai'Sa is on this current patch. The Gragas comes through. Interesting. Acolyte picking up the Gragas. I was maybe expecting to see that go over to Unicorns in Love for Cold Star.
Yeah.
However, don't write this off as being a support pick for Queso, because Memorize does play Gragas support, and actually over the last Origin series we saw him play a decent amount of Gragas support too.
I mean, we were assuming that Gragas may well be in the jungle, but we forgot about the Fiora. Not Fiora.
No, Olaf. Zaya, you trying to say Zaya? Yeah, you're trying to say Zaya, aren't you?
I was like, Fiora's not been banned. I was like, wait, did I just trip myself up?
I was watching your face, you were going through the mental process of the Fiora. That's not Fiora.
I was like, that's not Fiora. That is definitely not Fiora. What did you say?
Zaya comes through.
Diana!
And the Diana, so that will be Gragas support for Memorize. Denies it from Cold Star. Diana mid. Andre, I think, with Camille jungle, and it's going to be Riven top for Acolyte with the Braum coming through finally for Unicorns of Love. Aggressive comp. Very, very much like I pick a target, that target dies. And so that's very scary for Twisted Fate.
That is a lot of health. Let's get a game underway. So here we go, game number 3 of the day. 10 to be played out. Team Queso up against the Unicorns of Love. Queso in the blue. And let's see if we get any early aggression. We saw some switcheroos going around in the last one. I don't mean Jinx.
You're seeing it in this one as well. It's a 4-man mid strategy from Unicorns of Love.
Yeah,
here.
go it in.
They're going for a very good. We have, by the way, Cold Star playing Lulu Baron lane.
Andre, incoming, Andre. Oh, he has not read into this at all. The question is, can they get the stun down? There's the slow, gets the flash in, but it will be a first blood, and they give it across to ZywOo.
This is a very, very aggressive strategy from coming out from Unicorns of Love here. Obviously, they are losing out on a lot of experience right now. They're
Lulu Cold Star. I didn't read that.
Lulu on Cold Star. Memorize and Ibu are on the bot side of the map here. Cold Star was holding that bot lane wave to ensure that it didn't get pushed to tower, so ZywOo and Grizzly Q can get back into the lane relatively easily here. It's up to Memorize and Ibu to try and punish this. But Cold Star, being a Lulu, does not care about experience that much. He's there to facilitate Phaeton. He's there to facilitate ZywOo. That was a very smart play from Unicorns of Love. The way that you try to punish this is you now need to get Andre onto the top side of the map and just start diving Cold Star.
They're bringing some very advanced strategies, I would say, to this tournament already. Is this compared to what we've seen them doing throughout the monthlies? You know, I guess it's play against what you can in the monthlies, and then now they're here in the finals. They are bringing it all out on the table, and it does, of course, mean that Cold Star will be around about a level behind for the majority of this one. But look at this, going straight up the river. Here comes Sneeland, got himself that gold card pulled out. There's going to be the knock. Acolyte will be able to flash away, but the damage and the aggression coming out from Unicorns of Love, just a fight for the Scuttle Crab.
I mean, Unicorns of Love are like setting themselves up right now as one of the best teams tactically and even execution-wise in this tournament. Their early games have been impeccable. You can see ZachQ and Grizzly are now going to rotate up to ensure that we have a double scuttle start for Phaton. You can see that the team are kind of playing around him. I imagine because of this Lulu pick, oh my gosh.
Oh, Rui's going in for it. Sneelan's got to be careful here. He's going to be very aggressive. There's the exhaust going down and Phaton coming through. Now if he can catch that axe, doesn't matter. They're going to back away from that one. He's going to clear out the wards in the same process, and Sneelan safe to back away.
Unicorns of Love, and this strategy very much revolves around a strong Olaf, the Olaf-Lulu combo. I'm sure back in your league casting days you would have seen this combo used. I have very distinct memories of Dyrus playing this on TSM.
Geez, that's going back some years.
Yeah, that really is. And so, you know, I think this is a very, like a combination that is basically as old as time, realistically. I love that Acolyte's going in here. Doesn't have the ultimate to really punish Coldstar too much. But overall, you should be able to find the 1v1 advantage versus a Lulu in this laning phase.
I've got to be honest, Coldstar came out on top in that
He
one.
did, because that was the minions that did the majority.
Yeah. I mean, with double cannon minion, that's a risky move to try and go for it there. So, but he's just trying to make sure he can do it and do it over again, and he will punish Coldstar if he keeps trying this one. That's why we're seeing Phaton coming up here to try and maybe bait something out, see whether Coldstar can go away. They realise what's happening. The Destiny comes through. The gold card goes out there. The damage is through, but he's not got the vision in the bush, and he isn't going to have the support, but that may well equate to a lot of tower pressure. We already see Grizzly Q covering off the mid turret as well.
Yep, but they have unfortunately left ZachQ on a bit of an island. Now it is a Xayah. She does have that ultimate available, can root under tower 2. And you see, they know that he's there. Andre just soaked the damage. Ruiz is trying to push this lane in.
He's got full Featherstorm ready to go as well. Look at ZachQ, he's loaded up. Now the question is, can they punish? They come through and it is going to be a 4-man dive on the turret, but they are very tanky with Grizzly Q being in there, and the Brahmi doesn't have the Fissure available just yet though, and it is perfectly executed by Queso.
That was a really well played dive. He responded to the pressure that the Unicorns of Love put into the top side of the map. It was a great read from Acolyte to understand that he was in danger in that situation, and they committed so many resources, Unicorns of Love, to a very heavy top lane tier 1 dive that did not go their favor. They barely even got the first plate of the game, and they responded by committing members where they knew that Unicorns of Love were weakest. It is a Infernal Drake, though, to kick things off. This will be interesting to see.
And it would have been such a different fight had Grizzly Q now just hit level 5 and would have had that Glacial Fissure available. If he didn't have it, would have stopped the fight, but it does mean it's available for the Dragon fight, and this could be the first team fight we see.
I don't know if Team Queso are even interested in fighting this. You can see Rift Herald has become a target. Whether Memorize can just try and steal this or try and threaten a steal with his ultimate, maybe going for Rift Herald into top lane tier 1 take at this point. It does look like Team Queso did not have the right setup for this objective, and it will be the Rift Herald they're trying to secure, but it's slow. It is slow. You are right here.
Are they going to try and push up and challenge? I think they're going to be a little too late to the party. Ruiz will indeed also put a lot of damage down on this turret, so the Rift Herald will go down. So that is going to be traded across. Objectives sort of given, but it is Queso that are coming out on top with a 1,500 gold advantage as Phaton goes in, gets a little pull, but the damage is not enough.
And they also picked up the first tier tower on the top side of the map, so that's first turret of the game picked up, and that allows them to be a bit more flexible with that use of the Rift Herald. That now may allow them to create pressure for the second dragon. It may allow them to open up that mid lane tier 1. Team Queso definitely approaching this early game in a stronger spot than we saw Rick's. I mean, Unicorns of Love are running this Death Ball style comp again. Yeah. They've just given up this mid lane.
They're chasing the game this time. They haven't got that big entrance, the hero's entrance to get in and help out. There's the Destiny Ceiling comes through. Does manage to get the card onto Exhaust there, and as he tries to get away onto Exhaust, he is exhausted. Ibu, apologies, was exhausted throughout that one. Did go down, but in terms of objectives, it will be the Rift Herald that will take this tower out.
Almost. I mean, Unicorns of Love, they're playing a similar style to they did in the first game, but Rix, they're not getting baited into it like... Sorry, not Rix. Team Queso are not getting baited into it like Rix did. Rix were getting baited into trying to force the 4v5s, and this rolling death squad of Unicorns of Love roamed across the map. Team Queso are like, fair enough, we're going to 1-3-1. We're going to have Diana top lane. We're going to have Camille bot lane. Yeah, fine. Try and find a little individual pick where you can as a roaming death ball, but we're going to soak experience and soak gold in the side lanes, and we're going to pick up the towers as well. So that has put Team Queso in a really strong spot at 6 minutes into the game. 4,000 gold lead in their favor. This is completely different to what we saw the Unicorns of Love versus Rix.
How are they going to pull themselves out of this? You can see they want to try to use Sneelan as the off push. You can see side lanes trying to work it out there. They haven't got, obviously, what they were using Sneelan before with that Galio, so he can come in. can come in with a similar style as the Destiny, but very much red and doesn't give that massive crowd control that they did have with the Galio before with the Hero's Entrance.
Yeah, and it's very single target focus this time round. And actually, the way that Team Queso are playing the game, they're actually not wanting to team fight in the slightest.
Yeah.
They're saying, nope. Camille, much better in a 1v1. Diana, really good in a 1v1. We have strong solo laners. We're going to push through the side lanes. You can try your best to force a team fight, but as you correctly mentioned, the engage is not as strong this time around for Unicorns of Love. Their engage relies on a very angry Viking running at you, being boosted by the Lulu, but it's not the same as that flash engage from the Gragas. It's not the same as the Galio's Hero's Entrance. So there isn't, also the Rakan, who was a really integral part of the engage that came through from Unicorns of Love last time. They don't have that same kind of level of engage this time, and you can see it's struggling. They're struggling to have that big team fight coordination that they're able to find versus Rix, because the draft is a lot weaker when it comes to forcing the issue.
And again, they try and focus it, and it almost feels like they're chasing it. You can see they keep doing that four-man grouping, but it's just not something they can deal with, because every time they group together, they are chasing. They have to back away. They have to cover the side lanes off. Yes, they got obviously Snealan covering the one side, but as you mentioned, they've got a double push going on with both Ruiz and Acolyte shoving in them waves, keeping them down their throat, keeping them under pressure. And that 4,000 gold lead is not going away, and the Dragon will be coming up.
Yeah, they gave up the Infernal Dragon, so that is not the best Dragon to lose. In fact, I'd say it's the worst Dragon to lose. But I really love that Team Queso didn't throw the kitchen sink at it. They just said, that's fine. We'll take the other objective. The reason that Rift Herald was brought back to 4 minutes was to create some more diversity around that first objective fight, and I really love that Team Queso have bought into that and allowed themselves to accelerate the game through pure tower pressure rather than having to run it down for a team fight at Dragon.
I'm seeing grouping from Queso. Here comes Camille, here comes Ruiz. Both heading towards the mid, looking to see if they can maybe draw something out here. The Dragon perfectly timed. There it comes, and they want the fight for the Ocean Drake.
I don't actually think their team fight is bad either. They've got really strong 1-3-1 in terms of strong solo laners, but their team fight is not bad in the slightest.
They're going to try and push top turret and trade for it. Yeah, they're ignoring the Dragon. They're just going to go straight for the tier 1 turret. But look at this. They're going to take both objectives, maybe 3 objectives. They've got the Drake. They're going for the tier 1 turret. They're pushing for the tier 2s.
They had the waves to work with in mid and bot. Like, it was not a sensible decision from Unicorns of Love because they weren't reading the waves properly, and Team Queso are now going to pick up a tier 2 on the bot side of the map. The engage tries to
rush in. There's fight. It's a 5v3. There's no way they can fight this one. They've come rushing in all too late. Snealan comes teleporting in with the Destiny, but it's just not enough. Andre will get himself one down. The Hextech ultimatum comes on to Zach Q. They do back away in the end as the support does arrive. There's the gold card going down. The Olaf will catch onto it. Andre low, but there's just nothing to lock them down. Acolyte will simply say, get the hell away from me. Walk away, and Andre with nothing. But it is a 1-for-1 trade, 2-for-1 trade, sorry, but they got the tier 2 turret. And the Dragon.
And the integral part of that, by the way, is that Phaeton is all of their damage in teamfight.
Yeah.
He's the guy that needs to be boosted by Lulu, supported by Braum. He's the person that's supposed to be ripping through that front line with his true damage in the mid game. He wasn't there at the start of the fight. That might have been different if he was there at the start of the fight, but a really excellently chosen engage from Team Queso. They find themselves 4,000 gold in the lead. They have a couple of extra objectives traded for that top lane tier 1 too. Team Queso looking confident around the Baron. Pings are coming through. You can see very different story for Unicorns of Love this time round. The vision control is not as good. They are desperate in their own jungle a little more than they were previously, and they're being caught out. That roaming death ball style that they played versus Rix is being picked apart by the fact that we've got a 1-3-1 going on. Like, how can you team fight when you've just got these 2 solo laners threatening your inhibitor towers, threatening your towers in the side lane?
I'm getting flashbacks of like Season 3 Worlds right now, of when Korea turned up and showed us really how to play League of Legends. And it was very much that control style. We were looking for fights as the European, North American teams, the Western world. And Korea were just like, it's about objectives, guys. That's how you win games. And that's right now what is going on with Queso. They got the objectives, and now they're looking for the fights in and around there. But while they do that, the pressure's still being applied. The waves are still being shoved in. So while they're keeping the pressure on Unicorns of Love, they're throttling away the vision. They're taking everything away from around that Baron. And look at that. Look, the waves pushing in the middle, trying to keep that pressure on the tower. Unicorns of Love, they have to go and deal with this.
And Baron is obviously going to be something that you're a little concerned about now if you're Unicorns of Love, because that becomes even more strong if you're trying to execute a 1-3-1 properly. They are going to disengage. They've got a lot of strong disengage with both Andre and Memorized here. And Unicorns of Love can't find these fights. They don't have the Galio, the flash body slam. They don't have the flash grand entrance from the Rakan. They can't find the engages on their terms, and that is a problem for them. They could do it versus Rix, And I'm sure Rix will be watching this game thinking, if we just take away engage tools from Unicorns of Love, is that a problem for them?
And that right there was prime example. Unicorns of Love, 5-man, we're gonna push him, we're gonna bully you, full CIS style. We're gonna brute force our way into that mid lane. Bang, explosive cast, go away. And that was it.
Yep.
Wave dealt with. What are you gonna do? You're gonna dive 4 of us under a tower? No, you're not. Go away.
I mean, like I said, Unicorns of Love's entire strategy is around grouping people up and just giving Angry Man a giant pixie and saying, go hit people with your axe. That is how they play these fights. They don't have agency. We like to talk about agency in League of Legends, like the ability to make decisions on your terms. They don't really have that versus Team Queso.
They may try and catch one out off guard here, though. Destiny does come out. That's been drawn and actually, I would say, almost baited by Acolyte there. Just removing that ability for Sneeland to join the fight. He comes across and makes the 5-man death ball. And look at this. Immediately, Acolyte's like, I'm going to go back to deal with my waves now. Thanks.
Well, that's a really important point, actually, that you raised there, Demon. Sneeland that doesn't have his Destiny now means those side lanes are a lot weaker to what Team Queso have been trying to do this entire game. Now no longer can you have Sneeland wave clear duty on a side lane.
Memorize. Memorize is looking for a gank around the side. Not going to happen. He was trying to bait someone across. Look at Andre. Andre was the one pushing the wave. They're trying to bait something in there. So Queso want to create a situation right now where they can fight it on their terms, knowing that that Destiny is not available. Still, by the way, long away. Now Sneeland comes back. He's been back to buy, gets the gold card onto Memorize. On the support, not the ideal thing. Now they're still looking for it. But as you mentioned earlier on, there's just a lack of engage. And here is Queso taking yet another Drake away unanswered.
I mean, Sneeland was basically looking for the rapid-fire gold card there. You saw they had a very long-range gold card. The third item that usually gets picked up by Twisted Fates is that rapid-fire cannon. He's picked it up as his third item after the Lichbane. That might be a way to try and isolate members, but it's not a long enough stun, and I still don't think they have that immediate follow-up that they need from Unicorns of Love to ensure. There is a fight coming out here, though.
The pressure coming through, and it's a 4v3, but now here comes the Olaf around the backside. That's what they were looking for. Phaton to come around the side. Memorize taken low, but look at this. The Wild Growth comes through, and maybe, just maybe, they find an angle, but that was very much engaged. Look how quickly Queso disengaged from the fight.
I mean, Queso, I actually still don't think Team Queso can teamfight properly. I think if you let Coldstar and Phaton in the same fight at the same time, this Olaf is still going to rip through you. That true damage is very strong at dealing with the squishier targets, and then there is not a single tanky target on Team Queso. I mean, look at this. They were trying to go in. That Braum Unbreakable was absolutely nutty. Grizzly Q bought so much time for his team, and even though Phaton was isolated and almost taken down, Coldstar with the Wild Growth eventually kept him safe. Like, Lulu Olaf is not something to be sniffed at. You have to be a little bit concerned. And something that makes Olaf a little stronger than I think on his PC counterpart is his Reckless Strikes is AoE.
They're going to go for Sneeland. Sneeland used the flash there to get away from Acolyte, making sure he doesn't get locked down. Also, just got a glimpse of Memorize having to dash into the Baron pit there. He was getting locked down by Unicorns of Love. So really fighting for that vision in and around the pit right now. Phaton, that would be a beautiful target if they could try and focus that. That's a dangerous duo. Riven and Diana for Acolyte and Riaz. That could put a lot of damage down, but it will force away.
I think one of the problems that Team Queso is finding right now is, and you're starting to see some of the limitations that some teams are facing when it comes to split pushing, is they can't really push much further than these tier 2 towers in these side lanes before they have to like peel back and think about other objectives. They at some point will need to team fight. So at some point, they're going to have to play into Unicorns of Love game. Unicorns of Love will eventually have a situation where it is a 5-on-5, everyone's grouped up, and Coldstar will be there to support Phaton in the team fights. And Sneeland is a really good late-game scaling carry in the Twisted Fate, and you have, obviously, Zach Q on the Xayah that keeps himself safe for a good few seconds with his ultimate. And unfortunately, Team Queso have been trying to play this split push game and are coming to the harsh reality that it is very difficult to play split push properly in Wild Rift.
There is some very good knock-up as well with, obviously, the Glacial Fissure, which we've seen Grizzly Q landing pretty well so far already. They're going looking for it. The Destiny card's coming in. Andre was the focus, does get the stun down. Have they got enough to lock him down? No. He will use everything, and that is the danger, of course. Gets that flash down there. The Ragnarok was burnt out by Phaton, but nothing was gained.
But you do have Acolyte in the side lane here. We have just seen Destiny used, but unfortunately, with the peel back here from Unicorns of Love, Acolyte not able to push onto that inhibitor tower and still struggling with a real split push threat at this point in time.
I would say it's very frustrating for the Unicorns of Love right now because they really want to fight. They've been trying to chase it, trying to force it. This is, In Wild Rift terms, this is a long game.
This is a long game.
Yeah.
We're heading into real late game territory. I genuinely think that you're looking at a frustrating game for both teams, though. Team Queso want inhibitor towers. They want to have free time in the side lanes to look for inhibitor towers. They can't do that right now.
Baron triggered. Just a little peek on that. You can see Unicorns Love making sure they get that vision down there. Very much split once again. I'm very interested to see how this is going to play out. I can see Ruiz once again and Sneeden just very close to one another. The one thing is that Sneeden, very good at wave clear. There's no doubt about it. He can get across, wave clear. And speaking of wave clear, Unicorns Love are doing a very, very good job of keeping them away from these two turrets.
Absolutely. I think at some point, if you're playing on Team Queso's side, either Acolyte or Ruiz has got to pull the trigger and go for a 1v1.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you're never going to get enough pressure in the side lane to actually execute on what you're attempting to do through a split push win condition. Now we have a Elder Mountain Drake. This is where Unicorns of Love can strike. The hammer will be hot. There is going to be a 5v5 team fight on the cards for them. And they are actually...
They're coming straight in. They're coming straight in. Memorize is going to be the front man. He's trying to keep them up guard. There's the Unbreakable coming out from Grizzly Q. Could be crucial. That not being available is a big shield for them to use. The Dragon was started out, but has immediately been pulled away from because they realized the fight was happening. It's Ruiz the focus they're trying to go for.
That was a big
comes the big target. The Glacial Fissure catches them down, but where's the damage going to get applied? You can see everybody going gold, trying to avoid the damage. Andre getting sunken so low. One man's down. Ruiz gets picked off. It's a massive fight for the Unicorns of Love. The revive will come through, but he will surely get locked back down there. Acolyte goes. It's a 3-0. A huge fight, and just what the Unicorns were looking for.
And they needed that. That was exactly where they wanted to strike. Eventually, Team Queso had to team fight because of these big objectives that they had to pay attention to. Big death timers. They're pushing straight down mid here.
They got all four in the end. I didn't see the fourth man fall, and they may well be able to finish the game right here. They're just going to shove it down their throat. 20 seconds on the death timers, and the Unicorns of Love, they played it to perfection. They waited, they resisted, and they have beaten Team Queso, the #2 team from Europe. #1 and #2 both fall. Incredible performance from the Unicorns of Love.
Look at them. They're absolutely ecstatic. Absolutely ecstatic. And they deserve it. Again, honestly, Queso, the early game plan was fine. But you came against the roadblock that you always come against when you try and play a split push or a side lane orientated approach. It is just really difficult. Unless your your Baron laner or your other solo laner, your mid laner, is prepared to pull the trigger and go, I'm going to 1v1 whoever's in that other lane, and Camille can definitely do that.
Yeah.
I'm going to 1v1 them. Good, now you're 4v5. You have to make that play at some point. If you're trying to split push in Wild Rift, you have to make that play. And they couldn't because Schneeland was so far ahead, as you said. He had a massive gold advantage on Acolyte as well, so it was very difficult to look for it. With the Zhonya's too, which completely nullifies Camille's ultimate, they couldn't execute the side lane strategy.
You saw it coming. You saw it coming. You said, they are going to struggle in a team fight, and they absolutely look worried about the team fight. And sure enough, as soon as the team fight came along, well, it went the one way we expected it to, and it was really cool. Well,
that is why teamfight comps in Wild Rift generally trump, because at some point in the game, even if you keep it even for 16 minutes, you are going to get an Elder Dragon, and you have to fight the Elder Dragon. It's non-negotiable.
You can't let it go.
You can't
let
it go. Same with Baron to an extent.
I would say for the Unicorns of Love, very disciplined performance.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
from that style, you saw them chasing the game so many times. That could have easily gone wrong. They could have slipped away from them. But they sat. They said, okay, you're going to shove the top lane, you're going to shove that lane, we'll just go back, we'll split, we'll keep the wave clear going. We know the fight is coming sooner or later.
Yeah. So, I just want to point out, #1 seed Group A.
#2 seed
gone.
Group A.
#2 seed Group A. Gone. Unicorns of Love, stocks going right up, fellas, this tournament so far.
Mate, what a story. What a story. Like, you know, every analyst worth their salt was saying Group A would turbo stomp this. I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
Every analyst, like, and, you know, no one really expected Unicorns of Love to, yeah, we knew they were good, but we weren't expecting them to be at that level. And they've just come in. They've clearly read the meta really well. They've clearly planned their team fights comps really well. I definitely think they struggled in the early game, but as D-Man said, cool, calm, collected, didn't overextend in the side lanes, didn't get into silly 1v1s, and waited for their moment. We said, Elder Dragon, the iron is hot, the anvil is hot, you make the strike, and they did.
And they were, if you remember rightly, back at Pick and Bans, they focused on the comp that they just used against Rix. They said, okay, we're going to take away your Rakan. We're going to take away your Galio. What are you going to do now? Well, they showed it. They had a really good level 1 strat that came out as well that obviously punished Coldstar, effectively his own teammate, but they said, okay, we're going to go for the engage. We're going to get that first blood. We're going to take away the red. And just so much happened in that game. It was fantastic.
Oh, I absolutely love what I'm seeing from Unicorns of Love, but we're going to throw it over to Will over at the Weatherman section. He's going to run us through and see if he's an analyst who's got his salt.
I don't know if that's, well, you've got asked a lot of me there, but Unicorns of Love, we asked a lot of them coming into today, and they've been delivering, haven't they? We've got this final team fight. It had to be because I love a good Gragas cask me. So what we're going to do is, first up, they've been fighting a lot at this point, right? So we're going to be jumping right into the action. Let's start it off pretty slowly, because what I want to see here is you've got the team fight. It's all broken up, absolutely. So you've got members over here, you've got members over here. Team Queso, they're healthy reasonably, but they've been completely thrown all over the place. Unicorns of Love, they pulled their trigger. They know exactly when they're going in. That's the Gragas cask which was thrown down here. And while their team looks a little bit split up, Queso, Unicorns of Love, they're all about target acquisition. So if we're going to run this through pretty slowly, just so you can see exactly what's happening. They're going for targets one at a time. Unicorns of Love members are going reasonably low here, but it just doesn't matter. They've got what they need to do, and they're just following through on the calls perfectly. And this, right here, we were talking about, Excalibur was going on about it the entire game. Olaf is the one who needs to be breaking up the front of team fights. And where is he? In the middle of the front of the team fight, doing exactly what you'd want Olaf to do, healthy as you like, and we can run through the rest of the play, because he's just able to rip things to pieces. And yeah, it looks a little bit back and forth, but Unicorns of Love at this point, they're never in any doubt that they win this fight. There's never any question about who's coming through from this one. And yeah, it's a little bit wild that they come out without taking really any damage, really sustaining any injuries, but they can just go through and end this game. So for me, it's all about Unicorns of Love. They know how to fight. Group 1, we were warning, we were like, what's the litmus test going to be about here? They're not standing up to the Unicorns of Love test yet, lads. Do we think they're actually going to be able to... Is anyone taking down Unicorns of Love today?
I think that's a nice and bold claim, Will. I think it is possible to take them down, because one thing I quite like about Unicorns of Love is they're playing their game. They are playing the one that they want to play. They had this distinct vision in Game 1, tried to recreate it in Game 2, albeit with some bans out of the way. Two teams are throwing different strategies at them. The 1-3-1, very methodical, very slow, but ultimately not the solution so far.
I want to say that for Queso, they were playing a very good objective game. They were very good objective. The problem is they stalled out, and you said it yourself. You're like, if, they had a Diana and a Camille, if they'd have gone for the 1v1, we'd have been talking about a very different game. We'd have been talking about Queso dominating the objectives, winning the game.
Again, it comes down to the jungle for me, though, because you picked the Riven again in the jungle, which I think ultimately when it comes to facilitating tower dives, when it comes to snowballing, it's pretty strong. But, you go into like these very beefy anti-melee style comps that you've got coming out from Unicorns of Love, like both comps they've drafted have been very strong in melee range. Like, you can't really play Riven effectively into like a boosted Olaf who's just, not in that way, but like an absolutely boosted Olaf, like coming out and just smashing people on the head. Like, they play these very strong anti-melee comps, which is difficult to deal with. I think Queso had the right, idea for the start of the game. Like the split push, anti-objective, anti-team fight focus that they had for the first 10 minutes of the game worked really well. You got a healthy gold lead, you're rolling with it. The issue comes in Wild Rift that it's very difficult to close out in 1v1, in split push style comps, unless you're going to have your Baron laner throw everything at them. There are very few Baron laners that we've seen actually do that in the Origin series, and one of the only ones that was Leon, because he's not afraid to take fights at any given opportunity, right? So I think you need to think about a hybrid draft when coming into Unicorns of Love. You need to have a split push element so that you can make early cross-map trades if you want to, but I think you need to have something in the draft that's going to help facilitate you in a team fight. I don't think you can play these full kind of like squishy bruisers into Unicorns of Love, because they'll eat you alive.
All right, Unicorns of Love, they're not going to be a factor for the next game, thankfully. We're going to put them to bed, give them a nice little rest. They'll end up having to go up against Game Lord later on today. That'll be all three of Group A against them. For now, let's focus on two teams who actually have a 0-1 scoreline at present. Unexpectedly so for Rix GG. They're going up against Na'Vi as our next game. So what are we thinking about that here? Is it Rix GG, are they going to bounce back maybe? They're going to stabilize in this one?
I kind of fear for Na'Vi right now. I feel we're going to see an angry Rix. They were caught out in that first game. They played into the palms of Unicorns of Love, played into their game style, played exactly into what they wanted, and it went wrong for them. I think maybe a little cocky, I want to say, in Game 1 as well, with some of the ban choices, pick bans. I think we're going to see a different Rix this time.
I think we'll see a very different Rix. I think Na'Vi know that they're the underdogs of this entire competition. I don't think it's unfair to say that they're probably the weaker team coming in here. As I said, there's definitely upsets that can happen, but Na'Vi need to prove themselves now. And Rix, arguably, maybe need to recoup from that first game. You want to see what their mental is like coming into this, because, losing your first game when you come in as the absolute predicted winners can be a bit shattering if you're not able to recoup and recollect yourself coming to this next one. But, despite that first game, I still consider Rix the favourites here. We'll see how it pans out.
All right, Rix need to bounce back in the series against Na'Vi. That's coming up after this break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Wild Rift Origin Series Championship, and it is the group stage day. We are back, and two teams facing each other, both with a loss in their first game. Rix versus Na'Vi. A humbling experience, I think, for Rix to start game one off against Unicorns of Love. You never want to play the first game of the day, first game of a tournament.
The first
you never
game of a
want to be
tournament is
involved.
always rough, mate. When you haven't, also you've got a lot of people there that don't have LAN experience.
Yeah.
You've got a stalwart LAN experience guy of Snitch. He's played plenty in Heroes of the Storm, for instance. But the rest of the team maybe needed a game to get their nerves under control. I'm interested to see the draft for this team when we actually get to that stage as well. But I think Rix, they will need to pick up this win, because if they don't, I think they're probably a little nervous going into their final games of the day.
I'll tell you what, I'm looking at the faces. I've just walked past the back of them as well. Laser focus is what is going on with Rix right now. They're up against Na'Vi, of course, who themselves coming into this one, but on a different way. They come into this expecting themselves to be underdogs, so they kind of expected it, right? But I tell you what, they're a team that wants to fight.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're very similar. They're going to ban the Fiora here. They're going to take that away from Leon again. There has been that target towards Leon that we saw previously. I don't imagine that Ziggs will get let through either, so I'm expecting a Ziggs ban straight off the ban. I mean, at the end of the day, when you're red side, you always ban Ziggs. You don't want to give that away as first pick, especially in competitive, and there it is.
Yeah, 100% ban rate so far for the Ziggs and the Senna so far as well, so both 100% ban. Now, we'll see. We'll keep our eye on that one. See the statisticians out there can keep their eyes on that one. I need to have a drink or two before I get that going. Camille was let through and played by Queso a moment ago. Did lose out in that game, but banned out once again this time, and the Gragas being taken away.
Gragas going to be bopped off. That means a lot of Leon's champion pool has been targeted here by both Rix and Na'Vi, realistically. We're going to see the final ban for Rix. It's going to be the Lee Sin, so that's not going to be given over to Na'Vi. Now, what is Leon going to play? That's my question. He doesn't have, apart from these four champions that you've seen in the ban phase, that has been the primary makeup of his champion pool throughout the Origin series thus far.
All right, so Na'Vi with the first pick. Where do they go? Is it going to be the support maybe choice to not give too much away? Will they go for that Darius top laner like they did before? Valhalla picking that one up.
That's very interesting to me. Graves, okay. You might think this is going jungle, mightn't you, D-Man? You might think...
in modern day, yeah, you'd be looking that way.
Might go Baron lane. It's another Leon pick. It's another thing that he plays in that top side of the map. And I think with the Kha'Zix lock-in, that is going to be...
That's a given, I think, now.
Yeah, that's going to be a given.
It's a long time since the old Kha'Zix top was played.
Yeah, Kha'Zix mid, mate. Alex it. That's it, mate. We are boomers.
Boomers. The Nami, of course. This is what we mentioned in the game earlier on today against Game Lord. Was banned away. This time has come through for Na'Vi, so obviously that's for Dante.
Yeah, that is a pick that he likes to play. He's going to pair it up with the Kai'Sa. Again, very strong pick in the current meta. Kai'Sa has been very heavily prioritized for most teams on blue side. Janna will come out immediately for Rix. So again, we've talked about that Enchanter support meta. We haven't seen as much of it at the Origin series thus far. This is the first game where we're really going to see Enchanter versus Enchanter, and the Ezreal comes out. So Ezreal, Janna, you're smiling about something.
So it was more of a laugh coming out from Rix. I feel like they kind of knew what was coming. Pick and bans. They were laughing like, we knew that was coming, so we're going to pick into it. So whether they were planning for that, obviously coming out with the Janna Ezreal, thinking, okay, we know Kai'Sa's going to go in with the Nami. The Ahri has come through, so obviously was banned out previously in the last match. Has come through. We did see it earlier on for Game Lord as well. So we'll see what Na'Vi can do with that this time. They had to go up against it. So that will be for the Don and the Xin Zhao getting the final pick for the jungle.
Zhao comes through. Now Snitch is going to have final pick on red side here. Ari's a difficult one to pick into, but he's going to go for the Twisted Fate. I like that. Rapid fire cannon, you'll be able to lock down the mobility of the Ari wherever possible, when you've got some single target lockdown for the Kai'Sa and the Ari especially. The problem that I think they're going to have here is that problem with the Xin Zhao. Once that ultimate comes through, it's very difficult for both TF and Ezreal to land consistent damage in team fights. Again, Rix have played this, they're playing a more of a, snowbally individual pick-off style comp again, where they're relying on the range of their mid laner and their Baron laner to try and get them into the game.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's get that game on your screen. We are into game number 4, Rix versus Na'Vi. So, Na'Vi going to be starting out on the blue lane. Blue side, whichever you prefer. Rix on the red side. No real advantage this time around, of course, anymore. Not like it used to be in the old.
I don't know if you noticed it. I don't know. I'm going to keep my voice down here, mate.
Right.
There's some mind games going on stage.
There's a lot of shouting going on. I have both ears in, so I can't quite catch it out, but I can hear them.
There is the mind game. We didn't get this, obviously. It's the first time we've had a LAN final here for Wild Rift. There's some laughing.
The banter.
There's some laughing when picks come through.
Like
hairs coming through. There is some mind games going on here, but no sneaky, crazy lane swaps this time round. We're going to see the straight up 1v1s and Friend in that bottom lane versus Dante. Dante had this Nami banned against him previously. A bit of a crutch pick, you may consider it for him, but he's going to get his hands on that for this game.
We'll keep our eye on any fancy jungle pass. Obviously, if you remember, Na'Vi against Gamelord did try that lane switch. Didn't really pay off for them, so they've stuck with a pretty much standard tried and tested here. So we'll keep our eyes on the pathing. Doom, of course, doing his job. And we'll see, of course, before we were talking about at the top of the show how Doom does tend to like to help Leon out. They get the snowball going effectively on that top lane. I gotta be honest, a Graves versus Darius is not really something you can snowball.
It's not something you see a huge amount of either. I think the problem with Graves into Darius early on is you're not going to really have the burst damage at this stage in the game to kind of deal with him post level 5. That's one of the problems that I think Leon's going to run into here. Like level 5, he's not going to be able to duel Valhalla consistently. And again, a lot of comfort picks have come through for Na'Vi. Like the Don's got Ari, Hydro's got the Kai'Sa that we have, Dante on his Seraphine, Valhalla clearly comfortable on that Darius pick. A lot of comfort for Na'Vi, and especially going up against Rix, comfort's what you want.
A little bit of warning there for Leon to say careful. There is a Xin Zhao coming nearby. Doom will be down doing the Scuttle Crab just as we saw Vex doing in the northern side of the river. So all fair at the moment. Does mean it's going to get warded out. Valhalla's going to go back to buy, and everything pretty much settled and calm. So as we hit the 2-minute markers, just to remind you guys, as we hit the 4-minute mark, most people will be looking towards that Dragon or Rift Herald. We have yet to see a fight for one Dragon. They just happily trade. That's a lot of damage going down onto Clue there. Not too sure he wants to get too involved in this. He does have the help of Doom coming down. The Destiny comes out as well. Snitch joins the party. Didn't pull out the yellow card that he was really looking for, but they got the target they wanted, and that's Hydro down.
Yeah, absolutely. That was an overextension from Dante and Hydro. They went a little bit all in, clearly winning the 2v2, which is great for them in terms of confidence in the 2v2, but Doom and Snitch ready to pounce. And that's one of the benefits of the Twisted Fate. You can have that impact in the side lanes whenever you need to. And obviously Don not able to respond to that as quickly as he'd like.
Absolutely. So it does mean that the duos are going to the top lane, by the way. So keep your eye on that in the real time at the moment. There was obviously the stun. Tell a lie. He did get the yellow card. Apologies.
He did, yeah. No, to be fair, he did.
Pull the yellow card.
Yeah. Came through in a
Valhalla. They're going to go for Valhalla. That's a deep dive. And that is Leon finishing the job.
Absolutely brilliant. I love that from Leon. You like that, boys? In the background. Confident stuff. Again, Leon has got this kind of wild Baron lane champion pool. Not many other Baron laners play the same style as him, but he has got the mechanics to back it up and picks up that first kill for him on the top side of the map here. Interesting to see where the focus would be for this first objective. Don getting caught out by Snitch.
Yeah, got the charm at the same time, though, so kind of a 1-for-1 back and forward. Nothing ventured from that one. Hydro and Dante, though, we were talking about this. They are being very aggressive, and they are kind of winning out that lane at the moment.
They are going to clear out this lane, and you said the 2v2 has been going in favor of Na'Vi for the most part, but Rick's able to just keep balance and keep Friend and Clue in a relatively healthy spot.
So here we go then. The timer's coming up. 5 seconds to go. Will it be Rift Herald? Will it be Dragon? what you're going to go for. Both spawn at the same time. It is a Cloud Drake that will come down first as well. Vex already in a position, doesn't want to use his smite just yet. Don't waste it on the red buff. We'll make sure he doesn't. And Valhalla is down this way, which signals the intent for Na'Vi. They want the dragon. And of course, we see Rix immediately going for the Rift Herald.
Going to be a straight-up trade across the map. Again, it is just...
Oh, I'll tell you what, they're coming down to fight.
I don't think they're going to... They're just trying to distract it to buy enough time for Doom, I think. Although I say that, Snitch and Leon are coming in.
Oh, they might get him in. Oh, the spike comes down. Vex is going to get caught out. Vex will pay the price. The wave disengage comes through, rolling in there. Vex did go down, but they secured themselves the dragon. The Rift Herald immediately getting dumped down on that top lane for Doom, and Leon will be joining him shortly. I tell a lie, Leon's decided to go bot lane. So that means the duos will come up here.
I mean, Leon's got a lot of wave clear built into his kit. He shouldn't be threatened too heavily, although I say that.
Oh, he's in trouble.
I say that.
Oh, they go for the flash. They go for the fight. They want to get it. Leon gets blocked. Oh, it's on the boat. I don't believe that just happened.
Look at this madman. Look at him go. I mean, it was a little bit of an overextension. I understand why they went for the dive. They had the Kai'Sa proc down. They're now going to go for that bot lane tier 1.
And they've just got the tier 1 turret, of course, because the Rift Herald comes down. But Leon, this is the thing. Graves is very hard. And then the tower's on it. The tower's on him.
Yeah.
Collateral and splat. Pretty good. Pretty good, Leon. Yeah, I think we can agree with you. That was pretty good.
I don't know if you guys might not have caught it, Leon, but I think that was pretty good.
5,000 gold advantage, and I would say a similar situation to what we saw against Gamelord now, outside of obviously the initial opening plays. Na'Vi, again, Na'Vi trying to make the plays, trying to force the action, trying to get something going, but unfortunately it's backfired on them. And, well, this time Rix were ready. Leon getting caught by Valhalla there, but I don't think he really cares about that one. And you can see the rest of the team actually getting and collapsing here because they're thinking, you know what, let's get that tier 1 turret down and take away all the vision. Look at this collapse down the bottom. The south side is where it's happening. Snit's taken very low, but he does manage to survive. And now comes Doom and Clue trying to work that one out. It is a 3v3 as the rest of the team claps in there. Leon is there as well. Don't think they want to go too deep for this one. And Na'Vi will indeed help them disengage, and they're immediately running for that mid turret.
Yeah, they have the priority right now. They have the control of the red side jungle, forcing the long way round here, but Don should get back and clear this wave up before the wave crashes. So no harm, no foul. I think Friend just wants the... Oh, that's a nice charm, actually.
They're going for the bottom again. Leon's there. Destiny comes out. They're going to try and go for it. Snitch has joined the party. They will get the Nami down of Dante. Now can they go onto Hydro? Absolutely no way is escaping this one. That will go across the Doom.
They are just kind of winning this out on pure individual skill at this point. Doom's damage. Oh my god, it's disgusting.
I thought he was going to leap for it. He takes the red buff as well. Didn't quite get that one away. Good lord, everything is going the way of Rix. This is the Rix we expected to turn up in game 1. Wasn't the case, but it feels, as I said, I just feel that there's something dangerous in the waters right now.
They're absolutely just waiting for it. I mean, Rix now have complete mid lane priority as well, going to pick up the tier 1. They tried to catch out Leon with the charm, which they do.
They do kind of catch him out, and they do take him down. Second kill of the game goes Na'Vi's way, but they have lost all tier 1 turrets.
This is really, really, really good spot for Rix to be in. 6,000 gold lead by 7 minutes. Following the footsteps of Gamelord in their matchup versus Na'Vi. And I think Na'Vi, you know, I think they knew that this was going to be a tough ask for them, the Origin Series. And right now, I think you're seeing a bit of a kind of a discrepancy between some of our teams at this competition. They're trying their best. We're winning out that 2v2 nicely. Rix, let's be a little careful for Friend here. He's not being supported, but he'll be all right.
Yeah, Dante not landing the bubble, Friend. Very much covered off, but I do feel on another day it would have been a bit more even, but it seems that Rix don't want any of this. Doom is on a tear, and there's nothing more satisfying than a fed Kha'Zix.
No, and now Rix have got complete control of both the blue and red side jungle. This is building up to a very, very insurmountable lead for Rix, and you can see that Vex is not even comfortable to get into his own jungle at this point. He's struggling to find his own camps to even farm. And think now Rix are going to be controlling this Infernal Drake. They're going to go for it. does look like Na'Vi want to try and fight this, and you can see that the Destiny has come out for Snitch.
Snitch is looking to get involved in this one. He sees all 5 members. He's going to drop into the middle, and that's going to pull Na'Vi across, and that just leads exactly where Rix wanted them, I feel here. There's the pounce coming through. Doom goes in. The dive came through, and it's a good turnaround in the end there. Hydra will get Doom down. They're going to try and turn towards Snitch, and this has actually worked very well for Na'Vi. The Dome comes in, not quite landing the charm onto Snitch. Now, what can they do from this? It was a 2-0 in Na'Vi's favor.
I think Rix just got absolutely crushed by Dante's Nami in that fight. They're going to have to give up the Infernal for it. It is a little blow to their overall win condition. You can see some of the team fights, again, not exactly a strong team fight coming out from Rix. Again, much more single target focused, much more smaller skirmish focused. And when it came to the full-on 5v5, Na'Vi just able to win from a pure compositional standpoint.
I would say warning signs. Don't get cocky.
I agree.
Don't get cocky there, because team fight-wise, it could be a problem. Vex, though, can't defend this turret. That's going to fall, but the rest of the team are going to try and collapse on this one. If they chase too deep, the rest of Rix have arrived, and this is a dangerous situation, because Doom is tasting the fear of Na'Vi as he plows on through. Valhalla goes down, Dante drops. He goes gold on the final tower hit. Leon will tank that one out, and that's what I was talking about. Don't go too deep. They were not watching the spawn timers.
They just felt that they were going to catch Rix out at that tier 2, and now Doom should be able to start at this Baron with the rest of his team. They're going to go for it. I don't think Dante can contest unless teleports come through from Na'Vi. This should be Rix's Baron to take.
A 10-minute Baron. Not what you want to see, that's for sure, but it is going to be Rix that will lock it down. And now with a sizable gold advantage, around 9,000. All right, now is going to be a huge, huge advantage. Most of that gold was on Leon and Doom, and I tell you what, it's probably still there at the moment because Doom was locking down those kills one after another. 7-2-1 now for Doom.
Even if Rix win this game, though, I'm going to level with you, D-Man. I think there are still warning signs.
The coordination is definitely...
Well, it's not...
They're good at picks.
Yeah, they're good at
team
skirmishes.
Fights.
Good at skirmishes, good around playing individual players, good at trying to translate pressure into side lanes. But when it comes to pure team fights, I don't think their comps are working.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the other teams play for these more team fight style comps, UOL being the obvious example. And I think, unfortunately, that is something that, you know, I think Rix are going to have to consider the later this tournament goes.
We'll see how it works out. They do, of course, have a coach here, so it's something they'll certainly be keeping their eye on. But look at the focus now with the Baron in there, of course. Just going to keep that damage down. The middle turret taking the punishment. Leon's on the top lane as well, keeping the aggression down on towards that inhibitor. Here comes Doom leaping across. Even look at the damage they can put down on Valhalla, the tankiest member of Na'Vi. Snitch goes gold. Will be able to get away from this one? No. It's going to get locked up under the turret and will fall.
But look at Leon.
So it's a 1-for-1. But as you mentioned, Leon, the whole time, has been pressuring this inhibitor turret, and that's exactly what they needed. Down it goes, inhibitor gone.
1-for-1 and a free inhibitor. You take it every day of the week as Rix here. And with this Baron, they're really making Unicorns, sorry, not Unicorns, Na'Vi hurt. Friend and Kluge going to go and take this tier 2 for free. And then they'll pick up another tower off the back of this Baron power play.
Baron up the wave, and away they go. Na'Vi trying to chase and see if they can catch anything off the back of it. Not going to happen. Rix will happily back away and spend the gold. And look at the lead. This is why Valhalla's getting pounced on so easily. A 5,000 gold differential. Almost double his gold for Leon and Doom.
What do you do now if you're Na'Vi in this situation? I think it's very tough. Similar situation to the Game Lord. I don't know if there is a good way out. I mean, Leon's already at 3 items and a half.
Oh, the gold card's caught now.
And as you mentioned, the gold card now, that rapid fire cannon has been completed for Snitch, and that's going to allow him to make those individual picks a lot easier as Don goes in.
Yeah, actually catches the charm onto Doom. He's going to go gold, but where's the rest of the damage for the team? Doom will just be able to pounce away from this one, and they can turn it back in their favor. Leon gets one, goes through, gets the second. Doom goes off right now. He pops back in, got himself the heal back in there, tries to turn it around. Dante, one more time. The Penta for Leon. Is it going to be given? Yes, it is. Leon with the pentakill. You love to see it. iPad or not, doesn't matter. He's on a phone and he knows how to play.
Absolute beast in the Baron lane. Leon picks up the first pentakill of the tournament, and that's going to be game for Rix.
Absolute domination this time around for Rix. showing them how to play, getting the first penta of the tournament as well. You love to see it, and a confident performance from Rix this time out.
I mean, you mentioned it, they're coming back with a vengeance. They wanted to recoup, they wanted to find their way after that Unicorns of Love game, and they absolutely turbo-stomped.
I mean, pentakill right at the end there, you gotta give the icing on the cake. Me, I would have been a scumbag and taken that from him.
Doom very nearly did. Doom very nearly did.
Don't do that in competitive. Give the pentakills over in competitive. No one's scumbags.
When I saw Doom leaping in, I was like, oh, he's going to take a kill. He's going to take a kill.
Oh my god. I think Leon would have been very upset about that one.
I mean, I've seen it happen many times. You kind of just like, and it always gets me in the interview because I just like, you know what, the most important thing was winning the game.
Yeah.
It's like, bull.
Was it? Was it?
You're like,
was it?
I had that stolen. But no, he's got it. So, okay, so first penta out of the way. Love it.
I think that was not a player more deserving of it than Leon that game. Leon had a fantastic performance on the Graves in that battle.
Yeah, no, that's what I love about what Rix brings to the table and top side of the map. They've got a really, really interesting champion pool that Leon can bring to the table. You know, he's much more carry orientated, but what I liked about the Graves here is it had much more teamfight presence than some of the other picks. It allowed him to be a bit more frontline focused. He didn't have to play the sort of the in-out style of the Lee Sin that he had to previously, which was bad against the ULL comp. This time he could get right in the faces of Na'Vi, utilize that strength, and just burst them down. And that was, you know, I think that worked really well for him in this way.
I mean, there's nothing more. And I like, without even looking at the clip, I know what's going to be shown. It's going to be the Leon 2v1 because that was bonkers. Like that.
Or the pentakill. I mean,
one of the two. Pentakill.
No, it's going to be the 2v1 because that's a situation where you think, okay, easy kill for the bot laners. They didn't juggle the tower damage right, and then they forgot that actually they're against a tanky Graves.
You cheated.
No, I didn't see it. I know exactly what was coming in.
I can literally see it.
Like, right, I mean, what else is it going to be? It was a bonkers play.
It was.
Lee, I'm looking across there. I'm looking at a very unhappy Carla right now. You've gone ahead and gone and spoiled that, but we'll throw it over to Carmeline, who's going to be able to go ahead and break down that clip.
Okay, so I'm here to break down a clip that they have already spoiled. So thank you, Annalise Zask. Thank you very much. But I mean, I think Leon's play right here, 1 versus 2 players from the enemy team, from Na'Vi in this case, is worth rewatching once again and again and again. So why don't we do that just now? So we have it right here, the situation. We've got Leon there, hiding in the tower, really low on life. Let me highlight that just for you. I haven't done anything. Okay, Leon, we have it right here. We have Hydro and Dante, the Nami and Kai'Sa, 2 powerful champions. As you can see, half life. This shouldn't be a problem for them, even though Leon has got a little bit of a shield left. Now, what's gonna happen? Let's go delete this and let's play it. Let's play it. Whenever it wants to be played. One more time. Okay, I'll describe what happens to you instead. Okay, so Leon is gonna be going here, right? And in the meantime, we have these 2 here. So for Dante, everyone flow onto Leon, which should have taken a good chunk of his health, but he's a Graves, you know, like this is not gonna be that so easy. So instead, we've got Hydro with Kai'Sa trying to get these 2. Take a look into this, okay? It actually replayed right now. Okay, so let's watch it once again all together. No lines inside. Okay, important moment right here on the tower. Hydro, Dante, both of them gonna get into this really dangerous zone, and you'll see why in a second. No ultis. 1 dead already there. Dante, you're about to be caught up by the tower. And look at it. Goodbye, Dante. You're dead right there. And with that, we can end the clip and the section, so I'm sending it right now back to the analyst text. That's
Thank you so much, Carmeline.
I really, really enjoyed the description of the play.
You know what?
It's going to play. Do you know what? I got this.
I actually give the round of applause. That's great adaptation there.
It's hard when technology doesn't work on the fly, but massive prop.
The
best part of that, I mean, he quick drawed across, collateral damage. It's just absolutely burst them down.
He did the chat move as well. He didn't do the auto attack. He just carried on walking. He knew that he was going to come back.
I actually think the most crucial part of that entire play is the end of the line cleared the minion wave. So
Yeah.
he set up the minion wave clear right at the start. So the tower, they had 2 minions to start that tower jump off with. He cleared it instantly, and that meant that the automatic tower pressure went straight onto the Kai'Sa. I actually think if Nami, if Grizzly had taken the tower damage, or taken the tower, sorry, not Grizzly, Dante had taken the tower initially, that might have been a play that worked out in favor of Na'Vi. But unfortunately, Kai'Sa was the one that stepped forward, took the initial tower damage, and because Leon cleared the wave at just the right time, he played it excellently.
All right, let's start looking ahead to our next game, though, fellas, because we've got a nice showdown here. Number 2 seed, number 3 seed from EU, Gamelord versus Queso. This one, I feel, is going to give us a nice little test of where the rest of the rankings are going to sit at the end of the day, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, Gamelord, obviously, they've already shown up. We know what's coming from them. We know what they've got. They've taken down Na'Vi already in their first game. But Queso are coming off the back of a devastating defeat, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah.
They were looking in control. They were really playing out the game. But the problem is they got stalled out, and their team fighting got found wanting.
To quote a very, very old League of Legends quote from Skara, they were winning until they lost.
The classic.
They essentially had a pretty decent gold lead right until the Elder
It was
fight.
about 4K all the way through.
4K all the way through. Obviously, that gets less impactful as the game goes on. Right until the Elder fight, where, as we said, they had to team fight, and they lost in one team fight. One team fight. They were winning the whole game,
over.
And they lost in one team fight.
And we said at the time, like, this is going to go long. And the danger of when it does go long is you lose that team fight, the Elder Dragon spawns, and sure enough, death time is a 30 or 40 seconds.
They didn't even take Elder Dragon. They just
went straight up.
They went straight down mid. The death time was long enough.
All right, the Team Queso backroom staff were probably there writing on the board. Okay, Elder Drake. Let's try and end it before that this time, fellas. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, Gamelord versus Team Queso.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to a very European clash. Two teams that have faced each other many, many times over the last 3, 4, 5, 6 months. There's been a few changes in between there, but it is, of course, Gamelord up against Team Queso. Both of these teams have faced each other in best of fives multiple times. And if you look at the points, you'd say Queso, they're the favorite, but I gotta be honest, I don't think there's a favorite in this game.
I think it's very difficult to have a favorite in this matchup. I think, Queso and Gamelord, both incredibly good teams. I think Gamelord obviously came off with confidence in their first game. It was really, really strong performance in them versus Na'Vi. I mean, I think Queso are going up against an incensed, invigorated, Unicorns of Love, who have now suddenly put themselves as tournament favorites from their performance from the first 2 games. So they were winning for the most part. There was one team fight. So I think both teams can be pretty happy with, for the most part, how their first games went. And this will be a test of that Group A seeding, whether it is true to life coming into this LAN.
Yeah, for Queso, like you say, it was a very controlled, very impressive performance up until a single team fight. A single team fight was all that decided it. And it probably hurt. It probably hurt them. They went back after that and probably think, how did we go wrong with that? The split comp was working well. Let's have a look at the pick and ban zone and see how this is going to play out. Remember that Ari may be sneaking through. We've got a couple of 100% bans as well that have already been going through the day. Akali is being taken away. Probably expect the Ziggs to follow that one, and the Senna, etc. that have been in there 100% bans so far. There's the Ziggs. What a surprise.
You can tell that 100% ban is going to come through if you've got an R1 ban every time. There's no chance you're leaving it open. Just that Ziggs is never going through if you're on red side.
And it's always red side.
Yeah, it's always red side because you want to first pick it if you're blue side, clearly. It will be the Lee Sin ban here, so Zeftir's not going to get his hands on Lee Sin this time round. The Akali ban as well is a pick that Random does like to play in the Baron lane too. Camille will come through against Acolyte and Andrea, double whammy there. So they're going to try and limit some of their champion pool on top sides and the map.
Try and cut away some of that split push that was working out well for Queso up until it wasn't. And of course, we'll see whether it continues that way. Senna still available. Just going to throw that one out there. The Gragas as well. I think Gragas is probably like 100% pickle ban right now. somewhere in and
Yeah,
around there.
he's almost certainly in that region. I think Gragas, especially because I know that Random is an absolutely excellent Gragas player. It's whether Team Queso want to pick that up. We know that Memorize plays it in the support role, so it would make sense for a first pick on blue side if they don't ban it. And I think if Gamelord don't take the Gragas away in the bans, I'm expecting that to get picked up by Team Queso on a blue 1 pick.
And the center is indeed remaining 100% ban rate along there. What's he got in his book for us here? What's he gonna pull out? Let's go look into the team, thinking, all right, which we're gonna go with. It's an Ahri, focused, of course, against Veos.
Yeah, I mean, it's a double whammy, really, because both Gamelord and Team Queso love Ahri in the middle side of the map. So, I think...
Oh, yeah, he's not focused it against himself.
Yeah. I think it's a double whammy ban here because both Queso and Gamelord contest Ahri in terms of picking the mid lane. As I said, though, wouldn't be surprised to see a Gragas blue 1 here for Queso. It goes over to Memorized most of the time in the support role, but it is something that I'm expecting Gamelord to want to draft if they don't get their hands on it, or if it doesn't get picked up early on in the draft phase for Queso.
So where do we go first? As I say, the Gragas 100% pick or ban is available. Probably expecting it as a first pick. What a shocker.
I'm not a prophet, mate. I'm just...
Oh, I mean, I hate to say it, but sometimes these are pretty obvious.
Look, mate, don't take it away from me. We're calling it for about 20 seconds at least, man. We're going to see the Riven locked in here for Gamelord. I'm not sold on the Riven
No
yet.
lease in Riven, by the way.
No, I know, we can't get
combo's
lease in
not
Riven.
available.
But I'm not sold on the Riven yet, but I do like the addition of the Riven into the Galio. I think that's, a nicer combo. You can maybe follow up on Riven's engages in the team fights.
Yep.
I think, obviously Random plays a mean Riven. We saw it in his game versus Na'Vi. And I like the addition of the Galio to this comp.
So Fiora has been banned a lot so far today. I'm not quite sure it's quite at 100%, but the first time outing, we're going to get to see her alongside the Darius. That is a lot of damage.
Oh my goodness, that is a Darius, Gragas, Fiora, which makes me...
support Gragas, perhaps?
Support Gragas, Jungle Fiora.
I think so,
is where we're looking at here. So Jungle Fiora, you might think, what the bloody hell am I watching? Jungle Fiora has been popularized. It has been a pick that's come...
It was Clue playing Gragas support last time,
No, it was Memorize playing Gragas support.
Was it Memorize?
So Memorize plays Gragas support. He's the only support that's played Gragas
sorry, Memorize, yes. He played it against... Unicorns of Love.
Yep. Do you know? I know you're.
I know
you're pushing 60, mate. But,
look, we're on game 5. It's been a long day, and we're mixing up the teams. It's not like we've had 5 games of the same series, which you get these days. It's 5 individual.
I'm messing with you.
But look at this. We've got the Diana coming in. The Corki comes out, and the Vayne for the first time.
Yeah,
today.
I was expected to see some Vayne this tournament. Vayne has been a pick that has been highly prioritized by AD carries in the European scene, and I think given the current state of Wild Rift, it's very easy to scale her into the late game. It gives you a late game win condition as well in team fights, regardless of how bad your team fight is in terms of compositionally. A Vayne adds that X factor that can always pop off, and especially without a Twisted Fate on the other side, there is outplay potential that always exists here with the Renekton being locked in as well.
The first Renekton today. I'm actually surprised it took 5 games before we've had a Renekton come out here. So that is, of course, going to be for Random. I would presume on the top lane is where that's going to go, which means it's going to be probably Fiora in the jungle.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely Fiora jungle. So Random's going to be taking that Renekton to the top side of the map, and we're going to see the Riven in the mid in the jungle, which means that actually that matchup's not as easy for Fiora. You pick Fiora for dueling potential and dueling potential alone. She wants to fight the other jungler and she wants to take him down in the early game. Riven's not going to let that happen. She's got too much mobility and she's a better duelist than you as well. So that is going to be something to keep our eyes on here. Team Queso, whether they can make that Fiora jungle work.
Well, what is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen? Number 2 and number 3 from both Group A. They have faced each other so many times. They have beaten each other so many times. But here is a best of 1 for the Origin Series. For Gamelord, it would put them 2-0 at the top of the table alongside the Unicorns of Love. And for Queso would be their first win of the day after losing out against the Unicorns of Love earlier on. A big upset, certainly, I would say. Some big surprises. The Unicorns of Love have turned up. I love it. It's absolutely turned the teams on their head, which makes this game even more important right now. Who is going to come out top? Come on, I want to put your money where your mouth is. Where's it going to go?
Gamelord.
Gamelord.
Yeah, I'm thinking Gamelord. I think their comp works. I think the comp's really nice. I think you can deal with Fiora jungle relatively easily here. And I think the Vayne gives you that little X factor in the late game team fights. I don't see a good way on Team Queso's comp to efficiently deal with the Vayne.
We'll see whether it can get through. Of course, whether the Vayne has time to come into our own, because it does take a little while for ramp up, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's
but
certain.
judging by the two team comps, I feel this is going to be a long game.
Judging by the average length of game that we've had in this tournament so far, especially the ones that weren't just absolute stomps, which were the Na'Vi games, unfortunately. The rest of the games, I think they've been relatively late game focused. We've at least seen 3 items on the major carries, and Vayne with 3 items in this game wrecks. Absolutely tears people apart.
Yeah, well, if you just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to start with to the Wild Rift Origin Series Championships, where you've been for the last 3 months. We're at the finals. We are live in Stockholm. The teams are all here. The players are all here. The casters are all here. And you know what? We're going to be getting into the game. Let's get Game 5 underway.
5th game of the day here, D-Man. I'm excited about it. Gamelord versus Queso, and Gamelord have really sprung out in this competition. Got a great win versus Na'Vi early on. Now is their time to prove themselves. Acolyte, a little bit of a heartbreaking loss, rather. Team Queso had 2 Unicorns of Love. They were winning until they weren't, as we said.
I mean, it's as the adage goes, it literally was. They were 4,000 gold in advantage, but that just never ruled yourself out, and that's exactly how Unicorns work themselves. We do, of course, have a couple of the old-fashioned lanes, I think it's safe to say. The Darius versus Renekton. This is like days gone by, back in Season 3 times. I'm talking League of Legends, by the way, here, which is obviously where Wild Rift has come from, the Season 3 days, many moons ago. And of course, Lefiora in the jungle. We are expecting Ruiz to be a little bit defensive at the start, as I say that. I can see them both trading blows. Veos taken pretty low as well. Veos actually coming down on top in that one, so a bit of Holy Fruit being sucked up by Ruiz, and Veos will do the same.
I think I really like the addition of the Galio here as well. Galio is like super anti-melee. If you can get him surviving in a team fight, if you can keep him at least getting at least 1 taunt off or a knock-up up, he's a very strong anti-melee champ. How many melee champs do Team Queso have? They have got 4. And so therefore you're relying heavily on Ibu with that Corki. I do like the addition of the Corki here because of how kind of like AD heavy your jungle top are, your jungle Baron lane are. So it does, again, give you a nice mixed damage profile, but we may have a little skirmish here for this Rift Herald on the top side of the map.
And for the Scuttle Crab, actually, another Rift Herald. The Rift Herald's another 3 minutes away, and that is going to be a full-on engagement. Have they got the kill down? Yes, they do secure it, but at what cost? Veil's taken low. Oh, Acolyte just missing out there.
It.
Doesn't quite get caught out, and that's going to cost Acolyte his life. The flash comes through, and they will get the stun and lock him down. So, a 2-for-0 start for Gamelord. That is just about perfect.
They're going to pick up the Rift Herald, Rift Cutlery relatively easily. Zefta here. Again, better duelist in the early game than the Fiora. They picked their fights really well, and unfortunately, Queso were just a little slow to respond. Redemption and Ibu were just 1v1ing on the bot side of the map. You see here, nice stun and rather taunt coming out from Veihost in the middle lane. That was brilliant from him. And that's where you can see the strength of the Galio when it comes to the anti-melee, and the follow-up there from Random and Zefta was fantastic. Acolyte a little late to the fight, and that's a great start for Gamelord.
Yeah, would have. I just wonder, would it set him to level 4 if it had got that pull in there? Didn't quite work out for him, and oh no, the Acolyte's in trouble again, and this is going to be a tower kill. It will be. Under he goes. Random tanks up the turrets, but he's got the lifesteal, and it's another go in the way of Gamelord.
And they're trying to punish Redemption on the bottom side of the map here, but it's just not working out for them. Vayne now level 5, going to become even more difficult to lock down. And Gamelord really coming out with a bang. It wasn't just a fluke versus Na'Vi. It wasn't just versus a weak team. They are actually taking the fight straight to Team Queso here. And Gamelord really looking like the kind of like the full power former selves that we expect from these guys.
They're going for the bottom. They're going for the bottom. The full collapse is coming in. And I'll tell you what, Ibu might be able to get away from this one, but I'm not sure Memorized will. In the end, does get sidestepped. That was a full 4-man excursion, though, so left the mid lane a little open. And nothing ventured from it, but the blue buff, of course, is going to be back up for Zefta.
Still a great start here for Gamelord. They've got the gold in all the right places. Zefta now has got a decent bunch on this Riven that's going to allow him to be a lot more impactful when it comes to these smaller skirmishes around the neutral objectives. And speaking of which, both Rift Herald and Dragon are spawning in around 15 seconds.
Yeah, a 500 gold advantage over your jungle, and that is what it means. The Black Cleaver completed before the Dragon comes up, and that could be a very important item. Of course, you can see the Trinity Force trying to come in for Andre, but won't be ready. And you can see they're just getting the wards down right now, so the difference being that Gamelord have timed it, they've been back, they've all bought, they're coming back for a fight.
Really wondering whether Zefta just commits to the Rift Herald here. I think he does, right?
Yeah.
They've got the River Scuttler on the
I think they
Dragon.
want both. I think they're going to try and nick both.
I think they might. I mean, you can see that Team Queso now know that they don't have priority over the River Scuttler. They're going to head straight
Look how
over
quick
to...
they are.
Exactly. They're doing it super quickly, especially because they have that Black Cleaver. It makes it much easier to take this Rift Herald 2. And they might even be...
And look, Random's already coming. Random's going down south. So here we go. Zefta's going to get that down, and here they go. They're going down. So you can see Show and Redemption just trying to delay things as much as they can. The rest of the team will arrive, and the Dragon will be theirs. That is a 2-4 anyone will take. And that is the gold advantage that they've gained. Giving them that advantage, Andre goes in, tries to get it locked down, tries to get the smite fight, doesn't work out. Random picks him up. Memorize now in trouble. Random stun will be back up any second now. He has to get away from that one. They block the damage from Ibu. You'll love to see it. And he has to Valkyrie away.
Package dropped in an ineffective location as well. Now, one saving grace for Queso is Acolyte went straight up top lane. Whether Random can get back there in time and stop that top lane tier 1 from going down, I don't know. He is working his way up, but this is great stuff from Gamelord. Just absolutely covering the map. Both global objectives taken very early on, and Random is able to get there. Acolyte will swing his axe, but Random will shrug it off. The Crocodile in a great spot.
Yeah, just a quick apprehend. Let's have a look at this. This is going into the pit. You can see Explosive Cast tries to brush them away from it and get the smite fight in there, but just not enough. And the damage was a little low. I didn't actually catch the vision difference there, but in the end, it was a escape for Ibu. So, Scuttlecrab's been picked up as well. Just saw that off in the picture-in-picture. And that equates to a 2,000 gold lead just 6 minutes into this game at a 4-0. Advantage taken. Still no turrets yet, though.
No, but that top lane tier 1 is close to going down for Team Queso. If they just, an improper back timing or a mismanagement of resources, they could drop that first tower of the game. And with Memorize showing himself up there, they are going for it. I wonder if Galio is getting in position for the hero's entrance here. It looks like he is.
Zefta's here. Gets spotted out by the ward, and that will force them to back. So they didn't quite get it yet, but as you say, it's just a matter of time, I feel, more than anything there. Quick back down the bottom lane, forces them away as Ruiz comes down here now. So Rui looking to see if he can try and force something from this. So switching up the lanes, trying to send the duo pair of Ibu and Memorize now to that mid lane to try and get some punishment down, and starting the split early here.
They are going back into that 1-3-1 that they did. They are now going to collapse resources onto this bottom side of the map.
Oh, they've all passed the ward. They've all passed the ward. They know exactly what's coming. Look at that. The Galio's there as well. Just a little blow in there, but it will be a blue steal it away. You can see they're transferring immediately away to that. Acolyte trying to confirm and steal it away, but don't matter. Random's already there. I'm watching this off the minimap at the moment. As you can see, Acolyte was trying to lock it down there. And just simply trying to lock down that blue buff as well, the other side.
I like what Queso do in terms of rotating their bot lane to mid very early on into the game, because it allows them to kind of roam as a squad and look for tier 1 tower dives if those tier 1s are still available. And it allows them to be a bit more flexible in terms of gaining pressure and gaining control of the enemy jungle. See Memorized here.
They've come back. They've come back and they've completely caught Redemption off guard. He will get the flash away in the end there, but you can see the stun comes in. The hero's entrance is enormous, and it gives Redemption the kill. The one thing you know with League of Legends, with Wild Rift, whatever the game, you don't give Vayne kills.
Almost caught him out there, Redemption. Managed to get a huge condemn off straight into the hero's entrance from Vayne. They're going to dive Ibu as well. Oof. Killing spree for Zefta. Gamelord are running rampant in this game.
On the Rift Herald.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to try and open up this mid lane tier 1 with the Rift Herald here. They've got a lot of pressure. Acolyte himself is not going to be able to defend.
And this is buying time as well. Redemption down the bottom. He should be able to take that tier 1 out as well as they go deep on this. Acolyte in trouble. Andre getting caught out. He will go down as well. And Gamelord shout themselves into power. 8-0, 6,000 gold lead.
You can hear them just absolutely pumped at the way they've been playing this early game. 8-0, they are making Queso look silly right now. They are absolutely schooling them in this early game. And I love how much passion we're getting from the Gamelord crew. It is really, really excellent to see these guys pumped up at LAN, and Team Queso trying to get their first tower of the game here, claw a bit of gold back in their favor, but Zefta is here.
Zefta's coming for it. Ruiz, he hasn't took the tower down. Finally it will fall, but he got two hits onto Ruiz there. Memorize is in all sorts of trouble. Here comes Veos. He should be able to catch him out. There's Explosive Cast not going to force him away, but he's tanky enough to avoid the damage.
You have Random covering mid here, so Queso managed to bait Game Lord into a little bit of a mismatch of power on the map right now. Mid lane getting died. Is Random legitimately just 2v1ing?
Sure, why not? Ibu's there as well. The top tower will go to Queso, so the first objective of the game does... the second objective of the game does go their way. Let's not get carried away just yet, by the way, because there is still... It's a 6,000 gold advantage, yes. Oh, okay. We'll get carried away.
I think you get carried away if you're Vayne 1v1 the Diana.
Oh dear. Yeah, if a Vayne can 1v1 a Diana, your mid laner, that's a problem.
1v1's the person who's supposed to kill her, then I think you're in a good spot if you're Game Lord. They're going to pick up the second dragon of the game with relative ease right now. And Game Lord are in a super, super strong spot.
It has been a near perfect game. They have, of course, lost those 2 turrets who, before everyone out there in chat does jump on me saying, perfect game, you don't lose turrets. But in terms of 10-0, it has been absolutely perfect for them. Objective-wise, both dragons dominating control so far in the fight. And I gotta be honest, we said it in the game against the Unicorns a lot. Queso just don't want a team fight right now. And well, they can't now.
You're going to go straight back onto Ruiz here. Can't go for the tower dive. Random did pop his ultimate though, so has to be a little careful as the rest of Team Queso are trying to barrel down towards him to protect this tier 2.
He just doesn't care, does he?
No,
he just doesn't care. The rest of his team up on the top of the map at the moment. Oh, he's on a ward.
He's not going to die to Ibu.
He's just going to rocket him.
Annoying him.
Yeah,
he's going to annoy him.
Right, okay. What do Queso do? What do they do to try and... I mean, ordinarily you would say turtle up, but I feel it may have snowballed out of control. Well, I think they simply need to try and get a risky Baron steal or something like that, I feel.
They need to kind of catch Game Lord off guard, maybe sort of punish some of the Game Lord overextensions that we've seen in this game. The problem is that if you turtle up, you're going into a Vayne. Like, you don't want to turtle up into a Vayne. Vayne's just
let it feed,
yeah, she's just going to get stronger and stronger. She likes time. Vayne is very happy with time. So you've got to be very careful if you're Team Queso. I think you have to pick your moments here. You do have a range advantage versus Game Lord. That's one thing that you can play in your favor. The Corki himself, as this game progresses, will be enough to give you a range advantage, and that's probably what you've got to look to play around if you're Team Queso. Corki is going to be your saving grace here.
And I got to be honest with the Game Lord, while they could go for Baron, I don't think they need to. Ruiz once again around the side here. Zefta comes down, he's in trouble. Ruiz can't get away from this one, and he's going to get locked down in the end there. Zefta picking himself up another kill. A 5-0-1, 9,700 gold. Zefta, he is very fed.
It's DeAndre coming in, trying to find an angle in this team fight, but he can't. And I think one of the things we're seeing with the Team Queso style of comp, when they try to play these 1-3-1 strong solo lane style comps, only good when you're ahead. When you're behind, it just serves your solo laners up for free kills in the side lanes.
Random has, well, the third item pops in the stacks. He just buys it outright. And just, oh my
11,000 gold on Random, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, he's just spent it as well. So he is going to be, if not a beast already, an absolute monster when he pops that Dominus next time out. And he's just going to shove that bot wave, and you can see they're almost trying to bait the fight in and around Baron here, trying to draw something out. Veos in there. Zefta wants to jump in. Yeah, here they go, trying to bait something out from Andre. Andre will just have to back away from that and give up the buff.
Zefta will smite it away, nearly level 12 himself. They're trying to set up control around this Baron pit. They have Random on the other side of the map right now. Now, Random has got the Hextech belt the belt enchant. Unfortunately, doesn't have the teleport, so can't respond to cross-map plays. But right now, there are no... Oh, Ruiz just sneaks that one away. There is no teleport to contend with on the side of Team Queso either. So, if you're matching Random, you're committing resources that you're not going to be able to translate elsewhere either.
And in terms of... I've got to be honest, I don't think they need to risk a Baron. I don't think there's no reason to. Dragon's coming up in 25 seconds. We'll take that. Thank you very much. And you can see they're just quite happy to keep them pushing. But I would say the disadvantage of that is you are giving more and more gold to Queso. As longer the game goes on, we know how dangerous a team fight can be. 13 minutes and counting. We're going to be looking at least 16, 17 minutes this game's going to run, I feel. But here we go. Here comes the claps. They're going to try and get around the side. Acolyte, the focus target at the moment. They'll take Andre if they can get him. Meanwhile, Rue is down the bottom. He has to go gold, and Random just backs away from the turret and tries to walk back in again. Dominus is available. There we go. Gets it down. Rue is done and slides out with ease. And that is, as you say, the split laner trying to do what he can. He just can't do it. And that's under the turret.
But you're seeing the complete flip from what we saw from Team Queso last time. Random is willing and can 1v1 easily.
Yes.
He has created natural side lane pressure through split pushing because he's able to go for the 1v1. We have a fight here.
Trying to come in for it. Redemption was the focus target. The challenge comes in, but he's never going to get met because he is just absolutely laying damage down. The hero's entrance gets his Acolyte off guard. Ibu in all sorts of trouble. Zefta going to lock him down, and in comes Acolyte. Down he goes, and that one picked off. That, ladies and gentlemen, will be game. And I got to be honest, a 16-0 domination coming out from Gamelord. They have decimated Team Kosi here. You know, Team Queso looked fantastic against Unicorns of Love up until they weren't. But Gamelord have made them look absolutely average.
16-0. You hear it right at the end there. 16-0. They absolutely threw everything at them from the very get-go, and I think you saw the weaknesses of Fiora jungle. I think we said it. Riven jungle into Fiora is quite nice because Riven likes the duel early on, and so does Fiora, but Riven wins those. Great reactions, great collapse from them around that first Rift Scattler, and I'm going to be honest with you, that was the snowball.
From the very beginning,
the
first Scuttlecraft fight,
and they just made it keep going. They kept going. They kept going, and they kept going.
I think what was most terrifying about that was, though, they had the early snowball, but they had the Vayne in the back pocket.
Yeah, exactly,
the late game was all there. So the longer it went, the more time that you had to see Queso go for the recovery. Well, the Vayne's still powering up. You'll not dug yourself out of that trench yet.
The Vayne soloed a Diana. Like once that happens, it's like, well, what are you going to do now?
We talked about it in draft. But that's why we love the Vayne pick, because no matter, even if your strategy doesn't go the way you want it, you always have this X factor in a team fight later on. Like Vayne is one of those AD carries, a little bit like a Jinx. Vayne is one of those AD carries that you give them enough time, doesn't matter what the comp is, they may be able to outplay, they may be able to just get those team fights rolling, and that's why I really like the Redemption Vayne pick there, because it's like a catch-all. Like we have a super strong top side, a super strong top jungle, and we're happy to go for it. And that meant that if that didn't work out, they always had the Vayne to back them up.
All right, well, let's go ahead and grab a quick moment with Viperoon. He's over in the Weatherman section to break down a play.
Well, goodness me, that was a game of Wild Rift, wasn't it? Let's talk about that final fight, shall we? Because it was a bit tricky to go through and kind of pick out exactly what I wanted. It was just picks here and there, but we got a massive team fight at the end. So, those of you might have spotted a couple of things. First thing you'll spot, it's not a great time to be Team Queso. Also, second thing you'll spot, one sad dead Diana. She's not going to be involved in this fight. Baron's being taken by Gamelord, and what we're going to do, we're going to just run through this one realistically, because honestly, the game's been going as it's been going, right? You can see all of the abilities are being layered. We can pause up here. Redemption's actually focused reasonably okay in this fight. Like, Team Queso are doing the things that they should be doing. Realistically, they need to be contesting this. The problem is, again, we'll just circle this again. That's a very sad number there. That's a significantly happier number. And the fight is just so easy. Redemption on the Vayne, we talked about how strong this champion can get in the later stages. We're 14 minutes in, and it's the later stages already. So she's just able to run away. We're going to remove that. We'll give the sad dead Diana another sad face before we continue. There we go. And we're just going to run this through. Redemption, untouched, just cleaning up. In the front line, so much work being done by Riven. We've seen it all day today, and it's really just a cleanup job. They clean up the fight. They kill everyone who's trying to stand in the way of them. And actually, we'll pause that very quickly to give a few more very sad players on this side. Gamelord just win it. So, very one-sided game. Hopefully Team Queso will be able to bounce back, and Gamelord, let's hope they can do it again a little bit more. Back to you on the desk.
Thank you so much, Will, for pointing out who the sad players were in that instance. I'm not really sure we needed more illustration on that.
I mean, I think the only other thing you could break down in that fight was the Scudgrab fight. That was it. That was there really wasn't team fights. It was just getting picked off left and right. They just got battered. A 16-0, I mean, it was a stomp.
I mean, that was a heartbreaking defeat for Team Queso. It's the second one of the day, I'd say.
0-2.
I mean, 0-2 they're currently at, right? Let's take a look at the rankings all together, though, so we can see how we are halfway through the day, because Team Queso and Na'Vi, to be fair, both on the cusp of being eliminated.
I'm glad Carmeline wasn't doing the section there, because I don't know where the sad faces would have been. She'd have had one herself, I think, with Team Queso going 0-2. But yeah, I mean, honestly, we knew Gamelord could do this, right? We knew they were very strong, and I think they've proved it right there. Random looking absolutely dominant in that game.
Yeah, Random and Anna, absolutely Zefter as well. Zefter's been a real standout. I'm very excited for Gamelord versus Unicorns of Love.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
100% yes.
A really, really awesome fight.
They've just set themselves up for success. We're halfway through the day. You've got two teams sitting pretty at the top. It's an uphill climb for Na'Vi and Team Queso to even potentially contend with that first place spot and get the pick of opponent. But I'm actually thinking, hang on a minute, this is more about just a battle of survival for those two teams, the way things are currently going.
Yeah, it's and obviously with the CIS battle as well. I just hope the Na'Vi can pull something out here. Obviously 0-2. Yeah. They have been kind of swept aside in both of the games. I'm going to say this partly because they're setting up right now. But yeah, both games does not look good, and the fact is that Unicorns of Love looked incredible.
Unicorns of Love look like the best team here. Honestly, they've looked amazing.
Yeah, and we're expecting to see more of the same. They are getting set up already for that next game. Lads, have you got any predictions? Because you're not actually going to be casting the next one, so you can kind of absolve yourself a little bit.
Well, I can tell you one clear prediction that we're both going to say is that there's a team in pink that may well win this
Unicorns of Love, I think, next game. I think Gamelord will beat Unicorns of Love. I'm just...
all right.
You know what, though?
But I think it'll be very close.
But this game next coming up is going to be a different game entirely for Unicorns of Love. It's a CIS vs CIS game. It's going to be messy. It's going to be messy. There's no doubt about it.
All right, as D-Man predicts, it's going to be a very messy game coming on the screen later. We're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, we've got UOL going up against Na'Vi.
Hello, welcome back to the Wild Rift Origin Series Championship. We're not D-Man and Excoundrel.
I think I'm not a demon.
I wish you were D-Man.
Excoundrel either.
You know, it's Viper and Carmeline. We're going to be taking you through the 5 last games of the day. And Carmen, we've got a massive one to start. Group B. Everyone coming in, talking all this nonsense about Group B being not as strong.
Right.
What's Unicorns of Love saying about that?
I always believed in Unicorns of Love and Navy, but they didn't believe me. I mean, you didn't believe me.
Right. Don't be throwing this in my face. I have always backed Group B.
Yes.
I'll go on record. Na'Vi as well. 0-2 right now. They need to be picking up wins sooner rather than later. Team Queso, sadly for you, also in the same situation.
I'm neutral, okay? I don't favor anyone.
Well.
I mean, I like unicorns, but like, it's a side thing.
I mean, two very good teams. Obviously, to get this far, they had to be really amazing. But for Na'Vi, win here is crucial. For Unicorns, they're battling out for first place. First place gets to choose their opposition going into tomorrow.
Ooh.
They want to be able to be picking and choosing who they take down in those semi-finals. And we're going into picks and bans straight away, Carmen. Anything that you really want to see? Anything you're desperate to come out in these picks?
Yes, not the same as we've seen in all the games, you know, Renekton and Koki. Who wants to see that? I don't.
I mean, I like those champions. Nami, we're not going to see. She's been taken off the table. Great game last game.
The one champion that they did want to see, and she's taken out. And Six as well.
Yeah.
What's the problem with Six? I mean, I know he's quite... Yes, and powerful.
With Varus and Ash both being off the table, we expected maybe to see a little bit more focus on this bot lane, or the dragon lane, as we should call it. Otherwise, D-Man will shout at us in the green room. They're not really being focused as much as we thought. Olaf also taken off the table. We know how strong this guy can be in the mid game.
Yes.
Don't want to be giving over that Olaf plus Enchanter kind of mid game fighting situation. and it's also Senna being removed, flexibility in the bot lane once again.
Yeah, Senna and Lulubot together being left outside the game, and Senna I think is also a good replacement for those teams that prefer to play with, you know, a different composition in the board lane. Kind of want to go Senna fast in here,
True.
but it's not going to be the case because she's not going to be able to play it, and neither is Rakan.
Supports, they're being rude.
Yes.
Bullied. 5 out of 6 of these bans are support. Don't play Olaf support at home.
Oh, no,
Do
no,
not recommend
please,
that for
no.
your ranked games. But loads of power's been left open. You mentioned the Corki, the Renekton, these strong picks. The Darius we've been seeing a little bit today as well could be coming out.
It could and it should, because to be honest, he's one of the best top laners we've seen lately. But him being powerful doesn't mean that the team has got that advantage. It doesn't always happen. Look at last game, like that's...
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you've got players who don't know how to play these specific champions in the meta, and it's just a bad time if you're being forced into something you're a little bit less comfortable on. We're just waiting to see what will be first pick, what will be prioritized. Bot lane as well, Kai'Sa, Ezreal, still available, and that's kind of a lot of what we've been seeing today, a lot of what these teams putting priority on, just because Varus, of course, isn't available. One of the stronger
Ashe.
picks down there. Ashe as well gives that utility.
Why?
I mean, it is what it is, but I want to see Renekton, you know. I'm enjoying this style of play. Did you see the Renekton last game?
I did
It was
see
brutal.
it.
It was terrifying.
I mean, it was so terrifying they ended up with an O in scoreboard
Yeah.
for Team Kesso. So we hope that doesn't happen again to any other team. We want to see some action, some even games, if you may.
Yeah, we want to see the teams coming in, fighting, having even competitive games. I mean, the game that we saw Team Queso versus Unicorns of Love earlier today,
Oh gosh,
that was
yes.
maybe the best game we've seen so far, just because of how closely packed those two teams were. Unicorns of Love against Rix as well was very, very entertaining. Maybe Unicorns of Love are just an entertaining team. Maybe that's what it is. We still haven't got any picks coming through. I'm a little bit concerned by this, but there we go. Xin Zhao, first one in.
Okay, this one was to be kind of expected. Xin Zhao really matter right now, especially, I mean, you can play him in jungle, but there are many other positions where you could also use a Xin Zhao. I've even seen him support Xin Zhao.
Don't do that.
I mean,
It could happen.
It could happen.
But I'd be surprised. Top lane, maybe. Baron lane, maybe.
Okay.
Jungle, probably. Galio and Camille, more flexibility. The Galio we've seen at mid, support potentially as well, and Camille could go into that jungle, but more likely up in that Baron lane, maybe against the Xin Zhao.
I'm really liking it so far. We've got the Camille there with hookshot, being able to jump off walls, jump onto the enemy, and you've got Galio there, which is gonna allow you to beat that to protect your team in case you need it with the hero's entrance, for example. So we'll see what exactly do they decide to do with these champions. But so far, so good. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, it's great so far. There he is, the crocodile. My sweet boy has joined us on the Rift.
Can I
You
walk
can't
out
leave.
of this?
I know you're wireless right now, but please do not leave. I don't want to solo cast. No one wants to be solo casting this. But I like the Galio Camille. You've got the Hextech ultimatum to hold everyone in place.
Hey.
Heroic entrance in. Everyone goes up in the air. But then Renekton just kills everyone anyway. He's doing so well today. Such a strong pickup. And every region seems to be enjoying playing him right now. He's so safe to blind pick. He does loads of work in the early to mid stages. And realistically, we're not getting super long games. The games we've had today have been pretty quick.
I mean, considering it's Wild Rift, you expect the game is to go for about 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But true, today's games have been shorter than that even, which is surprising considering the level that these players and teams have altogether.
Absolutely. And I mean, the Lucian coming through as well, another champion that can do lots of work early game. Could be going mid, could be going
the
bot.
Culling.
The culling could just come through and just deal so much damage in those teamfight situations. But they've got a decent amount of pick as well. With Xin Zhao, Renekton, Lucian potentially being their top side, because Lucian could go into that mid lane, could be going down into the Dragon lane as well. We'll have to wait and see. Ooh, you know what? I'm going to stop talking.
I like
Armin,
it. Okay. I'm going to talk about Sona. She's one of my favorite champions. Okay, so Sona, a squishy champion. This is one of her main problems, also mana problems, so she's gonna need items to regenerate that quickly. Oh my god, I love this. Okay, Navi, I officially love you. Seraphine has been chosen. Sona and Seraphine, two champions together. Okay, people have been comparing them, having saying these two champions are the same. Are they the same? No, there are a few differences, but I prefer to explain that to you while we are in game, because there is another pick on the Rift.
All my homies hate Seraphine. That's all I'm saying. Orianna being locked in though. Probably going to go into that mid lane. That's where Europe likes to play.
Yeah.
Southeast Asia likes to play it in the Dragon lane.
But this is not Europe per se. This is
This is Europe.
region.
This is yes, actually. I don't think they're going to be picking up the Orianna.
You don't think so?
Okay, well, we're just hearing as well. Darius has been locked in for Na'Vi. Fresh is the final pickup coming through from Unicorns of Love. So that is what that blank spot is. We just had a little error with the graphics. But two compositions we've got. It will be Lucian Fresh down in that bot side.
Okay.
Which is nice aggressive if you want to go for it.
Colin and box together. Throw the box in there, throw the Colin, enemies disappear.
I mean, I don't think it's as impressive as we've got with the other combination, but let's find out as we move straight onto the Rift for our 6th game of the day. Unicorns of Love taking on Na'Vi. Unicorns of Love coming through hot, 2-0 at the moment. Na'Vi cold streaking right now, 0-2. They're going to have to turn their fortunes around sooner rather than later. Carmen, setting up maybe for some early action here.
I'm really interested in this. They went right through the blue, so I thought they were going to stop there. Look at Grizzly Q as well, a little bit of, mixing in the, let's see if something happens, but some action happened already in mid lane. We've got 2 mid laners right here. We've got the Dawn with Galio being accompanied by Camille, and a little team fight perhaps approaching. They seem to want to steal the right path.
The junglers are hanging around pretty close to each other. Valhalla not going to stick around too much though, so Unicorns of Love going to be able to secure that buff and get away with it scot-free, it looks like. And actually, with Phantom coming in alongside Coldstar, Valhalla needs to be quick. Will be playing it quite safe though and gets away from that one. But honestly, in the mid lane, might not be so lucky. The Dawn's gone for the engage. ZachQ forced to back away, and it's actually, you know what?
Yes.
It's duo mid. They've gone. There's another lane swap going on, and this time it's Unicorns of Love who have pulled the trigger.
Never wiser words have been said. Pulled the trigger there with Lucian.
Exactly.
In the mid lane.
Xin going in, trying to catch up to Darius. Valhalla being forced to back away. Going to be taking a lot of damage here, but should be okay. Actually stunned up, taken low, and removed. First blood goes over to Coldstar.
First blood for Unicorns of Love, something you didn't want happening because they take the lead and they just run with it for the hills, taking the wins here and there, taking the towers, melting them, in fact. So very dubious start here for Na'Vi, but we still have got hope for them because I was talking before about the Seraphine Zona.
Yeah, absolutely.
Double team.
Oh, another fight. Valhalla has not been having a good time at this tournament so far. He's getting bullied to all hell. And it's a second kill going over to the Unicorns, and it's hard to see, but Unicorns, they want to be snowballing through this top lane.
Yes. And I think the problem here is if you look at Navi's conversation, who is the damage dealer? You have a double support bot lane. You've got perhaps Camille, but Galio is more tanky than powerful when it comes to that. And Valhalla with Darius might be the only one being able to deal damage, as it looks like it's going to happen right now, as the entirety of Na'Vi is attacking that bot lane, but they're going to have to retreat.
I mean, it's absolutely a case of there's so much utility on this Na'Vi side, but if they're falling behind, they're not going to be able to take these big team fights. Because UL have team fight tools themselves. You look at Orianna, you look at Fresh, you look at Lucian being able to call through multiple members. If they get ahead, they're probably better at making these quick picks on the side as well. And their team fighting is pretty stable. That's a nice death step coming on through. And this is a double squishy bot lane, but Vex is coming on through, trying to save the two singers. Zax with the Colin, but he's going to go very, very low. There's the heroic entrance, but they've already lost a member. And Na'Vi trying to turn this one around. It's a 1-for-0, but they did burn quite a few resources for it.
This one was pretty much uninteresting, I have to say here. I was hoping that this combo, the Bucks and the Colin, will work well together in Neil's favor, but instead Zach and Grizzly were not able to escape, and that ended up with that one kill going to Na'Vi. Here we go, the replay where I can talk more in depth about it. You see Seraphine Zona just turning around there because they're obviously being taunted by Thresh, but there you go. Vex with Camille arrives just in time, jams onto Lucian and gets the kill.
Absolutely, and it was so close to it being, because Unicorns of Love probably win that 2v2 with the hook coming on through, but Vex might have been caught out here a little bit aggressive and is going to need to be careful. Knocked up, taken out. Unicorns of Love pick up another pick on that top time. Valhalla not interested in being anywhere near members of the opposing team.
Also, talking about interesting, in 15 seconds, now 11 seconds, we'll have the first objective spawning, which is another interesting point to make, because they all seem to be heading towards the Herald. Through the first tower in top lane, then you have all the amplitude that you want to have to go for that objective. Now, it seems like they are gonna fight here for this one. We'll see who wins, but I'm guessing Unicorns of Love has the upper hand, even though they are a little bit low, for example, Coldstar in Fury, so that might be bad for him in the longer run. So now, keeping themselves apart from each other, trying to get to the objective before the enemy does.
I mean, Dominus is down, so the Renekton is not going to be able to Hulk out, and we've got lots coming through, but it will be Unicorns of Love who start up this Rift Herald. Na'Vi have so many members. Vex, remember, can get over the wall with that cable shot, and it looks like they're just going to go for the Rift Scuttle in the end, so the smaller objective will be able to secure it, give themselves a little bit of advantage around this objective.
Ooh.
But Rift Herald just going to be resetting Unicorns of Love. No one wants to play around the Dragon right now. It's all about taking this Rift Herald, getting that advantage in terms of taking down towers. But it looks like Na'Vi have done enough just to dissuade Unicorns a little bit.
I mean, it's an Ocean Dragon. Na'Vi doesn't really need it. They've got Seraphine and so on the team. Like, what else go you want?
The sustain is there.
Yeah. So in this case, it was obviously the better thing to go for this Rift Herald right there. And for now, no one has been able to take it, as you said, the smaller objective, but now we're going to fight.
Yeah, Phaeton needs to be a little bit careful, though. The secure comes through. The damage is massive, and they're going to be able to CC as much as they want. Phaeton will be able to get away this time around, but Na'Vi have driven into the backline, and the one goes down as the Dawn is left up. River will be able to secure a kill, but will be cut down. Lucian is firing through this team fight. Hydra and Dante, they can sustain, but they can't contest, as it's going to be the Rift Herald. But it looks like Unicorns of Love aren't confident to start it either. Rift Herald, the big winner here, still alive.
I mean, the last survivor, isn't he? And the Ocean Drake, who in the end is sitting just there in his
He's just chilling.
Like,
he's a spectator. He's having a great time.
You don't want me? It's not a big deal, but a big deal. Talking about it, first tower, top lane, going for Unicorns of Love. Here's a replay right there. Bex and Dante being caught right next to the Rift Herald. Hydra not being able to do that much. Is nail laned. Not doing much either. Phaeton being the lowest in health. They are going to be caught in there, but of course it's a Renekton. He manages to escape without bigger issues. And finally here, the Galio, the last victim, 3 members down for Navy. A difficult situation for them.
I mean, we saw, though, in that fight, the kind of starts what could be. There was a lot of great CC. You had the ultimatum coming through. You had Sona and Seraphine both hitting ultimates onto multiple members. If they can get a fight slightly better than that, if they can take a second earlier or catch 1 fewer member of Unicorns of Love, that could be big. That could be 4 members killed easy.
And you can do that with 2 things. I mean, you can use Seraphine's and Core, or you can use Sona's ultimate. So you will have plenty of tools to do this, but they weren't able to do it. Also, the lasting effect of those ultimates is not as long as you retain all the other members from the enemy team together.
It's all about how well they can layer it and how well they can catch members out. Because right now, as you said, in a 5v5, Unicorns of Love probably feeling a little bit better. They've got themselves a 4,500 gold lead at the 7-minute mark, which is not massive in Wild Rift, but it is pretty decent. Na'Vi, though, on the top side, they were the ones who managed to pick up this Rift Herald in the end, and they're going to use it to break down an inner tower here. They're making inroads in the top side of the map.
I mean, at least they're being able to do something. Once again, as we said, in Wild Rift, this is not such a big difference. But I've got faith in Navy, even though I think the bot lane, top lane tower, very close to Nexus, while the entirety of Unicorns of Love is having to retreat back to base just in case. Just a bit right there, as well as Navy, both of them choosing to go back, buy a few items, you know, just getting close to the 8 minutes in, and you know what happens at 10.
Absolutely. But for me, this could be huge. Na'Vi, Darius and Camille, they have split push threats. And I know split pushing is harder in Wild Rift, but they've got champions that could go and look towards that top side, maybe try and sneak something, forcing URL into one of these fighting situations. It'll be interesting to see if that's what they want to go for, but the top lane does have the opportunity, and now they're going for the engage. That's a really nice taunt coming through. The culling on the back, but Zaxu is hitting no one, and the first kill of the fight goes over to Na'Vi. They're chasing forward, but Vex isn't interested in continuing this one. It's a nice pick, but nothing more.
Ooh, but
on the side, Coalstar's coming through, Dominus, the damage coming out, Vex will be able to survive, but it's not looking good for the Don, he is going to fall, and just like that, the Unicorns of Love, with a nice rotation from the top laner, will be able to push forward towards this mid tower. There's Deathstorm coming on down, but Valhalla isn't the target you want to pick, they're going to be able to walk away.
Well, I mean, at least they got a kill right there with the Dawn in Galio. The Shin Tower also went down, at least they got time to buy a few bits, but analyzing this team that we just saw, we saw the both teams kind of being even. I mean, even though Navy doesn't have a real damage dealer, a really strong one, Vex with Camilla Thane with Hector Ultimatum is really managing to do that damage that they might be missing, as well as Valhalla with the Darius, even though he's been shut down quite a few times already. They still keep trying again and again, and look at the goal difference, okay, 5k. But towers, objectives, not so much.
His objective is to win games, though. D-Man was saying it in the first few games, where it's a case of, yeah, the team fights might not be going the way, but they can get a pick. That was actually a pretty pitched fight, and it was Na'Vi who came out on top. Yes, when the top laners rotated, Valhalla was slower, which is why Renekton was able to help his team pick up a kill, and we're going to jump in just to a little pause, so we're going to see, hopefully, what's going to be going on there. But, Carmen, lots of action to break down. We've had two teams that are taking each other all the way. Unicorns of Love definitely favored right now.
Yes.
But we've seen what Na'Vi can do with this team composition in these fights. Can you see a world where they can get the perfect fight and try kind of bring themselves back into this game in a real way, in a gold sense?
I'm a little bit worried about them because of the bot lane once again. The scaling is good, but it's Seraphine and Sona. They're really squishy. Okay, they have healing, both of them. And going into team fights, actually, it could be really good for them with the surround sound, with the area, with the Sonata, but the problem is it is not enough to counter the composition that Unicorns of Love has brought to today's game. I mean, to today's games in general, because they've been playing really, really well.
Yeah, true.
Granted by the 2 victories that they've gotten so far. But I think it's missing something, this composition. I will have like something different in the mid lane, for example. Camille is walking, Darius is struggling a little bit because he's been focused. As for Unicorns of Love, I feel like they've been figuring out their game plan having a much easier time.
Yeah, it's much easier for them to see this is how we win, this is the team fights that we're going for, we can make the picks because they have those tools. And as you said, there's not really that much damage coming through from Na'Vi. The fights haven't been looking terrible, we should say that. And I mean, there's a world where Seraphine doesn't do terrible damage. Sona does some decent damage as well. We're going to have a look at a couple of these highlights while we get this pause hopefully resolved pretty quickly. But as you can see, this is the fight that it looks so good in terms of layering those ultimates down, but it's still Unicorns of Love who really come out on top.
Yeah, and you can see here Vex with the Hector ultimatum going down instantly. Like essentially couldn't do much in the... And the Rift Herald, if I'm not mistaken, after this one was still alive. So it was a team fight for a team fight.
But this looks much better. This is kind of the other side of it. We're going to be going back to the game very, very shortly. And in fact, we're going to go right now. Let's get back into this game. But for Unicorns of Love, they can't win every single team fight. They can't just walk in and win it. They have to be playing it smart, looking for flanks. Renekton and Xin Zhao, two very good champions to do that. Even the Lucian is not terrible to get on a flank if they can do so. So there's lots of different avenues for them to go into fights. But if Na'Vi can force it straight down the mouth, 5 champions, get those ultimate down, they win a great shot.
It'll be done for them. Whoa, I shouldn't be laughing because the Baron naturally has this spot, and look at this!
Vex is getting that nice ultimate going through. Let's see the layering once again. Massive charm going through from Seraphine. Na'Vi's still alive, but members of Unicorn Love, they haven't got the pick yet, and the fight is going long. Killing spree coming in for Cold Star as they're ripping out the fight. Na'Vi, they got everything they wanted, but it just wasn't enough. They lose 3 members. Unicorns of Love don't lose anyone. You can use your fancy ultimates. We love to see all of the graphics coming through, but they don't achieve anything.
I mean, Valhalla still had his ultimate, but he wasn't able to do anything. Your Darius, his other option was getting right into the middle of the team fight, but look at this, because they are pinned from the corner, might try to steal Baron, might try to stop this fight, this objective.
Well, Valhalla's going in. This is a really brave attempt, but nothing's going on. They're going to be able to get one, but then they fall. The teleport coming through on the side, though. Dante's here, Hydra's here. Can they get anything coming through? Can they steal it? The Baron going so low, but it's going to be secured by the Unicorns of Love. Coalstar doesn't want to give up the buff, though, and will back away. Grizzly Q's already dead, but the rest of Unicorns of Love will get out with the buff.
Okay, now it was the time for the move buffs to move a speed there, to chase a little bit, but of course, Yule Kings quite prepared there, and they can escape without much trouble. But now they are in a little bit of trouble indeed, because the first tower there in the mid lane is going to be thrown by Na'Vi in a really good move. I mean, they stop the Baron, and at the same time they manage to take the tower and chase the enemies when they are low on health. So you put yourself in a really good position, because instead of just trying to catch them, you just go for the next thing, you know? It's a way easier thing.
The problem I'm seeing here is that every time Na'Vi's going for the fight, they're doing the fight correctly,
but they're not
getting anything from it. They don't have the damage built into this composition. They're playing in the composition that they built correctly, but I'm not convinced by it at all. And for Unicorns of Love, they are doing everything pretty much correctly as well, but they've just got much more coherent win conditions when it comes to fighting, because yeah, you can stun up Renekton and Xin Zhao for a couple of seconds, but then they're diving and murdering Sona, they're murdering Seraphine. And the damage, Vex is not able to get anywhere near team fights. It's the ultimatum, but it's only for him.
Yeah, and once he throws it, there is no going back. That is easily.
Don, what can you know, he's a little bit too slow. The collar comes out. That's a nice deficit to come through. Have they called onto the Galio? Yes, that's a huge ultimate into the backline. But Vex is there, and he's still fighting. Grizzly Q needs to be careful. There's no one on the flank this time around. Look, Renekton's not even there. It's a 4v5. Both teams stay alive, but Coldstar going to get some damage on this top tower.
The teams stay alive, but Dawn has to retreat. Very low life, almost killed right there. Ultimate available, but then again, how are you gonna use it? It's an ultimate that will allow you to get into the roof. Cool stuff.
He's fine, don't worry about it. He's just going to be able to slice the dice. So a teleport coming through to the mid lane. The Unicorns of Love want to create some pressure on this mid lane tower. Going to be able to destroy it, in fact, and will probably look to back away here. This Renekton is causing such a threat on the top side, though. And Na'Vi, how are they going to contest this? They've got the Darius and the Camille, but can either of them take down Renekton? Look, they're sending the Galio up to clear.
I mean, that's the only person that you can actually send to do something, right? You're not going to send one of the supports alone just to get killed. They cannot even wave clear properly.
Well, that's the threat. I mean, Galio's going to be able to come in heroic entrance, which is why he was probably in the side lane. However, I think Coldstar just eats him if they get in a 1v1. So Galio needs to be super careful. Things have quietened down a little. We've got a little bit of time to breathe. 14 minutes coming up. So there's going to be a couple more objectives to scrap over. But what can Na'Vi do in this situation? Because the game seems to be running away from them. 10k gold lead. They're losing tempo a little bit, and Unicorns of Love setting up to maybe make the next play.
I'm looking at this here. One important part of this potential comeback is the itemization. And I'm not liking what I'm seeing. I'm seeing Galio and Seraphine both building really going for a mate composition there with Road of Ages rather than Luden's Echo. So not that helpful at all for the team. Camille going with the Triforce, it's okay. Black Clover for Darius is to be expected. But again, AP damage is not going to do much in front of the enemy team.
They need the damage.
They do need it.
They need to find it somewhere.
But look at the itemization for Unicorns of Love.
The problem is that they need to find the damage somewhere, so they're having to create all of these damage items on champions who, can do it. Like, Galio and Seraphine are no slouches when it comes to endgame damage. We'll be able to see it on graphics. The problem being, it's not Ahri, right? It's not a kind of champion that is designed to do this. The bot lane of Seraphine, this isn't Vayne. This isn't someone like the Kaiser Ezreal, and the fight is going to be kicked off. Nice deficits come through. The heroic entrance will land, though, and this looks okay for Na'Vi initially, as they'll be able to catch Flat Sneeland. He goes golden, and will be able to get away with the Lantern. Once again, Unicorns Love don't lose any members. Renekton, he's not interested. He's playing PvE in the bot side, and is going to be able to take down the Inhibitor Star. Re-engage coming through. That's a really nice play. They're going to be able to pick up one. The Dom comes on through. Phaeton is deleted as ZachQ will return to the fight. Renekton is taking out Camille on the side, but Na'Vi are losing everything. They get the slow, which might get Hydra out, but it won't, because Orianna cuts him down. Renekton has come through on the collapse. It's a rampage for the Crocodile. Vex goes down. Inhibitor Tower goes down. Na'Vi goes down.
And Unicorns of Love goes up, literally, because they're in the bot lane trying to defeat this. Few minions are alive, trying to open the lane. Oh, bad.
That's brave.
Risky.
I don't know. ZachQ's on the next one. They might be going for the end. Coldstar has used the Dominance. It's a 2v1 under this objective. Vex has to dive away. Can't use that one for engage. Teleport coming on through. Members of Na'Vi will be able to respawn. Like Valhalla, the Dawn, they're up, and they're going to be able to keep their team alive. The Mountain Dragon is here, though, and Unicorns of Love. There's going to be no contest over who gets this one.
No, but there is something interesting noticing right now. Look at the minions in the bottom tower there, and the Nexus for Unicorns of Love. Navy is throwing the tower down.
Oh, the Dawn is in a lot of trouble, though. Gets the nice taunt through. Can the members of the team turn up? Yes, they can. And here comes the damage. It's a choke. It's a perfect fight for Na'Vi. But Unicorns Love, they're going to lose one right now, and they're going to be chased away. But it's a 1-for-0 trade for Na'Vi. They'll take what they can get.
I think this is the first tactic ultimatum that has actually worked as a teamfight opener.
Although Phaeton actually going to be cut down as well. He's taken pretty low. Will be able to survive a second longer. Will revive because of the itemization, but I don't think he's going anywhere. There's the Lantern. He gets away. Xin Zhao, Grizzly Q, take a bow. That's the second time he's done that this game.
Dark Passage is working amazingly. In this case, for Grizzly Q, just doing so well with this Thresh. I'm really liking it so far. And now Navy getting some more chances to recover. Look again at the bottom tower. They've got an opening right there. The waves of Unicorns of Love are not that properly pushed. Both of them are stuck in the middle, except for top one, and we're going to see a replay of this game, of this team fight. Dawn gets caught right in there. Phaeton gets charmed by Seraphine. and they're able to escape without any further issues except for hit. He gets scored and he goes down.
Gets cut down,
Pretty
really, isn't it?
straightforward. The
I
Guardian Angel helps him there.
Unicorns Love, you're good, but you're not fighting in choke point against all of these massive teamfight ultimates good.
Yeah.
You can't be making these kind of plays. And a lot of the success they've had is not losing 4v5 and letting Coldstar chill around wherever he wants, grabbing objectives. They've got 2 minions in the bot lane right now. They can look to create pressure there. But this 4-stack unit of everyone else in Unicorns Love, except for Coldstar, just need to survive. They just need to cause a threat, and hanging around Baron is the perfect way of doing that. Because again, I don't think Valhalla wins this 1v1.
Well, we're gonna see it right now.
Engage on the 4v4. The Dawn's going to be caught out by the hook, but will be able to get away. Vex in the backline is turning onto the team. Phaeton has to flash away, but the damage coming through. It's Vex who's now the target, but will be able to get down. Hydra flash over the wall. Survives for a second. That's a huge heroic entrance, but it's only going to save 2 members because 2 are already gone. Renekton now with the Dominus is looking to crash into base, but it's a 3v1, and the Crocodile is big, but is he that big? He's got mates now. He's called in the squad, and Unicorns of Love will be looking. Strybridge one, that's a really nice pick coming through, but Valhalla does get away. Unicorns of Love, they're pressuring for the end, but they can't find it just yet.
They cannot, and the waves again are not in the proper position to avoid being hit by the Nexus. So once again, they're gonna have to wait a little bit, but it might be right now. They want to keep on fighting and want the game to end.
They want to force this one. Hydra and the Donna's still dead, and Valhalla will join them as Vex dives on through. Won't be able to survive too much longer with that health bar. Will he be able to get back to Fountain in time? The heal from Donde means the answer is yes, but that's a second inhibitor tower going down. Unicorns of Love, 4 members can move towards an objective.
And the super minions in this case gonna be super useful. Super minions, super useful. Right there. And look at this, another team fight coming.
I know, this is a really... Again, it looks okay for Na'Vi. The abilities are coming in fine. And the Dawn, the hero of this fight for Na'Vi, manages to get a massive 4-person knock-up on the dash from ZachQ as well. But all it achieves is 2 members getting away. It saves the team, but for how long?
For not so long, it wasn't that good, honestly. Watching it once again, whoa.
No, this could be the fight. Can Coldstar do anything? The Crocodile is here, and he's ready to bite down, but Na'Vi survive this one. Galio has to go out the bomb wave, though. Has the heroic entrance. Valhalla has to recall. Unicorns of Love, though. Not going to go for the Baron just yet. They've got a low Orianna. They're looking for the avenue to end this game, but they're being a little bit tentative. They haven't pushed through just yet.
They haven't been able to do it, but I've got, you know what? I trust Na'Vi. I
Trust
think,
Na'Vi?
Yes.
Why?
That's been said.
Why do you trust them?
I mean, because I think 20 minutes of game, that says a lot about them.
14,000 gold lead.
20 minutes of game.
18-7.
20 minutes of game.
I mean, it's a long one here in
20
Wild
minutes
Rift.
of game.
And again, we asked for this. We said, Carmen, that we wanted a game where the 2 teams give it their all. And there's clearly a team that has been playing better this game. You can't contest me on that.
Not this winter.
Okay, you can be wrong about that. But they're giving it all they've got, and they're not bending over, and they're not dying, right? They're not crumbling. They're ready to just take this game fight by fight. And again, the fights have been okay, but they just haven't been delivering because the lack of damage is there.
Yeah, and once again, look at the itemization, ready to do all the damage as possible. Sona has been gone in.
There's a fight coming on through. Phaedon wants to get the fight going, and the damage is huge. They managed to catch out onto the Camille. Going to dive onto Phaedon, but he's still alive, and it's going to be Na'Vi. They're trying to do everything they can to stay alive. The sustain is really good. They've got Stoner and everything, but in goes the damage coming on through as members are falling left, right, and center. Na'Vi lose 2. UL lose 1 right now, but they're looking for the cleanup. Vex on the backline. Can he get the kill? No, he can't. Yes, he can. As Unicorns of Love have 4 members, it's only Dante to defend. I don't think he's going to be able to do it. And just like that, Unicorns of Love remain undefeated.
What a game.
What a game. I mean, yeah, that was kind of biblical. And I think a lot of it from the outside, that like a lot of that was to do with what was happening in the Baron lane. Because Valhalla, I think he spent the first couple of minutes of that game just getting absolutely bullied in the Baron lane. And I think I was just talking with D-Man off stage. Like, you looked at the gold difference, line item-wise, between Valhalla and Coldstar. It's about 7k just between them. Coldstar was a literal raid boss at the end there.
Yeah, it was. This is what we've seen. We've seen this on Valhalla already in the lane swap game. It was just a case of Darius being like, oh, I don't get to play Wild Rift. And it continued into this game because he was just getting bullied the entire time. And sometimes you just have to shut it down because the composition wasn't built to have a real big damage threat. So if you can keep the Darius from going into that 1v5 mode, it was easy as that, and we saw it time and time again in these team fights.
Yeah.
It was interesting to see Euro actually go keep to their 4-man death ball style. They just left. I'm going to keep talking about Coldstar, by the way, if you haven't realized. Coldstar just playing the solo lane, right? You talk about the 7k gold difference. Who's going to keep him in check? You can't send Valhalla to do it. So oftentimes you see the 5v4 being taken across the field. No one's winning the fight still. It's all very stagnant. You leave Coldstar to push the lanes, take the inhibitor turret, you get 2 of those down, you're like, cool, we'll just group as 5. What are you going to do now? You've got Cloud Infernal Drake up, Cloud Elder Drake up, and you got Baron up as well. 2 major objectives that ultimately warrant a fight. I agree with what you were saying. The fact that Na'Vi stuck in there for 20 minutes against all that is actually credit to them. But, and a part of me thinks as well, the writing was on the wall a bit once that second inhib fell down.
I feel so tempted to sing writings on the wall. But in my opinion, again, as you've said it yourself, like getting the game to be so long just shows you how they would have been capable of doing so if it weren't for a few team fights here and there that they almost won, as Will said several times throughout the game. Team fight going well for them, not being able to close it or get anything from it at all, which turns out yes, results in 7k gold ahead from Unicorns of Love. But I still have hope for Navy.
I also want to go back to the draft quickly as well. Because Coldstar, basically at the start, it's not about his play, I swear. Coldstar was saying that they wanted to make Seraphine and Sona work a lot. It was quite ballsy from Na'Vi to be able to just pull that away from them and go, we're going to try the Seraphine Sona. As you can see, didn't work out to great effect. I think I spotted in that final team fight there was a bit of a missed encore, but I know D-Man is busy working away at the Weatherman station, and I want to see what he's got for us. Let me take it over there.
Thank you very much. Yes, I really want to talk about what I felt was kind of the, I wouldn't say turning point, because it was kind of already going Unicorns of Love's way, but I want to talk about the point where Na'Vi kind of misjudged is probably the best way I can call it. So I'm going to start this off, just quickly get into the situation. So this was early game, as you can see, 10 minutes in. So now Vex is coming in, so he's like, yes, gotcha. But the problem is he's gone on Phaeton. So at the time, Dragon had just gone down, it's coming up in 20 seconds. So then the Rift Herald was also coming up. So they were like, okay, right, let's get on it. So they immediately compiling in. And the problem is that they've gone for the jungler. And I'll show you why that's the problem. Because you can see right here, okay, get that challenge in there, the ultimatum, Hexac ultimatum, not going anywhere. Vexus think he's, right, we're going lockdown, in comes the rest of Na'Vi. Got a bit of catching up to do, but that's fine. That's fine. But this is the problem, right? You got Sneeland here. They're saying, all right, I will put the ball on you and go defensive. So immediately big shield there. Then you've also got Grizzly Q that will say, all right, here's the lantern. And absolutely, completely covered him. Na'Vi threw the kitchen sink at him and could not do anything. Bear in mind, this was pretty close. This was pretty close at this time. Only 4,000 gold differential. But as you can see, when I let it run through, immediately, there's no threat. Look at the health bars. It's still very much close. They come through, thank you very much, take the lantern, and now here comes trouble. Here comes Coldstar. Coldstar at this point was already a beast. As you can see, he got a level ahead already onto Valhalla, and he was a monster in the making. Throughout the whole game, he just dominated. The irony is, as we see him go through, they win the fight, they come out on top, and then sure enough, as soon as he gets in there. And the big part for me was this, is throughout all the team fights we saw, it was basically 4v5. The second Coldstar turned up, game over. And that's exactly how it worked out. Fantastic stuff. Unicorns of Love 3-0.
Well, thanks so much, D-Man. It's an absolutely amazing performance from them. As he said, Unicorns of Love sitting in first place right now, I imagine, with that 3-0 scoreline. I'm pretty sure we got the rankings we can pull up and just confirm that all. UOL sitting on top right now. I did not expect 5 matches in to see a Group B team in that #1 spot. They've really surprised us today.
I wouldn't expect it either, but the thing that worries me the most is that we've got 2 teams that could potentially end last today, and neither of them are going to play until next game where they're going to face each other. Not next game, but next after next.
Yeah, we'll get there eventually. Yes. We've still got loads of games to go here.
I'm worried, okay?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We've got games to go. Take our time. We're here all day. We're going to jump into our next game, though. We're looking towards Game Lord versus Rix GG. Now, for me, the Group A is going to become like potentially a bit of a rock, paper, scissors because if the results come fast. If Rix find a way to beat Game Lord now, then Group A is just one beats the other in a circle, triangle, shapes.
2, 3, paper, scissors.
I'm a bit late, but we'll work on that. We'll work on that.
You can't just be like,
I'm going to go for
simple as.
Hey, it's one of those things. But Will, when we're looking towards this next series,
Yes.
Rix, obviously shaky start, but they found it again. Game Lord's still going strong. Are we going to see both teams at their peak here in this clash?
I mean, realistically, when we were looking at this game on the outset of the day, I was like, is this one that hype? But it's absolutely turned into it, right? Because Rix, they have turned up. Now, you said they were going to be angry when they came off that loss. They were angry and they played exceptionally well. Game Lord have just been playing really, really clean Wild Rift this entire tournament so far today. So now it's just a case of have Rix, is the anger continuing? Are they going to be able to carry that momentum through? Or is Game Lord just coming into this one, maybe on this patch, maybe in LAN? Maybe they're just the LAN team, you know?
Who knows? Mr. Clean versus the Incredible Hulk seems to be the setting we've got here. After the break, we've got Rix GG going up against Game Lord.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift Origin Series Championship. Carmen, we've had Group B. We've had their representatives coming through. Unicorns of Love taking that one. Into Group A now. The representatives, of course, everyone's in one group here. It's all good. We're in the finals now. Rix GG taking on Game Lord. You asked me coming into this one, I'd have a clear favorite. But after seeing what we've been seeing today already, I have a favorite. But it's not the same one.
Did I ask you that? Oh, yes, I did, of course. Yes.
What?
Yeah, and you said it was Rix GG.
What, now?
Yeah.
No.
Let me take Game Lord as my favorite, okay?
Okay, fine, you can have Game Lord.
Thank you.
Something about Come On UK loving life. But we have made it. We've made it into Champ Select for this one, and we saw a couple of compositions last game. One of them didn't really work for me. One of them worked. You liked it because, you know, Sona, Seraphine, nonsense. Camille, though, was played last game. Not going to be seen by these two teams.
No, because she's banned, not because we hate her or anything.
No, we like Camille.
Yeah. I mean, I don't, but I accept it. And Six, once again, always banned by the red team, if you realize it. Six is like perpetually
You
banned.
can't give it a first pick. It's such a strong champion. He's really great mid. He's really great in that dragon lane role. And with the loss of Ashe and Faris, we have to keep reminding that those champions aren't here right now. He's just one of the strong picks down there. So getting him off the table, don't let that one be the first pick for Rix. And now we're going to have to see where else they want to focus, because, you know, Leon, pentakill extraordinaire. Gotta watch out for some of his champions. Wukong taken off the table.
Ooh, no Cyclone for us in this game. I mean, Wukong, quite strong as well, has been rising up in the ranks. So, good champion if you want to win your games at home. But, I mean, with Wukong, who else has to leave? Pura. A really strong champion, a really strong duelist, and definitely one of Leon's favorites.
And there's the Kha'Zix going away as well. Game Lord saw that one in Rix's last game and was like, you know what? Nah, not interested in playing against that one. But Senna, ban last game, picked up this time. Riven's going to be the instant response. Two really great champions. You know, Graga's going to be joining him.
Riven, you said you really liked her.
True.
We've been discussing him for the entire week. And Gragas, once again, really good to see. Really good there with the body slam, doing lots of damage. She's out once more on the Rift. I'm not so happy about this week, but last game worked, so hey, why not again?
And Twisted Fate, we saw that roaming around the map with the Galio paid somewhat dividends. It didn't pay for the win for Na'Vi last game, but Twisted Fate can do the same thing with that Destiny. Braum also locked on through. Really safe defensive support coming on through. We'll have to see what is going to be secured for the rest of this draft. But currently, I'm liking what I'm seeing.
I'm liking as well. We have a little bit of something, right? For Rix GG, we've got a little bit of damage. We've got a little bit of like protection there. I might be missing magical damage. We've got it there with Orianna finally completing this camp position. But Game Lord, what am I missing? Might be a little bit of okay. Gragas can provide you with AP.
Yeah, I mean,
Corki?
Corki is going to be the one providing the AP now. That's a really smart adaptation because they saw, hey, we've got the Olaf who's going to take us through the mid game with that true damage, with being unstoppable in those team fights with the Ragnarok. So they've basically given themselves a decent insurance policy. We're going to have to see if it works out as we move on to the Rift for this 7th game of the day. And we're not even done. We've got 10 Carmen coming on through, but we have to give props. We have to pay our respects. Leon on the graves once again. Pick up.
BF swords all around the itemization, which, I mean, not like surprising. It's quite to be expected. And look at Leon Freddy with this graves that did so much damage before. Is the one that he did the 2 versus 1 play before in the old
And
game.
the pentakill.
And a pentakill, so we might be seeing more of that. But at time being, just a little bit of normal laning, unlike the last game where we had double lanes, mid lane with 2 champions. That, in this case, you know, not tilling, definitely not tilling. It's not on Rick's GG's scenario.
No, it's not. They like to be aggressive. They like to play this one. And the Gragas has gone into the mid lane. It should be worth noting. We've seen this one. Gragas can play every lane. It's not really fair. Bot lane a little bit less so just because of the whole needing to have Senna alongside. Random taking a few bullets in this exchange, but is looking to take the fight under tower. Won't be able to do so. But, Carmen.
Yeah.
Clue. Our good friend down in the support role.
Oh, I thought you were asking me to
No,
give you a
I'm
clue.
not asking
Okay.
you for a clue. Orianna has been locked in at the support role with the fasting Senna. It's something that we're seeing in Southeast Asia, this Orianna in the bot lane.
Yeah.
I'm quite interested to see how this one goes this side of the ocean.
I mean, with any other team, I will be doubting heavily this Tailwind for the bot lane because, I mean, Southeast Asia, it doesn't have the same meta exactly as Europe.
True.
But in this case, you know, I'm quite confident. I know Clue can pull this off, hopefully find a synergy between him and Friend. His lane mate is amazing. So I think they're going to do quite well with this Senna or in a composition, which is, honestly, 2 strong champions working together. That is always going to turn out right.
Well, it should always turn out right, you'd hope.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it doesn't, but that's its game,
yeah.
you know.
It turns out playing better is usually good for winning Wild Rift games.
Not
but
always, though.
Not always, but more often than not, I would say.
I've seen you play and I've seen you win.
No, okay, no. We go back into the match histories. We'll see exactly who was running down those games. And it definitely wasn't me. But a slower start, a couple of minutes in.
Yeah.
There haven't really been any real fights happening right now. The two teams maybe looking to get things going initially a little bit, but they haven't really been able to do so.
Really surprising for Rixie, especially considering Leon and how Doom tends to kind of feed him those kills. But no action whatsoever when it comes to that. And that is an interesting point that you're making that because Game Lord, you would think they could attack the easiest time to, you know, early levels, try to do something to gain that lead for them. But they're not trying to do it. I think they're very, very cautious around Rixie not trying to risk it at all, which is honestly something to consider and something really sensible because...
Yeah, I mean, playing risk-averse, playing safe, we've seen this from Random, right?
Yeah.
He's not interested in being dove like Doom and Leon. He's watched the VODs. He knows exactly what the plan is. With Aegis needs to be a little bit careful, gets rooted up but boxed away. And Rix, again, can't find the play, can't make it happen just yet. But, Carmen, it's like Christmas. The anticipation, the first fight is going to be even better because we had to wait for it.
I have something spicy for you.
Okay.
Yeah, so we've got here Random. He's the proclaimed by Xandril as the best Baron laner in the entire Europe.
Ooh.
And then we've got Leon.
That's
He's proclaimed the not best Baron laner.
I don't know if that's true.
Just
I
mechanical.
can't remember. I don't think that's the quote.
I can put him here. I was
She's
sure
kept
that
the
we
receipts.
I
Goodness
can
me.
put him.
But we're going to have 20 seconds on these two objectives. Last game we saw Herald being the focus,
Yeah.
and that has generally been the case so far.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you that this is still going to be the focus because Rixie doesn't tend to go for the Dragon first unless it's an Infernal one, and in this case it's not. It's a Wind one. So I'm guessing Herald for them, and look at them in the minimap. You can see them pillaring around that, trying to get rid of a little bit of Random before that, scare him a little bit away from that zone so that they can have well, it's free real estate, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Game Lord have decided they're just going to go down to the bot side. They just want to pick up the early Dragon, which is fine. It's just going to be a gentlemanly trade. It's a handshake, and both teams will be getting what they want. Of course, this Rift Herald is going to be great if they can invest, if they can gain something from it. Dragon's going to be here all game. So it's short-term investment versus long-term investment, and it's going to be all about what Doom can do with this Herald. But top lane tower could be forfeit, honestly.
I mean, I know they have said that Team Kaiser is predictable, but I think Rixie is also, to a certain extent, definitely going to top lane once again with the Rift Herald, which is to be expected. And in the meantime, Gamelord taking this advantage and going for the first tower, which is also something to be mentioned. They've gone for the first tower knowing that Herald was going to be thrown there, so good choice in here. I really like how Gamelord is just trying to prepare for this potential team fights coming up now that we're in minute 5.
Yeah, it's a good exchange there. Tower for tower, objective for objective. 0-0 on the score sheet. Both of these teams, they just want to be... They're taking it slow because they know that a big team fight could lead to something. Right now, there's nothing on the map to take, really. So I think if they're going to fight, they're just going to be fighting for the sake of it, which from these two teams playing in this game right now, they seem averse to do.
Something interesting also to point out is the optimization here. Leon already going with the cloak and the vampire scepter. So be ready, beware. Just hold on to your seat because interesting things are coming down in the top lane. Random already trying to run away. But will he make
There's no tower, though. He has got support coming through, though, but Doom is following up. It will be a 2v2 if they take the fight. And that's a nice stun. Loads of damage coming down, but the Stella is going to give the shield. Friend is here. Snitch is here. But members of Gamelord are turning up as well. Doom is going to be the one giving up first blood as Random survives. And this fight is going the way of Gamelord. Snitch gets the gold card, but they can't get any kills. They're going to be forced back. It's 2-0 right now going over to Gamelord. Rix made the play. It didn't go their way.
One good one for Gamelord. This could be very, very interesting there. Mid lane tower going for them as well. 2 towers in the power. One just going for Rix GG. And we know Rix likes to take down towers, just melt them down and take the lead there and just end the game. But Gamelord aren't going to allow them to do that. Also, let's look at the replay here in the top lane. This zone shadow from Senna didn't really do that damage they could have expected. Just the teams clashing against each other. Becca's trying to deliver that damage as well with Scepter, delivering the last hit on them. Friend Snitch and Blue being cornered, not being able to do match while the Gamelord team was able to rotate towards the mid lane.
I mean, earlier today we saw a game of Olaf where he wasn't able to get into the mid-game fights particularly well. And we were kind of like,
Yeah.
Olaf's not really able to do that much. In this game, in that fight, you see why Olaf is such a great game, like bridge champion in the mid game, because he can just rip through members of the enemy team. He didn't get any of the kills, but to assist, a lot of damage was on his shoulders. And hey, Random's got a kill. Bejos has got a kill. These are 2 massive players for this Gamelord lineup. And Rix GG.
Oh, Leon, be careful. Leon?
Oh, we've seen Leon win these. We've seen him win these before.
I mean,
bot lane. I don't know if he's
4-1.
winning these though. Nice knockup coming through from Doom. Snitches the gold card. There's the stun, and simple as.
Yeah, but now Gamelord know that Leon doesn't have all that support there in the top lane with him.
The top lane. This could be dangerous. Rix being very respectful once again. Able to get away. Might forfeit the tower though. Rift Herald on the bottom side for the team in blue. Trying to get some objectives as much as they can. Looking for the investment. Invest in 1 tower. Could actually force through for a second because there's no one on this side of the map from Gamelord. They don't even need to escort Shelly right now because he's going to be able to get the charge easy.
Rift Herald just going there alone, not being able to do that much. I'm really sad about it. But then again, it's a good distraction, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So that is also used to give the Rift Herald. But in any case, focusing around what's about to happen. The dragon is spawning in just a few seconds, and look where the entirety of Rix GG is going. Yes, you guessed it, to the pit.
Well, I mean, it's the only objective on the map right now, unless they were going for a big split, and they're not looking like they really want to do so right now. Double root comes through, but it's not going to get the engage down. The package is available for redemption, so keep your eyes on the Corki, because he might be able to be a kind of different avenue for a flank, a different avenue for engage, if they want to take that option. But right now, they just want to be taking the clear vision and maybe start the dragon option, as Gamelord have complete priority over the river. Rix don't seem interested in trying to force through the choke in the mid lane, and they're just going to push down towards this tower. But look, the package is still available. Keep your eyes there, Carmen, as Redemption is going to use it safely just to clear out the wave. The fight is going to be broken up, and they're looking for Snitch, but he's going to be able to get a stun down himself. That's a big glacial finisher onto 2, as Shu does work. The dragon is secured, and the tower is saved.
But at what cost? At nothing. Some ultimates, but then again, Rixie has also had to...
You said it was free real estate.
It is free real estate, but now they've protected it with all their might, and look at what happened. They did do it. And one interesting thing that I found here, they've been fighting until Destiny was up for Snitch there, and until Blade of the XL was up for Random, and even then when they tried to face each other, they did use the ultimate, but to no avail in the end, with no kills for either team, and that one tower that didn't fall. Now the next objective on is in 8 minutes already the Baron. Who will try to take it first? I'm betting for Rix GG, and this is something that GameLord wants to protect really, really harshly.
The game's close though. That's the thing. There's a 2k lead right now, but Friend is just doing so much work. He's got the damage. Remember, he's scaling up on this Senna. He's going to be able to do it. It's the fasting Senna, as we've seen. You can see from the 0-0-0, hasn't been getting as much gold, but has been getting that AD. But honestly, both of these teams could look to try and get priority over the Baron area. GameLord, they're the ones causing pressure. They're the ones causing the threat right now. And it looks like Rix are yet to really respond. They've got members in the area, but obviously they don't want to try and force anything.
But yeah, Wildcat's not really walking here, not really hitting anyone from a Snitch. They have been able to avoid it quite well from GameLord. Now throwing another tower, gaining more and more control on the map.
Oh, there's the catch onto Random. He's going to be cut down. The center ultimate comes through too late to get any involvement. But now Shower's the one who has to go towards that mid lane. Dragon isn't up, but they're moving down river regardless. They have a wave, could look towards that half-health bot tower that Rift Herald left them earlier.
They could have tried to take advantage of that, but the wave is in a quite good position, but they might be in a position of trouble there.
They were just chasing on through because they saw the health bars were not the highest, but they weren't able to catch on to members who weren't at full health, so there was no point really attempting to continue that avenue of play. But Carmen, Baron's still alive.
Okay, Gragas, thank you. Like, really polite from you.
That's his whole thing. You know,
I mean,
he's in a fight. He's going to throw barrels at you.
His
it's a good time.
he throws rolls, but
well,
okay.
I mean,
accept it.
What do we expect to see in the next couple of minutes? Because both of these teams do not look confident in letting this Baron go down. It's Rix who take the, not the Herald, the Scuffle.
Oh, okay.
The little one, the little baby one.
Oh.
But they're not able to take the full objective because Baron hurts. And when your team is even, you can't afford to go into 5v5 with half health bars and a massive purple worm on the other team.
By the way, important upgrade for Leon. Dead Dance finally in his hands. Right there, he just bought it, ready for a team fight. But look at how GameLord are dividing their efforts. Now going from the top lane to the mid lane. We're about to see Leon fall.
Yeah, they're trying to look for him. A little bit of damage, but aren't able to follow through. Zephyr takes a decent chunk as well. Clue leaving the ball, but needs to be careful as Vejos goes in. They're trying to break up the fight. The shield is coming down from Friend, and that is massive. Look at two on the side. Looking towards the Gragas. Will be able to cut him down. Random's in the back, though. Takes down one. Can't find Friend, but Zephyr is now here. Stitch on the other side of the fight, but he's forced to flash away as they look to re-engage. It's a fight on two avenues, but GameLord win on both.
Wow. Okay, so on one hand, we had Beckhus falling right away, no flash, no ignite, no nothing. He just burned them all at the same time. On the other hand, Leon, which is once again perhaps one of the most valuable pieces here.
Yeah.
We're gonna see the replay right there, how the teamfight was split. Doom and Leon are left on the top side. Then we've got Friend and Clue right there. Clue is going to fall. GameLord chases. Snitch chases him also closely, but he doesn't have enough resources to do really anything versus an entire four-man team. So, it turns out, at least they got 2 kills onto Rixie.
True, Dragon on the menu. They're going to be able to secure the Infernal, which is going to be very, very helpful unless any wild steals come through. Rix just in the mid lane will be able to break down the tower in return, so that is fine. They're able to grab themselves objective for objective, but I don't think the tower is worth as much as the Dragon. And Baron's still on the menu, though. It's still chilling around.
I mean,
it's the threat of the Baron more than actually taking it right now, because both of these teams are being forced to fight on this part of the map.
Yeah, it's the idea that it is there and you can take it, I get it, but if they were to take it, GameLord will be in the advantageous position here because of the positioning, because not so much of the warding though. They've got the River Scuttle right there in the front of the Baron to provide a little bit of vision, but Rixie is prepared for that in case it happens, and happening.
Another fight. Random's trying to get the go ahead and trying to get the knock-ups. Won't be able to find it, but the fight is going to kick off regardless as Riven cannot find anything. Might have been caught out by the stun damage. coming up through, but is now ripping up the back of the team fight. Going to be reviving as Zefta runs riot.
Wow.
Going to go low, going to be cut to pieces as Redemption helps pick up another friend. Is on the taste. Snitch and Clue looking to turn this all around for their team. The damage is there, but it's not quite enough. Members are actually being cut down though. The health bars are too low as Rix GG will even up the fight 2 for 2.
They even out the fight a little bit there, with Random and Zefta being left out, but okay, you've taken out Riven, you've taken out Olaf. We were talking before about how Olaf needed to be
Or Redemption?
with someone else. Redemption right
He's okay.
now.
Grom's there.
No.
That was there, it's fine.
Okay, that was a mistake. No problem.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Grom's here just to give you the help you need. And now Rix, they're the ones who are on the map first. They're the ones who can decide where the next play is really going to take place. My man Baron, though, he's through thick and thin, my big purple friend. But let's have another look at this fight, Carmen.
Okay, we have the replay here. Doom being the first one to be caught in there. Gamelord really grouping up so well. They're gonna go down. They managed to get Doom into their domain, into their realm. And Leon really being focused here as well, going down too and giving 2 kills to Gamelord. But it's not the end of this team fight. It's Nietzsche doing loads of damage right there with this TF. And double kill for Orana, I'm guessing with a shockwave as well.
Yeah. Baron's been started up, you know. Gamelord clutching at straws just a little bit. They're running on through, but Leon trying to get the damage down. The package has been used, and it's the fight that could end all fights. But Zefta is half health. He's running riot as Friend gets cut down. Random on the side takes down 3 members and is looking towards Doom as well. Rix are routed. It's Gamelord with 5 members. Surely that's the game.
Sorry, Will, I cannot hear you all with excitement here at the studio from the guys of Gamelord, throwing the next tower and potentially taking away the game.
They're going to take the Nexus. There's just no way of defending this. Rix is dead. Their minions are not here. And Gamelord, again, they're doing so well. They're so strong in this tournament right now.
They truly are.
Well. Gamelord once again showing up. Rock, paper, scissors denied, unfortunately, with that past series. But wow, that does shake up the rankings a little bit more, pushing Rix GG a little bit lower. And it does become potentially squeaky bum time for them a bit.
It's not.
Do you know that expression?
1-2 for them. They've won 1 game, they've lost 2.
Yep.
That is very dangerous.
It definitely usurps expectations we had coming into this one, right?
100%. It's the way that Gamelord played that game, it was clean. Right? It was just, they knew
exactly what you said before we started.
I said Gamelord have just been coming in here, playing really good, clean Wild Rift. They do so again there. Again, Rix GG, I think they looked okay. I don't think they looked at the peak that we saw them in the second game. But I'm feeling good because all 5 teams have come here, and we're not seeing one team just be like, I'm going to lose every game. It's whatever, right? Even though a couple of teams haven't won yet, and when a couple of teams are in bad situations, it's not roll over and die.
One of the things I was looking at as well, because I love looking at the goal difference particularly, is where I draw my eyes.
You are a goal difference lover,
I
aren't you?
know, right? Absolutely. But it does lead to some interesting things. For example, they're playing a fasting center composition on the blue side, so it means that you often mean the center's going to have a goal deficit. You're relying on the souls to stack up and build up. Senna, not in the best position to be able to dealing as much damage and kind of keeping up with the state of the play. I feel like Rix fell behind in that aspect.
Also, I have to say, gold, what do you use gold for?
Buy things, money,
Buy things.
good.
And we're looking at the itemization.
Yeah.
You could see that Senna was quite behind in that, even behind her support, which is a really difficult thing to actually see. So another losing condition for them.
Yeah, it's a case of they've gone for this fasting center, so they need Clue to be doing lots of work on the Orianna. We saw in one fight what the Orianna could do when Rix turned it around, but it wasn't a case of them winning the fight, it was them evening things out on the back end, right? And if you want to be going through and beating a team in the form that Gamelord's in, it's not enough just to be evening out the odd fight.
Yeah. He's a bit of an analytical wizard, though, so we're going to throw it over to Kiernan. He's going to give us a breakdown of one of the plays from that past match.
Yeah, thank you very much, Trid. We are here looking at the final team fight of the game, and I want to point out one thing that's very important, just give you the context of why we're actually seeing this barrier. On the mini map, you can see here Random on the Riven. No teleport available, can't join the fight instantaneously, and is already making his way up the map to try and join the fight ASAP. But this is why Rix went for the Baron. They were trying to force Gamelord into a fight where they had a 4v5 advantage. So the rationale for this Baron makes a lot of sense. We'll play the fight out. That skipped way too far in the fight. Let's try again. We're going to go back a little bit. Okay, here we go. I think this is just after we came out the fight. So there we go. You can see here, they are now trying to force the fight. We're clumped up. It's a 4v5. Technically have the TF gold cards with the rapid fire cannon to try and pick out individual members from distance. Still Random making his way over. Play out a little bit further, you can see one of the great things, and one of the things that I think I really wanted to point out here is that the Braum bought so much time to allow his team to disengage through into the red side jungle and in the river. So Braum is a great disengage pick for that very reason. He bought so much time and so much space in that fight to allow Random to look for the flank. Unfortunately, the initial engage didn't go the way that Rix wanted, and they had to barrel in and specifically look who's here. They've got Clue, they've got Friend, and they've also got Snitch. I mean, they're basically the 3 targets that you care about killing are clumped up in one area. And you can see we had a massive engage from Vejos there, who's able to get a huge amount of damage, and specifically Random has finally joined the fight, and you're going to see the flank. I don't even really need to highlight it. You're going to see the flank, comes in with the ultimate, and just absolutely chops them down. That was a really nice bit of disengage play from Game Lord. They were able to use the Braum the way the Braum's supposed to be used to buy that space and time for your team, and then Random found a perfect flank. Unfortunately, Rix was just not fully aware on the positioning of Random, and he was able to find a huge hit on the back line, take out all 3 key members in one foul swoop, and that was basically game over.
Thank you very much, Scoundrel. And I'm looking at Random once again. It's a name that keeps cropping up whenever we are talking about Game Lord. I feel like he's having a fantastic day today, Carmeline.
I mean, he's having a fantastic day. Scoundrel very kindly remarked that before, like how strong he was as a player, and I think it was really informative for us because we've seen him throughout all these months, and I think this is not something new, right? Apparently, it's been happening ever since the first Origin series. That's something to be mentioned about him. I think he's really consistent, really capable of playing in any champion. Or most champions, of course. I mean, not any, just any champions. And being able to just do it very supportively or aggressively, depending on what he needs to do.
I mean, this is him just turning around a fight in the Baron lane there, actually contributing. I believe he actually set up first blood for his team there, potentially.
Yeah.
So, Random, once again, a name to keep in your mind. We're going to put a bow on this match. We're going to look towards the future. This one's really important for me. Let's pull up those rankings right now, and you can understand why. Because up next, we're going to have Team Queso going up against Na'Vi, and I feel like if Na'Vi lose this next match, that's probably them locked in to go home. They won't make it to the semi-finals.
Absolutely correct. If Na'Vi lose here, then they are done.
Oh.
If Queso lose here, things look grim. They can probably still survive, but I don't know how they do it. And we've been set as it's set up to be a very, very important game. Both teams have been playing okay. It's just been a case of the other 3 teams being a little bit stronger. So now we've got the question of, with both teams playing fine, maybe the compositional issue that we saw earlier from Na'Vi isn't such a big deal against Queso. Maybe a couple of the mistakes Queso have made aren't such a big deal. So now these 2 teams coming in very even footing. This one's do or die for both.
Carmeline, I'm going to need you to prove your neutrality here. I'm going to ask you for a prediction. Team Queso versus Na'Vi. Who do you think is taking this match? And don't ignore the players that are just filtering in now.
I'm not looking at the players.
Okay, yep.
Okay, I'm going to pretend I'm not Spanish, okay?
Yep.
For the sake of neutrality, I'm going to say Team Queso.
You think Team Queso. So you're being neutral and backing the team.
I'm being
Okay, after this, we'll go over the definition of neutrality a little bit. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, Team Queso versus Na'Vi. One of these teams is looking pretty poor, and they might be going home.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift Origin Series Championship. Carmen, huge games to round out today. Obviously, second half of the day, we're going to get hype. But this one could be the relegation battle. One of these teams will remain unwinning in this tournament. And if it's Na'Vi, they're out. They're home.
That's going to be really sad. I don't really want anyone to go home, honestly. Can we all stay here?
It's not really how that works, though.
Please?
No participation trophies here. None of that nonsense.
Okay.
These teams. But that being said, if Queso lose here, Na'Vi will be 1-3. Queso still have the opportunity to go 1-3. They're playing Rix in the final game of the day. So there's still opportunities for both of these teams to qualify through. However, what can we say about these two teams? Because Carmen,
Yeah.
Team K, so let's start with them, because clearly you love them. You love your boys from Spain.
I'm neutral here, okay?
You're saying
I'm from
okay, wait,
Spain.
no. Are you saying you don't love Team Queso?
I do.
Is that what you're saying?
Okay. I love Team Queso and I love Natus Ventura. Is
Wow.
enough? Is
Way
that
to
good?
way to take a stance, bro.
Okay, you take your stance.
I love
Go
Unicorns
ahead.
Love.
Don't
Laz,
miss your
there you go.
shot.
I've taken my shot. I love Unicorns Love.
This is
Simple as.
unbelievable. I love them more. And in any case, they're not playing now. What are you
True?
talking about?
Okay. Let's take it back. Let's start with Team Queso.
Yeah.
For real this time. Talk me through. What do we want to see from them? What can they do to impress you? Because they are currently 0-2. What can they fix?
For some reason, I'm looking at them as if they were going to answer for me.
Well, they're not. They can't
They're
do
not.
the job. They're not going to swap with you.
No. I'm just looking at them and thinking, what can these guys do to impress me to actually pull this off?
Okay.
First of all, I need you. Okay. First of all, we're just hearing them cheering them on. First thing that I want to see is them not falling behind and ended
Okay.
up 0-12 or 0 being, stomped on.
Yeah.
And for Natus Ventura, what I want to see is more of what we saw last game, A little bit of more packiness, perhaps, a little bit of energy in there in the team fights that were quite inconclusive.
I mean, the energy, you can hear it in the studio already. Both of these teams are massively up for this
They
game.
are looking at each other, Will.
Which is what we love. We love the interaction. We love the idea of these players
Yeah.
coming through, being passionate and wanting to take the fight. Sorry, no zigs again, Carmen. Apologise for that one. Fiora also removed, a very, very strong split push champion. What are we expecting to see compositionally? Do you expect to see the Seraphine Sona attempted again?
I don't think it is going to happen. I mean, I wouldn't want to say
But
it
what
once
if they
again.
draft something a little bit more around it? What if they actually get some damage on the top?
Sona and Seraphine are 2 or out of 5 champions that you can pick.
Yeah.
So I do not trust it that much, but I do trust in Natus Ventura's ability to read and predict potential picks, and Camille is one of them.
Yeah,
So-
Camille and Twisted Fate both off the table. We've seen success on those champions today, meaning that we're not going to see too much more of them. You've got to imagine the roaming, the damage, the Senna also removed.
And also, Twisted Fate.
Yeah.
Magician, not gonna be seen on the Rift anymore. We've seen him a little bit, but honestly, those wildcards weren't working that well.
No.
Not really landing where they should.
I mean, he's a very, very good champion at the moment. Last game, we didn't see so much success when Snitch played it for Rix GG. Of course, they came out with the L on that one. We're going to have to see what the final ban is going to be. But so much power left on the table to be picked up on. My boy, the Crocodile.
No!
He's available.
No, please.
He's available.
I'm sending a message out here now. Please, no.
Darius is gone. That's not the Renekton.
No.
Hello.
No, please, not again. We've seen Renekton in every single game. Be a little creative. A little, think a little bit out of
Well,
the box.
what else would you like to see instead?
Okay, can I see Riven again?
Oh, that's a decent shout. I'm moving on that one.
Yeah.
What about a Riven Renekton matchup in the top lane? Can I tempt you?
No, you cannot. No,
not
you
even
can't.
a little?
No, you can't. I want to see something different in top lane finally. Please, let's break out of this meta of same champions. We want to see some teams that bring something different, riskier, original to the Rift. They are thinking about it. Very concentrated, by the way. We can see them right here in front of us. Really into the game, at least for most of them. First pick, Lee Sin. It is something I will expect in the hands of Leon in top lane, but we're not having Leon in this game. Let's leave Leon aside. Lee Sin for the angle here for Natus Ventura. Your face is saying it all.
I don't know if I can see. It might be played. It could be played in top lane. It's very good in the jungle. That's where I prefer to see it. We've seen it a little bit in the top side. Valhalla might just be picking it so he can dash away from all of the camping. That's probably going to go on. Riven, Galio, you got your wish. Galio would love this champ.
I didn't
Get around the map
ask
as
for
well.
a Galio.
You asked for a Riven though.
Yeah, but you said you got this wish
No,
if
because
I wanted Galio.
I'm saying you got the wish because of the Riven.
Yeah, Riven. Okay.
Galio's cool too though.
Yeah.
Can't hate on Galio.
I got my wish now.
Wow. Okay.
Nami.
Talk to me about Nami Lucian.
I love Nami Lucian here. You've got F and Flow, which is going to allow you to either heal Lucian or cause damage on the enemy and also heal yourself. You got Bubble, which is always nice. Tidal Wave, just to drive the enemies away quite literally. And Lucian there with the cooling. So you throw Tidal Wave, you get the cooling from Lucian. It's all done.
It's all done. It's all sorted. Ahri in the mid lane. Damage coming on through. And you know what?
What?
We're seeing two compositions that look pretty spiced right now. Corki also going to be coming into the rotation. Most likely going into that bot lane because we've already seen the Ahri, the Ninetale Fox, in the mid lane. What's Na'Vi going to be putting in solo lanes? Could be Lucian, could be Lee Sin. They could go there.
Yeah, but then picture pressure more for Lucio and Nami than the bot lane. Nothing that's really out of the box, and it's not a plan involving Fresh, by the way.
Well, they don't want to pick Fresh here because they've already got Nami.
Okay, we see the players are very excited, very enthusiastic about this game. So about Ahri and Corki, I really like these champions too. Ahri as an assassin. Ahri as an assassin doesn't even matter because we've got Aurelion Sol, the creator of the galaxy, within our lines right here, the voice of light.
Now we out here really we need to bring in the big guns. We need the space dragon.
The big
itself.
dragons.
And talking about big guns is Rock Solid, is Malphite. I love what I'm seeing. I just love it.
I love him too. Unstoppable Force coming in for the Rift. Last pick for Team Kesso, Kha'Zix.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. Gonna have that Riven in the top side. You've got the R8. It's gonna be Corki Galio down bot lane. Quite heavy AP damage bot lane. But
like it is.
There's a lot of AD damage up in the... well, actually, with the Ahri as well. You got Kha'Zix, you got Riven, right? You've got damage coming through everywhere. My mild concern here is if you can get past the Galio, there's a lot of skill expression. We're going to go onto the Rift and see exactly what is going to go on between these two teams. But honestly, Navi's won my heart. Malphite Aurelion Sol coming on through.
Aww.
I'm hyped for this one.
Aww. Okay, we never talked about the runes, by the way.
Oh my word, wait, the stun's coming on through. It's massive. It's gone on to Reese. He's going to be able to get the charm down. The damage coming on through. It's not going to spell a kill, but we've already seen what the Aurelion Sol can do.
Two dogs barking, not really biting. This needs to be taken into actual action, into actual kills. But for now, look at the entirety of Team Kesso delivering that. Like both the bot laners, got Corki and Galio going to the bot lane, preparing to start a fight there. And for the rest of them, it's quite normal start besides that first, face-to-face that they've gotten before the minute one. However, what I'm expecting from these two teams is right now, based off the competitions, I'm expecting Natus Ventura to actually be quite proactive. They need that actually. Following Dante's choice of runes, following the Nami pick, I'm expecting loads of move speed. As for Team Kesso, again, loads of ganks. You've got a Kha'Zix, take advantage of that pick, the leap. You've got Ahri as an assassin, you've got Riven, so loads of pick potential there. Let's see if that actually comes to fruition.
We'll have to see if it works out for them, but what I do like the adaptation from Valhalla, we've seen him today on the Darius. It's been a case of you just get cyberbullied topside, which isn't fun for him. He's on the Malphite now. It legitimately doesn't matter if he's forced off all the waves. As long as he can hit level 5, he's going to be massively useful because he's going to be able to pull that trigger, unstoppable force, break up the team fight, knock everyone into the air. So I think this is a very, very smart pick, assuming that Team Kesso is going to do what every other team has done in this game so far, in this championship so far.
I mean, with all the things that are at risk, I don't think they want to follow a normal pattern. In fact, you're seeing it here. They're going to the blue in the enemy jungle, so in Navi's jungle. They're going to take it away. That obviously, Navi cannot take it. That's the deal. But the experience that you're getting here will allow Android said to be able to, jump in lane at any given time. Therefore, Acolyte. So we might be seeing a gank quite soon.
Shocker, they're splitting up vertical jungles to keep Valhalla on his own. Who would have thought? But it's fine. Valhalla's very used to it. Weak side, top side, and if they can get stuff going on bot, Vex is going to just be recalling this time around, so not going to be able to do so. But it is really a case of what Na'Vi can do around the map. And Nami, Lucian, you've talked about this one a little bit already.
Yeah.
Could go pretty aggressive onto this Galio Corki and could look to try and get kills going, especially if Lee Sin wants to get involved.
The Pearson like that, the Ardens, and so both of them gonna be able to do loads of damage. I really like this bot lane, honestly. It's one of the favorites to play. Have in front of them, they've got a Galio and a Corki. They've got a little bit of tankiness there, provided by Galio, so that Corki can farm more or less quietly, calmly, chilling, I'm gonna use any more synonyms. And Evo, in the meantime, with this Corki, not that much range, perhaps not as much as Lucian, who is already aggressive.
Memorize is blocking out enough of that to not really cause too much stress for the Corki. Vex is moving around, trying to maybe look for a dive, but there's enough ward coverage from the bot side of Team Kesso to prevent that one. Vex actually going to be moving towards the mid lane, looking towards the Dawn, but is indecisive and not going to go for any ganks just yet.
No. Yes, a little bit of calmness before the storm. Just you know, because the Storm is approaching 30 seconds just now
Yep.
with the Rift Herald and Dragon. The first Dragon is again not going to be the Inferno, so we don't care about him. Just beat him.
We care.
I mean, I do care, but I think the teams are more focused on getting it.
Yeah.
Unless they do like last game, but they decide to split objectives, which is also a good alternative. You know, like I'm closer to this objective, I've got more control there. I'm just gonna do it rather than fighting for the other one.
I mean, it's a case of if you don't think you can fight at these early stages, you can just go for the Dragon, flipping the coin and assuming that it's weighted towards the Rift Herald, which is what we've seen so far. But you can see, you look at the minimap, their members just running up towards this top side. They want to be getting in the contest. You can already see the Acolyte has moved down bot, the Solar Laner going to the side of the map that's not going to be fighting. But Valhalla isn't doing the same, moving towards the mid lane on the Malphite. The Unstoppable Force could just be the decisive thing, but the fight is not going to kick off. It would appear no one's really going for the objective, and so Malphite moves towards bot lane.
Something very worth analyzing here too is the vision. Right there, look at the vision that Team KSO has all around the map. So they've gone to control the Rift Herald, they've got Dragons on control, the entrances to it and through their own jungle. But Navi is not any behind that. Like they've got the river completely under their control when it comes to vision. So in the end, Team KSO seems like they've been the first to start it, perhaps been the
they're
first
going to be able to grab it and the charm onto Elise, and he's going to be able to jump away. Decent stun to disengage from the Don as well. Valhalla moving through, but doesn't want to start the fight too early. The objective is going to go the way of Team KSO, and the fight doesn't really happen.
No, the cooling and the tidal wave arrived just in time, but without getting any kills on the way. And, I mean, if you want to do something, you perhaps have a Dragon, which is exactly what Natchez and Ventura are going to do here. You lost the objective, what can you do? Okay, go for the other one who is in Rift.
Just grab it. This is what we said, actually. They're happy to trade this one. Yeah, they really wanted the Rift Tower, and actually the top tower could well be forfeit here as well. So that's going to be first tower and Rift Herald, kind of best case scenario, especially if there's a push that can be done by Acolyte and Shelly onto the inner tower. Not going to take it, but a decent chunk is fine. But you're going to get the Dragon as a little bit of a thanks for playing, here's your constellation.
Oh my god, you're so mean, Bill. But, I mean, yeah, it's a little bit like that, not gonna lie. Riven right here, Acolyte trying to get...
Wait, did you really just say you're so mean, but you are right?
I mean, sometimes being mean is being... Okay, I'm not gonna even discuss this with you, okay? Let's move on, please. So I was saying Riven was taking advantage of those remainders of the wave that he had there on the minimap. Now retreating for the rest of Team KSO, except for Ari, who is still, you know, a little bit of an assassin. I've said this like 1,000 times, but she can do this split vision on her own. But careful, because once again, the vision in the river provided by the shuttle. The shuttle. I'm insisting on calling it the shuttle.
The shuttle.
Shuttle.
That's a bus. That's
shuttle.
different.
The shuttle bus. Yeah, that is right there. Is gonna stop her from going around it. Otherwise, she'll be seen. And look at her routine to the bot lane with Kha'Zix here, both of them trying to pick a kill. Perhaps a tower. The wave is coming. It is arriving. It's a nice way to secure this one.
I don't know if we've actually given full respect to how good Team KSO could be at making picks. They've got Ari, they've got Kha'Zix. That is a two-man Roman unit. But if anyone goes along, I know you said, but we need to reiterate it because they're looking for active reason. It's going to be a dive away, nice jump to disengage, and now you can see the Galio coming on through. Vex is vexed and removed. Hydra coming on forward, Na'Vi gets the voice, but it's not going to land on anyone important as the culling comes on down, but it's just on the memorized from the Galio. He's made of stone, so doesn't really care. Looking to get the re-engage, but Hydra turns the damage around. The Don is low. Here comes Ebu. The damage is big as the double talk comes in. That master from memorized. Great all day as Dante's forced away. Team KSO pick up a triple in the early stages and force towards the tower.
Take another tower with them, shouting real loudly here. They're real excited. They were preventing Lucian from, like, not preventing him, but encouraging him to, you know, move farther, be risky, because at this point it will have been perfect for them to just retreat. You know, we've gotten what we wanted, but it wasn't really ideal. They could keep on pushing, they decided to risk it, and look at them.
I mean, for Team KSO here, they should be excited. If they win this game, they're free.
Yeah, and Natchez Ventura is in a really bad position.
Exactly.
Hey, good positioning for me, and the replay right here being charmed. On one hand, Vex is gonna go down first, and as you can see here, the tidal wave doesn't really hit, which is a failure within itself. Galio's entrance really helps them, KSO. And look there, Ivy approaching with a Corki right here. Valkyrie ready. Na'Vi doesn't have anything to do. They get cornered, not even close to the tower.
Oh, there's another fight kicking off immediately out of the replay. Memorize has gone very, very low. Na'Vi don't want to go down without a fight, but won't be knocked up this time around. And it looked dangerous for Hydro, but he does get out alive.
Yeah, wise decision for them to just go back to the base, because Memorize, as the main tank of the team, cannot risk it to be just, to be just going down the first one for them, because it will have been disastrous. So good choice, good call in there. Really liking what I'm seeing here from Team Queso. And Natus Ventura, I feel like they can do more. I feel like they are capable of doing it. We've seen it in all the games. I want them to show it in this one, which could be the last one.
The top side is where the gold leads currently stand right now. It's looking pretty decent for members of Team Queso in that regard. Bot lane's looking very even at the moment though, so there is still time to play with. But we're 9 minutes on the clock. The Infernal Dragon's coming up. That's a pretty big objective coming on through. And it looks like it's going to be Team Queso starting that one up. Andres on the side has support though. And Carmen, doesn't look like Na'Vi are feeling confident enough to really go for a full contest, but Valhalla's here.
I mean, they did have all their ultimates up there, and even though Team Queso has taken Infernal Dragon...
Oh, the Unstoppable Force on the two. They pull out the Kha'Zix. He goes low, he goes down. Acolyte looking for an escape route. Cannot find it immediately, but is trying to dodge, dip, and dive away. Vex needs to be careful as Memorize goes for the heroic save. Will go down, but Acolyte gets away.
Acolyte gets away, but I'm seeing a little bit of a problem here with Memorized. I mean, I know it's a Galio, I know you have to be a frontliner considering the composition, but then again, it's not really working for him. He's getting low in health before the team fight actually starts. And Natus Ventura ran away with his choice of making the Baron, or at least baiting it, before the game.
I don't like that. I didn't like going for that Baron right there. Too many members alive from Queso, 2 low health bars, and Na'Vi seem to agree with me.
I agree with you too. I mean, I didn't.
Glad to hear it. Oh, the Dawn coming into the mid lane. The bubble was big. The stun comes down, and the Acolyte in a little bit of trouble. Looking for an engage, looking for a disengage. Will hop away. And it looks like Team Queso get out with all of their health bars intact for now. And that play peters out.
I mean, Natus Ventura will focusing him Acolyte, who might be the one with the most difficult escape out of the entire team. Oh, the tidal wave doesn't hit.
Yeah, everything missing there, so no one's able to get the pick off. But this is the fear that Ruiz can instill. Because if he jumps in, gets a charm, gets a full rotation, Squishy members are dead. Hydro's dead. The Don might well be dead. Dante's definitely dead if it lands onto him. Nami obviously not the priority target, but removing him could be enough for them maybe not to take the Baron, but set things up.
Set things up. A good, nice composition in there. I think they can definitely do it. I agree with you. Now the question again is, will they do it? Because we can just predict it, but we cannot really say if they are going to. Oh no,
Valhalla! But this time he's Malphite, so the catch out does little. And Na'Vi are rotating up towards Ruiz, towards Andres. He's hiding in the bush, and Na'Vi not interested in going on a wild goose chase. They're going to back down the river towards the mid lane and just clear up some waves.
I mean, that could be the next objective for Team Queso, right? Like, the tower is really low on health.
Some of those were not close
easily
to words.
been thrown. They will be if I want them to, okay? In any case, Mike Perney.
Yes.
Yes. So you see Team Queso rotating towards the top lane a little bit. I think they were expecting Natus Ventura to follow up with that, but they actually didn't. They are going to protect the mid lane tower at all costs.
Yeah, they're just defending this one, clearing out waves. The charm doesn't land once again, but Knives does the unstoppable force. The kick back onto Corgi, who's going to be able to fly over. Heroic entrance lands onto no one, but it's enough to dissuade further action. A lot of skill shots missing, but the fight's not done yet. Andreas jumps in, jumps out. Acolyte trying to do the same, but won't be able to find anyone. And Carmen, it looks like it's going to be the Malphite in trouble, but the engage comes through from Memorize. Everyone's still alive. So many skill shots are missing this time around. Health bars are low, but they're not at 0.
I mean, who cares about the health bars when the ones from towers are so low?
True.
No tower for this cohort of Team Queso. 3 ones in front of the one that Natus Ventura has.
Hydro needs to be careful, getting danced on by Hydro. Ruiz is coming, so with the rest of Team Queso, but Lucian's still alive for a second longer. Gets the damage, can't get the kill though, and Nami's cut down as well, trying to save her marksman. The stun coming from the Don is absolutely massive, but it just catches the Galio.
Look, I don't care that they say Ruiz is the kind of one-trick pony because he always likes to play Ahri.
Okay.
I think if it works, it works.
If it works, it works.
I mean, stop giving him, like...
Just ban it. Stop giving Ruiz Ahri.
I'm just saying it because people are like, oh, they are so predictable, you know, like they always play Ahri. We've got here the replay talking about playing. You can see here, Evo trying to get away. Dante is going to fall too because even though the bubble is there, look at it. They didn't have their ultimates available just yet, and the kills go down for them and up on the scoreboard for Team Queso.
It was so close. Hydra was so close to getting 2 there. And if he had managed to do so, who knows what that fight would have turned into.
Yeah.
But the health bar was very low. Team Queso are the ones on the Dragon. Second of the game for them as the Ocean 1 falls. And they've got control over the bot side of the river. But Na'Vi stacked up on the top side. There's no free route to Baron this time around. And it looks like no one's going to be able to go for that objective just yet. 14 minutes on the clock. Decent, but not amazing goal lead from Team Queso. This game feels like it might go the distance.
It seems like it. 15 minutes in, look at the itemization already. Black Cleaver, we've got Draktar, we've got... Whoa! Failed time there for Ruse. But let's see if they can escape because it's a kind of tricky
That's
situation.
a big stun coming on through from the Don. And if he can catch one, Ruiz is forfeit. He's going to go down. Galio gets in and gets 4 members in the knockup, but he's all alone on the other side of the wall. And Memorize is a memory as he gets taken out. Acolyte, now the target. He's going to be focused through, tries to jump away. Will be able to do so for the time being. The Cullen can't catch on, but there's so much damage as DZ coming out. Na'Vi don't care. It's 3 kills for the team out of Group B, and they're moving towards the Baron buff.
We've seen them really willing, really hoping to get the Baron as early as possible, and finally they are able to do it. Now that the only one live is really Evo with his Corki, so from afar, and the ultimate has been used already, it's gonna be used now. And Andres said right there, they managed to sway them though.
Yeah, they're not, as we say, Baron does so much damage in Wild Rift.
Yeah.
You can't really, contesting it is pretty easy, even if you only have a couple of members. But Carmen, look at that stun.
The replay, the Urban there, right there, they try to get the entrance from Galio as well, but you know, the problem in all situations is going to be the Baron pit being in the middle, so that allows the Navy to clearly just isolate the members of Team Queso and go for the kills, which is happening right there with Acolyte, who, as Riven, doesn't have so much as an escape.
No, doesn't really have the opportunity to.
No.
Survived a surprisingly long time, was able to run a decent distance.
Yeah.
When you're 5-on-1, you're not really going to be able to get out of that situation. It was kind of just a time waste thing going on. But Na'Vi, it looked blue for them in the early game. In fact, it's been blue for them the entire time. They're on blue side. But it looked bad for them in the early game. They came back, and the Aurelion Sol and the Malphite, we're starting to see why these 2 champions might be good together.
Do you have to admit it?
I like both of these champs. I'm an Aurelion Sol fan. Malphite can hit the Unstoppable Force.
Yeah.
Aurelion Sol can follow up with a stun that hits literally everyone in the vicinity.
Voice of Light.
Voice of Light comes through, the damage is there, and jobs are good. Like, we haven't seen too much Aurelion Sol in Europe. We've seen it a little bit elsewhere. Na'Vi's making it look pretty good. The Dawn is making it look pretty useful.
Yeah.
But they're not out of the woods yet. There's still a lot coming through from Team Queso. The pick potential is still there. They're looking for the fight. The Unstoppable Force on to the Galio. Memorize though going to turn around with a taunt of his own as the damage comes through. Reese dodging, dipping in and out, but needs to flash to get away. The Culling still landing on the Ahri. Acolyte on the side. The Kha'Zix comes through and the damage is decent, but Na'Vi still alive for now. Hydra has to flash away in the end, but they're all going to survive. Decent fight for Na'Vi.
I mean, the other one who doesn't survive is Memorize, but once again, the Galio, I'm starting to see this as an actual problem. Galio, once again, the only tanky champion here. Let's see first the replay. You can see here how the Yam, the tidal wave doesn't really hit. I mean, it uses services purpose to divide the enemy team, in this case Team Queso. They go after them, but Memorize is already there. They're gonna try to get in there one more time. Hydra manages to escape quite easily. Ruse decides to resign because obviously he's low on health. He can't do much to keep on chasing, which leads on to Natus Mature being able to get away with no deaths on their own.
And I mean, this is the thing, right? Galio is the one being focused down. He's the tank, he's the front line, and once he's gone, fights are tricky. But Team Queso have started themselves up the Baron once again. But they've left Andres on his own. He's been a little bit careful. The Corki comes back on through, and they will be able to secure this one. Baron buff secured from Team Queso. And now the fight in the mid lane is going pretty well. Valhalla needs to be careful. About half health already in this fight. No ultimate available. He's already used it. So he's just going to have to wander away. That's as close to a free Baron buff as we're going to get.
Another danger here. Vex is the only one retaining his ultimate.
Yeah, Vex is the only one with the ultimate. The kick is pretty big, but without the rest of the tools. That being said, a couple of big ones have been used. Riven and Ahri are also without their ultimate, but Corki has his, of course, going to be throwing all of those missiles down. We can see the Kha'Zix looking to find a flank as well, and the grand and the heroic entrance is coming through from Galio as well. One of the biggest ultimates that we've got in the game, and it's going to be available for Team Queso in the next fight if they take it in the next 15 seconds.
Which is always a risk, you know, fighting without ultimates. Always leads to some disasters in the team fights. But in this case, Team Queso retaining most of them. Acolyte now recovering his Blade of Exile.
Yeah.
What we can say now is that they're trying to sit a little bit the base here in the top lane with Acolyte trying to split push with those.
They're going for the Dragon. The Dragon is secured. That's the Elder, and Na'Vi now needs to take the fight. Look at the damage coming on through. Will they be able to save? The Culling goes through one, but it only catches one. As Hydra to go on the other side, Reese flies on through, gets the revive pop from the Lucian. Andres is just there with the damage. Goes down though, the Ahri. It's a 1-for-1 trade in the end though. But Acolyte on the base. Can they take it? Valhalla's the only one defending, and he's the only one alive. Andres can come through. Members are here from Queso, and it's just the Nexus unstoppable force on 2. Can he take on the Riven? The shield is there. They're going for the objective. They're going for the game. They're going for the qualification, and it's Team Queso who take the win.
I'm breathless.
I've got audio.
That was a whole game. Carmen, there was no bias. You predicted them to be taking the win, and
I predicted them to be taking the win.
It was touch and go. It was not easy for them. Some of these combinations that they had coming through, the Aurelion Soul Malphite made a couple of team fights look very, very good for Na'Vi. But in the end, the Riven causing the pressure down into the bot side, they took the fight 4v5, but they had the objective, they had everything they needed. And by the time that they turned over their shoulder and Riven was like, what's going on, had support.
Yeah. I mean, quite an intense one, I have to say.
I'm back. I had to disappear.
Hello.
Hi, Treed.
I forgot my common sense.
I didn't think you were our friend. You were just like,
I was like, no, you know what? You guys have got this.
I didn't know you had it.
You didn't know I had common sense? Yeah. That's just rude.
She's being rude all cast.
You do have passion.
Real talk.
Oh, okay. I've got that going for me. I'm just a himbo. That's fine. Like. Oh my god. But let's focus up a little bit, because unfortunately that was goodbye to Na'Vi, wasn't it? That was their final chance to really get into this one. And they ended up finishing at the bottom of the rankings. It's just the way it goes sometimes. We now know that every other team is pretty much safe for the rest of the day. The real competition comes up about who's going to climb to the top of those rankings and get that preferential seeding. But before we talk further about that, I think we need to go and have a chat with D-Man, who's over at the Weatherman section, to just break down a play.
Well, that was quick. I didn't even get a chance to look at the clip I'd lined up, but you know what? We'll do it live! Let's go for it. Let's go for it. We'll see how this one works out. So this was the gank that basically was set up by Na'Vi right at the start. As you can see, we're only 7 minutes into the show. It's pretty even, like just a couple of K between the two. So Na'Vi are thinking, okay, we've got themselves a nice setup here. And honestly, they did. They did. They had the wards coverage was in there, so they could see what's coming. You can see the gank is coming in as well. So they have themselves what is basically a 4v3 advantage. So they're thinking, good times, good times. Let's see how this one plays out. So Ruiz has already landed the charm, by the way, immediately onto Vex, which is a big problem to start things off. So they're thinking, okay, we've got him, but they forgot that Ruiz is a bit of a one-trick master when it comes to playing. He lands the charm, the damage immediately goes down, but you can see there is a stun, so not to worry. So it's pretty good at the moment. Carrying it through, here comes the support finally arriving, but as you see already, 1 kill down. Support is still coming down the side here. But now the problem is, look at this. Corki is arriving. Riven's already got his eyes on the prize. And while this is a fight that should have gone Na'Vi's way, in fairness, it goes the way of Queso. And now look at it. At no point should they have been still here. As they lost Vex, they should have been all getting the hell out of Dodge. But they stayed. I don't know why. Nobody knows why. We'll ask them later. But the fact is, they got the ward there. They couldn't see what on earth was going on. And they stuck around. Why is Hydro still there? Don't know. Got exhausted, got caught out. And that was pretty much how Queso won. Na'Vi simply just kept around too long. Lost themselves a big advantage. At the end of that, you can see it trails away to a 4K goal difference from a 2K to a 4K. off the back of a single play. Something that they should have won just completely fell away, despite the fact they had the vision. And unfortunately, Na'Vi are now out of the tournament.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Next time I'll go for a thumbs up, thumbs down approach. We'll see if we can get that a little bit better. Is that I'll give you a thumbs up for your analysis, though. We'll get thumbs up. No stuff. You're being rude to D-Man as well.
Honestly,
Because he spoiled my clip.
Ah, come on.
I've
Gotta
been
get
trying
over
to
it.
steal
You gotta
this.
get over it.
I'm not gonna get over.
All right, let's pull up the rankings then. Let's take a look at how we're sitting after, I believe that was our 7th game. We've got, no, 8th game. We've got 2 more to go. Na'Vi sitting at a 0-4 scoreline. We are saying goodbye to them. That's pretty much locked in now. But I'm looking at the other end of the rankings right now, Carmeline. I'm seeing 3-0 Unicorns of Love, 3-0 Game Lord. Remember, first place gets to pick their opponent, and this is the last game these 2 teams will play. This is a battle for first place coming up next.
This is completely unexpected, I think. We all expected again. We've been saying it again and again, right? Like Unicorns of Love, Group B, are they gonna make it? Like, how are they gonna compare to the rest of the teams from Group A? Game Lords coming as 3rd place from Group A, and suddenly we got them here defeatless. You know what that is? I'm honestly putting all my eggs in one basket.
Which basket is it, though?
Do you want to know?
Yes, I do want to know.
Okay, we do.
Yeah, you're putting all your eggs in the basket of Will know the answer.
Well, I mean,
No,
I've been relatively right today. That's
Okay,
all
all
I'm
right,
saying.
yeah.
I mean, this is a very exciting matchup, and we've been set up for actually 2 very exciting matchups at the end of the day, because the winner of this game gets to choose whichever team they want to play against, and the last game is going to show us who's 3rd and who's 4th. So now we'll get to see what these teams really think about each other.
Well, here's the thing, though. I don't actually think that the 3rd and 4th place will come into it. I think these teams already know who they're going to pick. I don't know what the answer is. I think both of these teams. I think both these teams have already gauged where they want to go with tomorrow and who they want to kick their campaign off to that Grand Championship. Because remember, tomorrow we go into best of 5s. It's semi-finals. And then you only get one more chance when it comes to Sunday. That's your best of 7 grand final. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the battle for first place kicks off. It's Game Lord versus Unicorns of Love.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift Origin Series Championship. Carmen, top of the table clash. We've got Unicorns of Love, we've got Game Lord. Now, one of these teams is going to be undefeated going out of the group stages, and they'll get to choose who they play against in the semi-finals tomorrow. Best of 5 gaming going to be happening. So, I think I know who you favor. And I know who I favor in this matchup.
Okay, you tell me yours first.
No, I was going to ask because I'm the one throwing it to you. You're the analyst here.
Yeah, I'm the analyst, but you're claiming here to be, I know, a visionary or something. A medium.
Right. You think Unicorn's going to win this game.
I want the Unicorns to win this game. Yes.
But my eyes on Game Lord over there.
Yeah.
From the games that we've seen from them in the past couple of games, the ones that we've been watching, I think Game Lord look a little bit better. So we'll have to see what they can do going into pick and ban, as you can see on your screens at home. Riven, not going to be going into this big matchup. Taking off the table. Renekton.
No. I mean, if you look at both these teams, do they look like teams that usually play normal conversations?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, they do. But, okay, Unicorns of Love, give me the spice that I need right now in this new game, please.
They've been threatening to give us the spice, haven't they? They've been talking about
I want the magic touch of the unicorn.
We'll have to see if they go for any really cool stuff. The Akali and the Rakan both taken off the table. I haven't seen too much of those getting gameplay today, but also Ezreal going to be removed. Nothing's super surprising in these bans, realistically.
But Kai'Sa's open.
True.
Kai'Sa's open.
We're not seeing that much Kai'Sa though. People don't really seem to be playing it right now.
No, I mean, you take Varus and Nash out of the table and they're like, okay, I don't mind it. I'm going to play double support bot lane or fast into that, and that's going to be my play. Yeah.
Oh man, on the
But Corki's kind of a marksman, you know?
Yeah, but you can put him mid. Like, we've seen him being flexed out more than we usually do. Just because maybe of those bans is what people have liked to play. The Lee Sin's away. The Senna is locked for Unicorns Love. This does open up some spice if they want to go in that direction with the fasting Senna.
Yeah, I told you.
Yeah, smart. You know what's up. But
I know.
Camille,
Yeah.
coming in for Game Lord. We've seen the impact this champion can have in the top lane and in the jungle.
But you need to have someone else on the team doing that for you.
Like Gragas?
Oh, that's a good choice. I like it. Yeah, I mean, Gragas with different barrels, the Rose body Islam itself. I think it can be quite good to position the enemy. Also, I'm also thinking about positioning the enemy in front of a team fight.
There he is. There he is.
Why?
The crocodile. Maybe going up into the top side against the Gragas. That's where we've seen it normally, but we've seen it in the jungle. We've seen it mid today. We've seen it support as well. Gragas can pretty much go anywhere. Not going into that dragon roll because the Senna's on the other side, so it's unlikely to see there. But we'll have to see who he's going up against. The Camille, obviously, going to be going onto that top side somewhere. I'm really interested to see where they go with the composition in the bot side for UOL, because they could go for something traditional alongside the fasting Senna. But honestly, I'd like it to be something a bit bulkier. The Galio, perhaps.
Right. Not Galio. I'm so tired of the champion. Like, okay, impressive, hero's entrance, but what apart from that? Like, okay, you're kind of tanky, okay, you put that going, we'll admit it, but let's bring something a little bit different. I mean, I think Gragas is a good counter to that, and Darius, woo! Okay, finally, what I was expecting, the Vayne finally joining here, the lineup for Game Lords, and I'm digging it.
Yeah, I'm into it, honestly, but we're talking about champions that go well with Senna. We've got the dog. Maybe he'll be going into that bot side. The spice is finally here. Vi as well going into jungle, someone we haven't seen too much of today. And the Lulu is going to go alongside that Vayne. These teams fighting at the top. They've chosen some interesting stuff to go into this game. And Carmen, we haven't even talked about the Darius.
I haven't talked about Darius because what else can you say about him that hasn't been said already?
He's angry. He's got an axe.
Yeah.
Dunk.
I mean, I'd rather not talk about him.
Well, we're going to go into game. You're going to have to talk about some stage, but here we are onto the Rift. 9th game of the day. Winner tops the group. Loser comes second in the group. It's not particularly bad, but they lose the right to choose their opponent. So in theory, should have the harder semi-final tomorrow. It is going to be Zach Hugh on the dog in the bot side. Nasus fasting Senna. And good. I like it. I'm into it.
You're into it. Am I into it? I think I am.
Oh, actually, do you know what? Something else interesting as well. You're the Enchanter Savant.
Yeah.
Lulu in the mid lane, Gragas down bot with the Vayne. It looks like they're interested in maybe being a little bit more aggressive onto this Nasus, because he's going to have to step up to grab that farm.
Yeah, you leave Lulu there in the mid lane just trying to, she's good enough resources on her own. She's got the shield, like Wings picks, enough to do damage from afar without having to face Galio like directly and look him in the eye. In the meantime, in this bot lane, what you guarantee with this Gragas and this Vayne is not only tons of damage, but also going against Senna. I think it's a really good choice. Senna has to refrain himself from being aggressive, so I like it.
Yeah, Lulu has to be careful though. Vajon doesn't want to get ganked too hard and the Vi being forced to back away. Vajon has had a very, very good day so far today in the jungle. We've seen the Zins out, what he can do on this one. Vi's a little bit different, but the gank potential is huge in the early stages. So keep your eyes peeled on the mid lane, also the top side, because we've talked about Baron laners all day. That's kind of all that we've talked about. But Random versus Coldstar. What a matchup.
Ooh.
What a matchup.
I mean, true that we've been talking about Baron laners, especially Leon, but Coldstar, Treat said he was obsessed with him. Like,
he
with
did
the
keep
way
talking about Coldstar.
Yeah, he was like, I'm not even going to shut up. I'm going to keep talking about Coldstar the entirety of this segment. And he did, and I think it was quite good, like, well-established, when it comes to Unicorns of Love, we usually talk about all the lanes, but Coldstar has been showing up game after game, and he deserves the recognition.
He's showing up once again on the tower, and it's the gank coming through. Renekton needs to back away, and Phaeton needs to flash to escape. And it's going to be a fail on the dive, but they don't lose any kills for it.
Now, they will have to back away because of how low their lives have been left, and particularly Coldstar, who's going back right now. But in the meantime, he's got plenty of choices there. You can a little bit of jungle, you can keep the vision there, even though he doesn't have any wards on himself right now, but look at it. He's got plenty of vision already in the enemy jungle. In the meantime, there's Lulu, not having a hard time there at all. Okay, she's a squishy, but she's Lulu. You know, like she can easily escape there. She can turn the enemies into little animals, the squirrels.
Well, she can escape the 1v1. But the thing that, do you know what Lulu likes maybe the least in all of League of Legends?
People who are not nice to her?
No, well, kind of. I think that Lulu really dislikes being punched hard in the face.
I mean, obviously.
So, if the Vi comes mid and punches Lulu hard in the face, it's going to be a bad time. I'm the play-by-play, so my analysis, that's kind of the highest level of analysis I go.
Okay.
But, Xiao, having a little wander through mid lane, just making sure that everything's fine.
Do you want me to expand on that?
What, expand on being punched in the face, or?
Okay, so Lulu, we said it again and again, she's squishy. Of course she's not gonna be liked to be punched in the face. And Wild Road doesn't work that well in herself. Like, I mean, you can do it in a last, like, die or survive situation, but obviously it's better when you use in champions like, I don't know, for example, I'm thinking of Darius right now in the hands of Random. That would be a really good one.
Yeah.
Actually, the one where I will use it. Then again, we're gonna see what happens, but we're saying right now, the objective is spawning.
It's Infernal Dragon. This time around, it's a question. It's not just the case of, it's easy, we just go for Rift Herald. It's a question of which one you go for. And it looks like the teams have made different decisions. Unicorn love going towards that Rift Herald, and there's no contest on it. Because in the bot side, the early Infernal Dragon being taken by Game Lord, and honestly, this is a much more equitable trade than we usually see at this point.
Oh, but Game Lord having spotted Senna there, they've got plenty of guards that in the bottom side of the jungle, also the upper side of the enemy jungle, and they're gonna go straight away for this top lane tower there with the Rift Herald. Now the question is, how are Game Lord gonna react to this? And the reason is, well, the answer is backing a little bit, trying to take the bot lane tower now that Unicorns of Love is not on that zone of the Rift.
Yeah, they've sent members, randoms there, Vedra's there. They're just going to try and stop this Rift Herald getting too much more damage, but half of that in its tower has gone down. We've seen how important that can be in the top side and in the bot side already today, so a decent Rift Herald coming through for Unicorns of Love, but you can see Game Lord Random needs to be a little bit careful. There are so many members, all 5 members of Unicorns of Love on the top side. They're giving free reign to Vayne in the bot lane though. Redemption, having a good day. Vayne loves a bit of free farm. Could be risky if they can't get the play going, and it looks like they're just going to try and back away, but the ultimate coming down on the face, actually. It's going to be Game Lord trying to get the fight going, and you can see Xiao with the nice double knock-up. The damage is there, and the kill comes through. It's Lulu with first blood. Cold Star running for his life, meets up with his brother Nasus, and they'll both be able to get on the tower.
They have to run away, and again, as I said, the first kill right there going for Game Lord in the hands of Lulu, which I don't think is the most efficient one, but I mean, it's at least in the hands of a laner. That's better than the kill going to the support or anything. Really good template from Game Lord right here on the tower, which was already like really risky for them, but they managed to do quite a good job in there. In the meantime, Unicorns of Love right there trying to concentrate in the mid lane, trying to take down that first, well, the second tower for them, but it's going to be quite difficult because Game Lords have plenty of defense, they've got shields, they've got healing, they've got everything they complete.
Game has been as close as we'd probably expect, actually, coming out from these two teams. Both are undefeated right now. Of course, the eagle-eyed, the mathematically minded of you at home will realize that not both teams can be undefeated if they're playing each other. So one of these teams is going to come out of this one 4-0. But Carmen, talk us through this play.
Okay, we've got Thefter here trying to save his red, but he's not going to be able to, even though the Hectic Ultimate Team arrive in right in time. Corsair is ultimately going to be the most damage out of this composition, but it will obviously be the dice right in the spot without Game Lord losing any effectives. So, in turn, tower for tower.
Yeah, trading it out once again, top for bot, just making sure that the map is a little bit open except for that mid lane. Both teams happy to make that trade. It's just one of those things that you do. Looking for maybe the engage, but nice flash coming in from Snealand. Is able to get away with his life.
Ooh, he gets saved by the bell, as we were saying, in Spain. But look at this. Game Lord just not surrendering, just not giving up the little advantage that they built over time. Just a little bit of gold ahead, but already 2 Trinities, 2 True Forces there in the hands of Junglers, and of course Black Clover there and Warthog in the hands of Renekton. So we can see where the action is mainly taking place here, which will be in the top lane and also in the jungle. But the mid laners are not being left behind. I find this game being quite interesting just because of that. I feel like both teams are very active on every single lane. They want to meet objectives and actually look at that, how they are rotating right now. Gold game looks to the top lane and Unicorns of Love to the bot lane.
Well, it's what we've been talking about with Unicorns Love the entire
Yeah.
day, saying how, look, they play for everything. There's not really like this standout, we need to go into this lane to do stuff situation. It's all about the team dynamic, the way that they fight, their target acquisition. All of this that they've forged in Group B, where team fighting is pretty much all they do. It's a good time. It's worked great for them so far in this tournament, undefeated as we go into this game. But Game Lord as well. They haven't been focusing in one specific area. They've been moving around, but both teams are focusing in this specific area. Around Dragon Buff is the heroic entrance coming through. Nice ult coming through from Senna with the shields, with the damage. And they're going to be able to knock Galio into the backline. He's getting a double stun off. Might well go down though. Stealan is removed, and it's Game Lord who are looking to run a ramp. And you can see Redemption coming on through. Gets the shot, gets the kill. Vayne is now going to turn towards the rest of the team. There's the backline. There's the double coming through from Redemption. Another one goes through for Game Lord. It's 5-0 on the scoreline, 4-0 in the fight, and surely the Dragon as well.
What kind of fantasy is this? A fantasy, a world in which Unicorns of Love is listening to Europe's potentially third seed here, Game Lords. Quite impressive from the European team right there. Honestly, I'm really appreciating the ultimates by Septa, right? The hectic ultimate him, a teamfight starters. And as well, Random, we've got the replay right there. You can see it here how they were trying to catch
Watch
him
the
from
Galio
the
here.
side of Unicorns of Love. Watch for Galio and watch Cold Starter who gets trapped. He tries to get across the wall, but he is not able to. And in the end, well, he cannot do that much, right? Teamfight is gonna end really quickly because of that. With one of the strongest members of the team taken outside, I mean, they're condemned.
Yeah, I mean, the damage is coming on through, and Vayne has just been left alone for this entire game. Redemption hasn't been focused at all, and is now hitting those mid to late game points where the damage is going to be pretty scary. Baron on the menu at the 10-minute mark as well. So that's now the objective that we're going to keep our eyes most keenly on, at least until the next dragon spawns, and even then, you've got to imagine that Baron is higher priority. You can't love, they're down, but they're not out though. 5k gold deficit at the 10-minute mark isn't really where you want to be, but they've still got tools, they've still got pick, they've still got these strong champions, and their team fighting isn't too shabby either. And of course, Nasus, he's gonna be getting pretty big as the game goes on.
I mean, but will the game go on? That's another question there. Nasus cannot escalate if the game doesn't go on for that so long, and we know that as well, Rift, we know things are like double the speed as in a normal League of Legends game, but this is a different thing. You can see here Thimble Winter, one of his abilities, max health, max mana, increasing every single stat, which is going to be really helpful moving on to the mid to late game.
But what I'm going to say to you, and I'm going to posit this,
Yes.
Carmen, you can call me an idiot if I'm being an idiot.
I'm not going to call you an idiot, you already are.
In the super late game, Nasus might have all the stacks in the world.
Yes.
How is he getting onto Vayne? How is he doing that? We've got Lulu who's going to be running interference.
Yes.
Gragas is going to be running interference. Camille and Darius are going to be bundling towards him to get into the fight themselves. Azakyu is going to have such a hard time getting into fights, getting onto the one priority target. Okay, maybe Vader's on the Lulu is another one that should be going down early. But I just don't see a world where, unless Redemption really oversteps, really overplays his hand, he's getting caught by this late game damage threat.
Well, you have to take into account that the game might not go over for so long. That's okay with Nasus, right? You never want to go for like a 20-minute game with Nasus, because you know you're going to be in a really difficult position. So I'm expecting Game Lord to take, you know, like, just the lead of the game, let's say, control of the game, play however they want to play. And the one who is right now in danger is Random, being cornered by the team of Unicorns of Love.
he can step away pretty easily. He's pretty quick with that dead man's plate. He's going to be able to build up momentum, but they're looking for the engage onto Lulu. Have found it. The Koski's going to break up the back line, but the front line's still on the support. But Steelin's going to be the first victim of the fight. Once again, Redemption untouched as Zach Q going to be taken out under tower. Coldstar's here, though, trying to get some damage, trying to redeem his team just a little bit, but it's all about Game Lord. They're chasing the fight further. They take down Coldstar as well, and it's a 3-for-1 in the fight. Make that a 4-for-1 with the kill onto the center, and Game Lord are pushing forward.
9 kills versus 1, 10k ahead of Gold, 4 towers, so 2 ahead of them, and it seems like they almost want to win the game. Of course, they don't have enough minions to do it and enter the Nexus zone without getting hit by it, and not enough health to do so, and not enough mana to do so either. But next stop could be the Baron very easily.
Dragon's up in 10 as well, so that could be a focus if they wanted to go for a slightly lower risk objective. It's only the Cloud, but it's something that they'll still like to take.
And look at them, heading towards there.
Look at, well, we're going to be able to see the items again, because they accrued quite a fair amount of gold. They're 10,500 in the... Look at the items. Darius just went back to base and bought a Spirit Visage.
Why not?
Just walks in up to the shopkeeper, just makes it rain with all of his gold. And across the board, we're seeing these kind of advantages, but the fight's going to kill. Random needs to be careful. It's a 4-for-2. Has got the Lulu, who's going to use the Enlarge, and it's now going to be a full team fight as members turn up. This is massive coming through from Gaylord. They dunk one. Can they go for more? Coldstar is going to be ripped to shreds as the fight continues. Zefta off the back, won't burn down just yet, but now Redemption, he's the one playing frontliner, but he's got so much damage. He's going for Crispy. It's just Zach Q alive, and he's going to fall as well. Game Lord take the fight. They're going down the mid lane. Can they possibly end here?
I didn't believe so much in the Lulu pick in the mid lane, but look at it, how well it has worked. They're teleporting right in
Only a small minion wave, but there's 3 of them. There's no one to defend here for Unicorns of Love. Just like that, it's Game Lords who are undefeated as they take the 4-for-0.
Unexpected, isn't it?
Well, I mean, someone expected it at the beginning of the game.
Okay, not you.
That's all I'm saying.
Right, I completely agree with you. I think it was unexpected from the day. The number 3 seed from EU coming out and claiming first place, even against, like, to be in the race against Unicorns of Love as well for that first place seed. That is an outcome I don't think anyone would have predicted at the start of the competition. That game, though, to me, that was just impeccable drafting coming out from Game Lord there. I think at Champion Select, I think they just had their number entirely.
Yeah, I told you so. Kern.
I don't know why I'm being the one. I was the one who predicted Game Lord to win. I don't know why I'm being the villain here. But yeah, absolutely. It's a case of they played very well. They had the draft going into it. Redemption on that vein looks really, really good. And he was given so much time in game. No one was really putting pressure onto him. So by the time it got to team fights, it was already a little bit too late for the Unicorns.
That composition just enabled them to keep this giant wall of meat that was Unicorns of Love at arm's length. They just weren't letting them get anywhere near any priority targets the entire match. And that, the longer it goes on, Vayne just ramps up, and then at that point, it's... I mean, you'll probably see it in some of the replays of this. It wasn't even the Vayne at the end. It was the Darius. It was Random just causing problems as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he played a really good game, but now I'm waiting to see what else can they do.
Yeah?
Their best game? Because I don't think so.
You don't think so? What more could you want from them?
More!
Yeah, what?
Better precision.
Carmen's out here like, Game Lord undefeated. What have they done recently?
I mean, the fact that they are undefeated doesn't mean that they are better than other teams. I mean, it does mean it in a certain way, but it doesn't mean that their play has been the best.
I mean, best of 1 versus best of 5 tomorrow as well. It's gonna be a different.
I mean, yeah, that's a whole different beast tomorrow. Anything can happen in best of 1. You get a nice little reset in between every game. You're able to just have multiple attempts at the same opponent. Results we've seen in the best of 1 don't necessarily translate tomorrow. And what do you think the teams are going to be doing this evening? They're going to be prepping for their opponents once they're found out.
It's evening already.
This
They
evening?
don't have time.
They do have time. Some of them don't have other games.
What do you want them to do? Like practice at night?
Yes, I want them to practice at night. This is a championship on the line.
And quite a big price, to be honest.
Quite a big price,
Like,
over
forget about
150k euros on the line. But enough about money and gold. You know how much I like talking about that. Let's throw it over to Kin, and I'm sure he's got something interesting to talk about.
Yeah, I always thought you were a bit leprechaun-like, but there you go. Anyway, we are into a breakdown here, and I think specifically I want to highlight compositionally, and I think Trid did touch on it on the desk, how Gamelord kind of had Unicorns of Love number. I think it's the first time I can say that someone's had Unicorns Love number in the particular draft phase. I'm going to take a look. Oh, here we go. We're back. Basically, the Darius was the key to this fight, because I'm going to highlight specifically the comp. Renekton, Vi, Galio, Nasus. We don't care about Senna. 4 melee champions, all of which have to be directly next to you for the most part to do damage, not pending Vi's ultimate, and Darius can sit there and stack. And when you have this big juicy target of a Vayne that needs to die, she needs to be the focus, Random can just sit there and stack on the front line. And what Darius is very good at doing is cutting the front line down to size. That true damage is going to get through you regardless of your resistances. So we're going to have to take a look a bit further through here if I can get this to actually play. Hello, Mr. Clip. Unfortunately, unlike Carmeline, I can't quite remember this clip off by heart. So we'll just wait and try and see if this can... Oh, clip. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Ah, there we go. I think I might have fixed it. Bam. Genius right here. That definitely wasn't my producer. Right. So, again, as we can see, right over here, already forced Vejos out of the fight. Lulu managed to buy some time with the Wild Growth. They spent a lot of resources locking down the Lulu here. Redemption completely untouched. Massive gap between Redemption and a lot of the threats. ZachQ is just walking in like a lost puppy because he has no idea what he's doing. He's way too far away from the fight. And in the meantime, watch Random, right? Just like right here, you guys can see him. Random's right here. Just watch him for the rest of the fight. Just sits there, stacking on the front line. He's going to get his first reset onto ZachQ, goes straight into the back line. This could very easily have been a penta if someone else had managed to take the aggro away from him, but it doesn't matter. His job is done. He's stacked up. He's chomped to the front line. The Darius was a lovely pick in that comp because it was a heavy melee comp, and they were so threatened by the Vayne, it meant that they were very easily able to stack Darius every single fight. Random had a free team fight pretty much every single time, and it was an easy set of wins. And that's what I really liked about what we saw from Gamelord. They actually decided to take Unicorns of Love on at what they do. You know, Unicorns of Love to try to play this 5v5 team fight all day long, and Gamelord actually came in and said, hey, we're going to counter it in draft, we're going to try and deal with it, and they did, and it was really good.
Thank you very much, Kin. And I honestly, we were watching it backstage and we were looking at Random, and he must have had pentakill in his eyes, dreams of Leon in his eyes right there. Because the only thing that stopped him was that Zhonya's, and then, of course, he was taking Tara aggro as well. Just couldn't finish it off afterwards. But as Kin said, very close to being a pentakill there. That does lock in some results, and it does make things a little bit interesting for this final game. Let's pull up the rankings, take a quick look at where things stand. Gamelord, 4-0. They get their choice of opponent for tomorrow. Out of the 3 that are available, Rix, Team Queso, Unicorns of Love, well, they've beaten all of them, so it's quite open. And this next match that's coming up here, we're obviously going to be looking at Rix going up against Team Queso to close out the day. It does pose the question, what is the purpose of this match? Well, for me, it's putting on a good show and making sure Gamelord don't pick me first round of the bracket.
Absolutely, I completely agree. I think right now, if I'm sitting in Gamelord's shoes, I'm thinking that Team Queso have potentially looked a little bit worse on the day, a little bit less consistent, but if they can show up big here and they can dominate Rix GG, then you're kind of taking yourself out of the firing line. You're saying, look, we're going up. But if you're not picked by Gamelord, you're going up against the Unicorns of Love, which isn't exactly easy.
So, Carmeline, I've noticed you've got something in your hands
yes.
there.
In today's tutorial, Spanish was neutral.
Yep.
I wanted to tell you that even though I think Team Queso has not been showing the best performance, from a neutral point of view, I still think they have a lot to show. And I know you guys are like, oh no, because you're Spanish, of course you're going to be sliding for them.
You started that. You were the one who was excited about Queso.
Let's not talk about what happens backstage, okay? Because I know certain someone who won't say hi to Rix G, so we weren't talking about that, are we? No,
but I'm sure we'll talk about that tomorrow, won't we, Kin?
Okay, so what I'm trying to say here is I think Team Queso has actual, they've got an actual chance to make it. Why not?
No, they absolutely have a chance to make it.
No, you guys have been thrashing them around like they're ragdolls.
What? Putting words in my mouth now, Caroline. Same with you, Will. You've been putting words in my mouth. What? I hate you as well. I hate you the most.
What is this? I have been victimized by every member of this talent team today, except Kinnan. What? He's lovely. Excoundra, you're great.
We just keep pointing to him off stage, but I'm not going to point to him anymore. We're going to go through a quick break. When we come back, our last game of the day, it's Team Queso versus RixGG. They're going to decide, well, they're not going to decide anything. They're just going to put on a show for us. Welcome back to the Wild Rift Origin Series Championship. Day 1 is almost done, Carmen. We're on to our final game of the day.
Already?
Already? What do you mean? This is game 10. But
Already?
there's plenty more Wild Rift to be played tomorrow and on Sunday, so don't worry too much about that one. But this last game, in a technical level, doesn't really matter. These two teams are playing for that third spot, so a bit of pride on the line. We know that these two teams have played each other a lot in the regular season leading up to this tournament.
Yeah.
But they want to put on a good show. They want to kind of show that they are the better of these two teams so that they can maybe avoid Game Lord. But when you've got Game Lord and Unicorns of Love both playing so well, it's not easy to go up against either of them as we move straight into picks and bans. Carmen, what do you want to see? What's your wish list for this one?
I want a Camille band.
Well, there you go. You've got all you've ever asked for.
Let me think about it. I really think ban.
Damn, she's good.
I want Renekton band.
No, that's not that one.
It is not
You've asked
fair.
too much. No Christmas for you. Kaisa, banned away. We haven't really seen that much Kaisa today anyway.
Not at all.
I mean, you still don't really want to allow Queso to pick it up.
No.
It's still a very strong pick. But we've been seeing teams going in different directions. Senna has been one of the directions also removed. And is this just the case of the marksman going into that BC tier? Because Zaya also for the same. Ezreal available, Rix have first pick. Is that the direction you go in?
I mean, we've driven out of the rift. Now we are being left with very little options right there to pick for the bot lane. You cannot go Senna Fasting, as you said. You cannot go Kaiser. Ezreal is still open, so that
Mind
will
of
be
Varus is
one.
banned, Ashe is
Corki,
banned as well.
I mean, of course they're banned, Will.
That's what I'm saying.
They're banned. You cannot play them.
Just reminding the people at home.
Ezreal's open.
Ezreal, first pick.
Yeah.
Team Case, we're going to have to go kind of deep into the barrel to pick themselves up something
I
as
get
well.
where you're going.
That's the Gragas lock-in.
Into the cheese fountain. Yeah, like.
Oh yeah, no. I was doing the barrel thing because the Gragas is locked in at the same time.
Yeah.
And they're also going to go for the Lee Sin. So they're leaving that marksman for a little bit later in the draft because it's not likely to be taking anything else. But if Rix go for something like the Corki in the mid lane, that's another champion that we've seen being used in that Dragon role.
Exactly.
So Rix have an opportunity. However, Stitch might not want to go in this direction. We saw him play Twisted Fate earlier today. It was okay. Maybe he might go for that one again, but we've just seen a Darius absolutely terrorize the Rift, and that one is going to be picked up by Leon, and there's the Twisted Fate coming through.
Yeah, you called it and it happened. I mean, RixGG, as I said, we've seen them playing it plenty of times here. Let's see if the wild cards can actually do something here. And land and Galio one more time for Team Queso. Not really a fan of the champion, I've told you, but I think he does a really good role of, supporting, providing a front line for the team and being attacked.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, Team Queso have picked up some champions that are very good at keeping people away from their damage dealers. Now they have to pick up the damage dealers. They've just picked up a Draven.
But let's say it as it is deserved to.
Draven. Huh. That's a Shyvana.
I know who she is. The thing is, I'm surprised.
Well, that's why I was pointing out. The Braum pickup is less surprising. Braum Ezreal in that bot side.
Ice and Fire.
Ice and Fire.
And it's
not the new Ice and Fire.
No, not the new. That's
this is the old Ice and Fire. This is the OG Ice and Fire we've got coming through. And there he is. The Crocodile is back.
Why?
Going up into that top side. That means that will be the Gragas support, or could be the Galio support as well.
Okay, it could be. But I'm picturing here Renekton on top. We've got Draven, Dragon Lane.
Yep.
Galio. Mid lane, Lee Sin jungle, Gragas.
I think it could go either way at that point. Galio and Gragas can both be played in that support role. We'll have to see which way they decide to go with it. But they're going to be going up against a very interesting team composition. There are a couple of slightly weirder chaps. We'll see how they do on the Rift as we move directly on to it. And it is going to be that Gragas at support. Galio, hold up. It's actually the Draven mid. Don't question it.
No, wait. I think these are swapped.
Well, it's Ebu though.
Yeah, but Ebu plays... Like, this doesn't make any sense. I mean,
Maybe
it does
they
make
are
sense in a
swapping
certain
roles.
way. I think so. Because, no, look,
Oh, no,
Ebu's going bot lane.
Ebu is the bot
I
laner.
was trying to tell you that.
Confused. Yeah, you're right.
But it felt stupid. I thought I might be mistaken them, like, for some
Because I
reason.
played Corki last game, my mind's all mixed up. I'm like, Corki's a mid laner, so therefore...
Yeah.
But he was actually playing it bot, which, you know, that makes sense.
Okay, so I called it. I called this exact conversation right there. And okay, so Draven, I love this skin of Draven. Draven and Gragas going to face Braum and Ezreal on the bot lane. I think it is quite a solid one. I mean, you've got Braum there to, you know, stand behind me and, you know, protect the AD carry. But on the other hand, you've got Gragas. He tends to be more aggressive and a little bit of disengage there. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out throughout the game. And the top lane, Alyi versus Acolyte here. Alyi.
Yeah, interestingly, not Leon this time around, giving their substitute player a little bit of a run out here in this final game.
Wow.
Again, it's a good time to do it when this game doesn't actually have a bearing on really the standings of these two teams or their opposition. It's a great time to give an opportunity for your player to get a bit of LAN experience, which is always great to see. On the Darius into Redecta matchup, Baron lane's been super important in this tournament so far, Carmen. This one could be very, very impactful in this game as well.
And it's definitely going to be, I mean, two of the main damage dealers in the teams. If you look at Rick's GG's composition, the ones who are going to be doing damage here are going to be Ezreal, who you want to keep in the back line, and Darius, who can get a little bit more into the team fight itself, but from within. Now, if you look at Team Kezu there, we can rely on Renekton and Draven there to do that damage for them. But look at this. Damage.
Ooh, might have been caught out, has friend in support. The Draven trying to make moves, but it's the Ezreal who's doing more damage. Can't get that last auto attack to get the stun off just yet, though. And now the dive coming into full effect. Team Queso get onto Glue, they get first blood, move towards friend. They're trying to throw these axes, trying to throw the damage out, but Doom's here, Stitch is here, Ezreal is gone, and Team Queso with the wind get out with 2 kills.
Oh my god. We're having so much fun here at the studio. I wish the viewers could
absolutely.
hear what they are
When we get audiences back, that's going to be...
Essentially, an
final.
enjoy was thrown out there.
I mean, I'm looking forward to what this game is delivering already. Team Queso look like they want to be going aggressively in every situation. And just wait until they get these ultimates online. They've got Dominus now, when they've got the heroic entrance, when they get that explosive cast, when Lee Sin can kick back. I was saying that these were defensive tools they could use, but the way that Team Queso is playing, maybe they're just all for engage.
I want to say something to Scandrel, now that I'm here. Predictable? This is not predictable.
No. This is notably unpredictable with another kill coming through from the Lee Sin this time around, catching Snitch in the mid lane. And now they're moving towards this bot side. You know, they might be going for another dive. Members are moving. It's going to be a 2v4 once again. Diving onto the Ezreal. There's the damage coming on through the Heroic Entrance. Doesn't land anyone though. Clue will look for the fissure, look for the damage, look for the turnaround. Doom's here as well. The Dragon in the backline. There's one on the turnaround. There's 2. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Ruiz goes down. And this time, Team Queso over-aggressive.
Too confident in here, a little bit too cocky there. You have to think that you're facing Rixie, the winner of most of the Origin series in the past few months.
Series, Group A.
Yeah, I mean, doing quite well in the past few games, and honestly, okay, they don't have Leon, which could be a reason for you to be like, oh, super confident, but Elki is nothing to be, you know, just underestimated.
Memorized is rumbling in, gets the damage, and as you mentioned, his name, Elegy, is the target. Gets a decent heal, but it's not enough for the kill. Acolyte spins and picks it up.
Really important kill right there for Team Kesu, getting rid of the top laner, being able to keep on pushing on that lane. In the meantime, what Rixie can do is take this dragon, the Infernal Dragon. We've talked about this before. They only go, if there's a dragon that doesn't have Rift Herald, they will go for the dragon if it's Inferno. If not, then they leave it out of the equation. But now it might be the time to consider it, isn't it?
Well, they've already got the dragon, and now they're moving towards the Rift Herald. They can get everything that they want. Team Queso might have the gold lead right now, but it's Rix that made the aggressive moves. And at very least, they've got themselves the Dragon, but they might lose some bodies on the back of it. But Lee Sin and Gragas and Drizzt, not too interested in going full deep on the enemy team, is going to just back away. And now it's going to be Team Queso making that belated trade.
It is. They're gonna go for it. In the meantime, you've got Evo trying to protect the mid lane right there. Bad look at it.
Fight kicking off. Team Queso managed to knock Elegy in, but the Terrace is not the one that you want. And it looks like they've got the objective, but will they lose members? Nice kick to keep Shyvana away. Clue moving forward, but can't find the Winter's Bite. And it's just going to be Team Queso getting away scot-free.
Yeah, and as well as Rixie, who are trying to look for them a little bit in the jungle, not finding them. So instead focusing on the mid lane. Tower right there. As we said all the time, it's free real estate, isn't it? But the wave isn't right in the favor. They still have plenty of time until the next one spawns. So it is going to be a matter of time until Team Queso arrive to the tower. Now, the action is moving towards the bot lane there. Another very interesting point to talk about here is how they're going to deal with the next dragon. What will they do? It's in their hands. At 6 minutes in, the thing is getting very intense. A look at Andrewset right in the middle of the entirety of Rixie.
Going to be able to jump away to the Krugs, though. You ask what's going to happen, I imagine probably fighting. The way Team Queso have been playing, and they're being caught out here, memorized, but that's a nice entrance coming through, a nice taunt coming in, and Galio providing all the CC, but where's the damage? Ruiz is left alone. It's taken down, and honestly, set up just a little bit by the rest of his team.
And all of this, also not having Acolyte by their side. This might have been a little bit of trouble right there, but it is no big deal. We're gonna instead throw the Ripped Hell in the bot lane. As I said, they are moving the action towards there, trying to get the second objective of the game for themselves. And it's gonna be, in fact, thrown. Rixie doesn't arrive in time. They have no other plan. They were going towards the dragon. Now they have one tower down as well. And look at this.
No way out for Friend there, just going to be taken down. Team Queso make another pick, and in the bot side, they got themselves a tower. Didn't get the charge off the Rift Hell for the second, though, so we talk about how that's nice, but it's not necessary, especially if you can get some decent legway onto this mid tower as well. They're going to do just that, removing it from the map. 3 towers to 0. Yes, they lost out on that Infernal Dragon, but the Rift Herald seems to have put the tempo firmly in their hands.
Okay, so we're facing a very different situation, and I want to remark, I wasn't expecting this, but I'm feeling like Freaks has been falling a little behind as the games have gone on, while Team Queso has been rising up to the stage. And in this replay, we can see an example of this. You know, Rixie right in the middle of nothing, Friend just being caught, and allowing Team Queso to have an opening right there in the mid lane.
Snitch needs to be careful, but will do just that. Has Doom in support, has Clue in support, but Team Queso looking towards the Shyvana, find him, but don't want to engage. The Shyvana's already angry enough, but 20 seconds on this dragon. You already asked the question, what are they going to do around it? It's about to be answered. But even with the gold deficit, Rix seem to be in a slightly better position to defend it right now.
Will they try to do so? I think so. It seems like they don't want to let this one go, and at the same time they're doing this, Team Queso is already being positioned around them, including flanking. Look at the Galio right there, Ruiz just coming up from behind. Let's see what happens right this time.
Oh, the Dominus coming on through this with the ultimates are being layered, and Rix on the side. Doom's already dead. The jungler is down, and members will follow suit. It's all about Team Queso. 2 for 1, and they're looking for more. Acolyte is burning through the backline. Gets another. That's a double kill coming through from the Crocodile. Can he take down Clue as well? Yes, he can. Well, it's Ruiz who can, but Team Queso 4 for 1 and move to the objective.
I love how they're screaming so loudly that even teams look at you two like, okay, might have gone a little bit overboard there. But in any case, Team Queso getting more kills than that, getting quite an advantage, not only in kills but also in gold, also in towers, 3 towers for themselves, which is quite a big feat. It allows them to open up the map, to get control of it, and also to decide where they want to play next, because Rixie has going to adapt to whoever they want.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And for me right now, the aggression that Team Queso are showing is exactly what we wanted to see from them.
Yeah.
Because this isn't... People have said that they're predictable. But the composition they played... and the ability that they have to take fights and to play to this slightly less meta composition, you could say.
Yeah.
it's left Rix GG chasing shadows in large periods of this game because they just don't know what to expect. They were getting dove bot constantly. These team fights have not been going the blue team's way. And now they find themselves healthy gold lead going into 10 minutes. They've got an even trade on Dragons. Yes, the one they've got is a little bit less useful, but it's still a 1-for-1. And they've taken down 3 towers to 0.
Just really difficult game to face for Rixy, not only when it comes to the game itself, but also mentally speaking, knowing that you come in as the first hit from Europe and now having to face this must be such a difficult blow to have to face, you know. I think they can still come back from this, even though they're quite behind. They're Rixy, you know. But the thing is, when you lose your main asset in the team, that definitely is going to cause some imbalance in there, at least if you're not so used to doing so. And leaning on other carries, obviously, it's going to be a different experience.
I mean, Rix GG, they came into this tournament as firm favourites. I don't think it's unreasonable to say that, especially a lot of people, you look at them, they won every single Origin Series qualifier. All 3 months, they won those. But now they've come in here, they're currently 1-2, and they're falling behind in this game. Doom has to dive away using the ultimate defensively, but Ruiz gets the 3-man taunt as the fight continues. Draven gets one, is on a spree, cutting on through. Galio secures as well. Ruiz picks up the second and final kill of the fight so far, and now they can move towards the Baron, but Hellbars are a little low, so they're moving towards Friend. He manages to get away this time. Elegy in the middle of the fight, but Hellbars are reasonably low. Can he stay alive? Can't get the heal, so he will go down. Rix have 2, the gold card won't matter as Friend is hiding on a ward. Needs to be careful about that one, but he can't be found by the Lee Sin this time around. And once again, Team Queso take the fight.
Yeah, and the fight and the kills as well. No more towers for them, but now for Front Vantage to start feeling really comfortable about this Baron that is already on the rift, waiting to be taken.
No one's taken it just yet though, but you can see Team Queso moving down towards the objective. They want to be able to secure this one, and honestly, Rix having some trouble. The Twisted Fate is trying to find a way out, but will be let go by Acolyte on this occasion. The Renekton, once again, proving a really useful pick in the side lane.
Again, split pushing, his specialty, right? They have to take advantage of it. Now, in the meantime, we've got Israel here with the ultimate, Barrage Missile, trying to get them to get away from the Baron, which is going to be obtained. And what do you know? They're gonna keep on chasing a little bit. Braum is in a really bad spot right now, having to protect with the stand behind me. Team Queso protecting the mid lane tower, trying to get a little bit more out of this lead. Let's see if they can make it. Draven's access
the fight is happening. There's a decent explosive cast. The killing spree coming through for Ruiz, and now they're going to be able to push forward. But Rix don't want to give this one up. It's only the Darius who's gone down, so 45 is the availability. They've decided that it's worth just going towards the Dragon situation.
Yeah, and next objective on the rift should be not only the Dragon, which might be, as you've said before, a safer objective, but also the Baron right there. However, it seems like they kind of want to end the game, going for the mid lane tower, trying to throw it down. But be careful, because both Shyvana and Twisted Fate and on top lane is split pushing, something that Renekton
they're going for a fight coming through here. Andres was the one delivering the Galio, but neither of them really hit target. But the damage coming from Friend is just too much. It's a rampage from the Gargoyle as they move away towards the Baron buff, but they can't take it with health bars this low. Once again, the objective survives.
But the first tower for Rixy has been taken here in the top lane. Oh, they're going to find Doom.
Oh, they're going to find Doom. He's going to be able to dive away, though, but has Doom found them? The damage is looking pretty good as Shyvana's going to be stunned off, forced back, and killed by Renekton, and the axe coming through from Draven. And now they're looking to turn the fight. Andres looking for an engage, cannot find it. It's just the Darius, but there it is. There's the damage. There's the kill. Unstoppable coming through from Ruiz. Clue gets away, but this time around, the Baron is forfeit.
Okay, come back and say that Ruiz only knows how to play Ahri.
I mean, he knows how to play Galio as well.
Apparently he does. And look at this. The Baron going to them. Definitely a game, not game changer because the game was already in the favor, but now it's going to be a game decisive objective. We've got here the replay. We can see that how they were a little bit live. They are going to find Doom. And look at it. They're going to... Galio is joining them pretty shortly. And said also with the Leeson kick. LG and Clue have to retreat, but LG is also going to be... found really easily with Druid Vision that Team Queso has established around this zone. So with that, the team fight won in the favor of the Spanish team. which is now trying to, zone and group around the dragon.
They're hiding around the dragon. They want to maybe try and grab this objective if they can. But the situation is Rix are going to struggle to win any fight.
Yeah, but Rixie wants to engage right now, not because...
No, they don't want to engage right now.
Yeah,
they'll have a really bad
they want to
time.
engage. I didn't say that, okay?
But in the look at the mid lane. Come on, look at the mid lane. They've got through the inhibitors out. They've got Baron buff. Clue's the only one here to defend right now. But here comes Snitch. He's going to be able to get the stun through, and it's the Renekton turn. It's Acolyte who might have overstayed his welcome, but the Dominus is hopped. I think that's just going to be able to save him, though. He is actually going aggressive, but will get stunned up once again. He's got support from the Lee Sin on the side as well, though.
You called Baron buff, but that doesn't mean that should be just going straight into the base, because clearly this is not the right time to do so. The waves are going to take a little longer to get there. You don't want to get into Nexus without them. And in the meantime, you are Acolyte right there trying to recover a little bit. Just going back to base, some of them, evening a little bit the map. Next objective is coming up in a few minutes. And now all they can do, honestly, is just trying to face each other. In the case of Rixie, that's something to avoid. They are more in a defensive position right now, where they should try and protect the towers. But of course, Team KSO, what they want to do is be a little more aggressive, try and take more objectives so that once they decide to close game, it'll be easier and better for them.
Nice snare coming on through. But Andreas on the other side looking for Elegy. He's going to be able to follow him over the walls if he wants to, but he's just going to chill, grab himself an objective. A free kill on the top side coming through from Rix as they manage to take down Ruiz. A little bit overextended, memorized. Should be able to get away. He's pretty speedy on the Gragas. Gets caught out by the Winter's Bite, but is fast. Elegy on the bot side trying to defend with Doom, but he already goes down. Doom flies into the backline looking for a target. All he finds is a depleted health bar and a death. Team KSO making a 2-for-1 trade across the map and are looking for a little bit more. Snitch gets the gold card onto Ibu. The damage coming down to Draven. That's the kill, and now they're turning the fight around. Memorized looking towards Clue. Snitch is there as well, but Friend on the side can put out a decent amount of damage. Gragas is chased away. Snitch goes down. That's the double coming through from Lee Sin, looking towards Clue. And you know what? I think Andres picks up the shutdown, picks up the triple kill, and picks up the game for Team KSO.
What? I loved this game from Team KSO. I think they've finally shown what they can do. And Rixie, I'm a little bit disappointed.
That is going to be the win. Team KSO third in group. And you know what? Predictions? Out the window. Get rid.
Wait,
Who
no,
needs
that's
them?
funnier. That's better, isn't it?
You're right. It's great to see the teams turning up here that were expected maybe not to finish at the top.
Yeah.
Winning, and all of the teams fighting each other. Rix, obviously, we have to look at and say, how are they going to come through tomorrow? Because 1 in 3 is not what we expected from them. But I mean, in that game, Team KSO, they showed up, they proved people wrong. And I mean, it's just been a crazy day of Wild Rift, really, hasn't it?
It has been crazy. It has been wild.
It has been wild. And a Rift as well.
And a Rift.
It's been the origin of something as well, I'd say, and it's been quite the series. So, we just come full circle, don't we? It works like that. It works like that, doesn't it? I'm going to say, very, very happy with the performance there at the end. I'm going to say, Rix GG putting in Elegy as well, giving them some game time on LAN, super important.
Absolutely.
We know that match didn't really change the standings that much or the outcomes just because of that first seed pick, but getting Elegy some LAN game time is very important because tomorrow, if they have to use Elegy, it's not going to be their first time on stage.
Something that I'm thinking about now. Are they going to choose Team KSO? Because they performed really well today. I mean, these past few games, you will think after playing a few in a row, you'll be tired. But mentally speaking, they seemed quite fresh. They seemed to find the openings that they needed to win the game. A few mistakes here and there, but in general, they've done quite well.
I mean, I don't know if that's endemic of what we're going to see from the teams tomorrow, though. That game didn't show us too much.
Yeah.
Terrifying Ruiz on Galio. Maybe it showed that. But for me, that was a massive game of both these teams coming out to entertain, which is absolutely what we love to see from games like that. Both teams really up for it. You could hear them shouting in the studio that they were having so much fun. And I mean, that's a massive part of this. Yes, they're playing for this massive prize pool, but both of these teams had already qualified. Yeah. One of them has to go up against Unicorns of Love, the other up against Game Lord. So that's not a great
Not
decision.
necessarily. I'm pretty sure if Game Lord were feeling frisky, I'm pretty sure that I think they're allowed to pick Unicorns of Love if they want.
But why?
Maybe because they are really confident.
I mean, if they're picking Unicorns of Love gives us the best of 5 of that, I'm here for it.
I mean, that's the big change between today and tomorrow, right? The inconsistencies, the one-off results, they may change, right?
Yeah.
But before we wrap up the game and start talking about tomorrow, let's go over to D-Man. He's got a nice little analytical breakdown for us.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. We thought we'd have a look at that game. I know, results-wise, it didn't actually mean too much, but they liked it anyway. And I wanted to look at a little play that I kind of saw that, you know, we're looking at Rix today and we're seeing 1 and 4, and I think I can tell you why. Let's have a look at this. This was back at the Dragon fight. That is not what I want. I want to go back to the start of that. Let's have a look at the start, shall we? So we're setting things up. This is obviously coming in for the Drake. And immediately look at the position, okay? So great stuff to start with. They're starting off. Rix in the pit. They've got themselves 4 members, but Fiend's out of position. That's not too bad. You are on Ezreal, so he can kind of get himself back in there at the moment. But let's carry on and I'll keep how it plays out. So they move on and then immediately lock. Okay, we're stopped. So Eleggy thinking, okay, we've got Andre locked down here, along with Snitch. Perfect. Okay, you got your top laner, your mid laner, locked down. You got the damage to fix it. Immediately we're seeing Dragon's Descent as well coming straight across. But again, Fiend not involved. Currently got the wolves on him as well. Meanwhile, Ibu, free damage completely. So we'll keep it going once again as we move through. Dragon's Descent goes across, looking great. But the problem is now, everybody has said, right, kill Doom. Kill Doom. We know he's the main man. They focus on him, and immediately everybody focuses in. Unfortunately, because of that, it's left the Braum completely useless. Absolutely nothing you can do in here. That's great. Can throw down a Glacial Fissure. That's amazing. Where's the rest of your team? They're over here and over here. So completely out of the position right now. And again, Fiend's like, I'm not going in that pit now. He doesn't want to look at that. So ends up continuing run round. They've lost one, losing a second one immediately as Eleggy goes down. Fiend finally comes in. He fires 2 basic attacks in this entire fight. That is your Dragon carry that should be putting the damage down. Doesn't happen, unfortunately. I mean, I can't blame him for not going in the pit, I've got to be honest. But simply put, Rix's positioning was terrible going into that fight. They should have realized it. They didn't. Everywhere was out of position. And I think that kind of tells the story of the entire day. That, you know, the positioning has been a little sloppy, whereas you look at the likes of Unicorns of Love and Game Lord that have come in looking very tight. It's going to be very interesting who they choose to go forward for number 1.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And yeah, the day has been not the best for Rix GG. Thankfully for them, before they play the next match, they've got overnight. They can take a look at all this data they've accumulated themselves in the group stage and go, what do we need to work on? What do we need to improve?
The problem is that if they're up past 10 p.m, Karma's going to be knocking on their door saying you need to get some sleep.
I'm not like that. This is the man who's like, I just go to bed at 10 p.m, so not me.
Hey, I'm an early bird and I rise early as well. Let's take a look at the rankings to close out the day and lock it all in. So, Game Lord, taking the first place, they get their pick. Wow. Definitely not what we were expecting. I think the biggest surprise for me, though, is 4th place for Rix GG today. This is a team that came in as the number 1 seed. They won every monthly final. They've ended up in 4th. And also, we said goodbye to Na'Vi. I think UOL won a bunch of fans today as well, to be honest.
Oh, I mean, Unicorns of Love, an established franchise, you know, an established team. I think they've already got plenty of fans. But Game Lord, that has surprised me the most. Yeah. And also Team Kezo, a little worried about them. Rix GG, as you said, danger zone there, almost risked it all.
So with Rix as well, they may not have had the best performance when it comes down to the result line. But one player I want to highlight in particularly was Leon. He did get our first pentakill of the championship. So I want to take a look at that once more because that's probably one of my favorite plays of the day. Okay. You get it locked in, you formalize it, it's fantastic. So on the Graves Baron laner, which is not the most conventional pick we see in the Baron lane. It's very out there, but the hand was forced. He delivered perfectly on this one. And once again, I still stand by my statement. I honestly think Doom should have just stolen it from him at the end. That just would have been the perfect finish for me. But this is him locking it in, first pentakill of the championship. Hopefully, we see a few more tomorrow and in the days after. Now, Karmaline, that was my favorite pick. I want to know what yours was of the day.
Actually, I think we copied each other. I didn't choose the Pentakill though.
Oh, okay.
I went for a 2 versus 1 stat from Zengi.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about, yeah.
Minute 4:50, if I'm not mistaken. I want to watch it right now. Here you can see Leon just managing to escape these two and making them also lose their lives. Hydra and Dante deep in trouble.
I mean, that was certainly an MVP performance for Leon in that particular game. Will, please tell me we're not having a completely... Oh, yeah, please tell me it wasn't a Leon highlights package.
If we'd done a highlight package for a team that went 1 and 3 on the first day of the tournament, I just want to get this clip rolling. It speaks for itself, in my opinion. It's a massive team fight situation that just goes absolutely perfectly. You can see here, it's actually a big reversal as well. Unicorns of Love. They get the engage, they get everything they want, and this is what I've been talking about. Their team fighting, they didn't have it against Gamelord, but it was so damn clean in every other game, and here it's against Team Queso. Sorry, Carmen.
What? What about me?
They
look so good, and I'm glad that it wasn't just all about
I forgot Carmeline was the team manager of Queso. We keep like bringing this up, like it's a massive investment there. Ready?
Neutral.
Neutral. The word of the day, Carmeline. But the moment of truth is here. Gamelord, they got that first pick. Can I get a drum roll, please? Maybe on the top bit of the desk. We don't want to break the glass. Ready? Come on, a little bit louder. Put a little bit more F in. There we go. Let's put on that bracket. Let's take a look. Who have they chosen? Who are they playing tomorrow? Gamelord have chosen Team Queso for the first semi-final of the day. And then Unicorns of Love are going to go up against Rix GG. We know how that game number 1 went yesterday. Or today. It feels like the day before.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. Gamelord, Team Queso, Unicorns of Love, Rix GG. That's our semi-finals for tomorrow. First of all, are we just going to go for some fast predictions here, Will?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you to go for the Gamelord Team Queso match. Number 2, number 3 seed from Europe. How does that go? Is it any different from what happened today?
It's Gamelord, but it's not an easy series.
Okay.
I think Team Queso have shown that they can come up and upset the apple cart and really... That's still that one from D-Man. Oi, oi. But I think it's just going to be a case of Gamelord just looks a little bit better on land. I'm going to say 3-2 to the side of Gamelord.
Carmeline, I'm not going to get you to thread this one. I'm going to get you to talk about Unicorns of Love versus Rix GG.
Because I'm Spanish.
No, I'm going to get you to talk about this one because we're changing to a best of 5 format now. We've seen what happens in best of 1. What happens in best of 5? Can Rix GG turn it around?
I think so.
Think so?
I think because of the experience that they've got, it might be the case. But Unicorns of Love as well. I mean, I think this might be the 2 most powerful teams when it comes to best of 5.
Ooh, okay, yeah. I like this. So what I'm hearing from you, Carmeline, is that tomorrow, Unicorns of Love, Rix GG, that is going to be a series to watch.
I didn't say that.
What do you mean you didn't say that? You basically did!
I said there are 2 really strong teams with the most experience.
Okay.
I said you have to watch all the series.
Okay, you have to watch all the series. And if you want to do that, you have to join us tomorrow, 1700 CEST. This was day number 1. We've got 2 more to go. Join us tomorrow and enjoy some more Wild Rift Origin Series action.